300. Outside the Huan family's ancestral hall, the sloppy old man used the secret technique taught by Fortress Lord Huan to cast the spell using the two bowls that contained the blood of the Huan family's descendants. After waiting for a while, the old man fell to the ground and murmured, "Why is it like this? It shouldn't be like this." The Huan siblings were covered in blood, and their faces were pale. The young Taoist's lips trembled. Those demons and ghosts, I don't know what kind of evil method they used to deplete the spiritual energy of the two stone lions. Tao Xiang sat on the ground and supported himself with his saber. The old Taoist turned his head and looked at the sea of clouds in the martial arts field. The mountains sank, and the fists met the enemies. Above the sea of clouds, there was sword light. A glimmer of hope appeared in the old Taoist's heart. He struggled to stand up and said to the four young people, "The four of you quickly leave the Eagle Fortress. You escorted me here, and now it's my turn to escort you children. You can consider it as leaving behind some descendants of the Huan family in the Eagle Fortress. Don't hesitate. Quickly leave this place and go as far as you can. Don't think about revenge in the future." Tao Xiang didn't show any signs of getting up. He raised his head and looked at the Huan family girl that he had admired for many years. He said with a hoarse voice, "Huan Shu, you and Huan Chong should leave together. I want to stay here. After traveling for so many years, I'm really tired. I won't leave today." The young Taoist was about to speak when Tao Xiang shook his head and said, "Huangshang, don't try to persuade me. I've already made up my mind." The old Taoist sighed and led his disciple and the Huan siblings to the north gate of the Eagle Fortress. Tao Xiang sat cross-legged facing the ancestral hall and began to wipe his saber with his sleeve. Huangshang followed his master and ran. His vision was blurry, and he didn't dare to look back at the young warrior. Huan Shu suddenly turned her head and looked at the familiar man's back. She couldn't bear to see him like this. There were thousands of words in her heart, but when they reached her mouth, they disappeared. Between life and death, one's temperament was the most sincere. The young woman was dragged away by her elder brother and didn't stay any longer. Tao Xiang lowered his head and stared at the face reflected by the blade. He twitched the corner of his mouth. He still didn't like her. The instant the ghost infant was stabbed to death by Lu Tai's bamboo fan, its anguish wails could be heard from the main hall of the building. Above the black sea of clouds outside the building, the old man Laurel appeared again, his expression extremely ugly. He was so angry that even the 5 great mountains' crown began to tremble. The sea of clouds that had almost drowned the ridge of the roof rolled like boiling water. The old man roared at the main building, "Trash! Trash! What's the use of keeping you alive?" Laurel stretched out a hand and suddenly clenched it. In the main hall, the man with the horsetail whisk, who was struggling to deal with the 2 flying swords, was controlled by the old man's secret method at the beginning of learning Taoism. At this moment, his heart exploded without any warning, and then his soul was scattered. His bones and flesh were separated, and all the blood was stripped clean. It turned into a big ball of scarlet blood and rushed out without caring about the cost. The explosion of the ocean of qi of a watering sea state cultivator had already blown the talisman array that was occupied by Lu Tai into a mess. When the blood gushed out, it was like a tired bird returning to its nest, trying to fly to the old man outside the building. Lu Tai frowned and withdrew the needle tip to prevent it from being contaminated by the filthy blood. At that time, it would not be as easy as consuming heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He no longer poured spiritual energy into the talisman formation. As a result, the blood was like a stream, stretching out into a long river from the main hall to the old man with the tall crown on the sea of clouds, pouring into the old man's palm. The old man was like a starving man. His eyes shone with bloody light. He waved his sleeves, and 2 streams of red chi surged out from his sleeves. For a moment, the astral wind blew, and the two flying swords drifted in the sea of clouds. Laurel's face was ferocious. He lowered his head and looked at the central mountain that hadn't touched the ground. He said angrily, "What a last-ditch struggle. I thought the ghost baby was just born and didn't have enough appetite, so I pressed you under the millstone of the mountain and squeezed your blood bit by bit. Now that you have ruined everything, I don't need to be so particular. Go to hell." Lu Tai had already arrived at the observation platform of the main building of the Eagle Fortress. He drove the two flying swords to the old man and laughed heartily. "Old bastard, my Taiping Mountain has been waiting for this day for a long time." The old man's face froze, and then he laughed crazily. "Even if I die here today, I will bury the two genius cultivators of Taiping Mountain with me." The old man kept waving his sleeves, trying his best to stop the four flying swords of Chu 1, 15, Needlepoint, and Mai Mang. His other hand clenched into a fist and smashed down fiercely. "Little bastard, you won't die even if you die." Lu Tai's eyes changed slightly, and he silently said, "Go." A colorful ribbon flashed from the balcony, and together with the demon binding rope that wrapped around the mountain like a golden serpent, they pulled up together. They could not let this middle peak join the other four peaks that were rooted in the ground. When the 5 peaks formed a formation, Chun Pingan would probably be crushed into a pile of meat paste, let alone a 4th realm martial artist. Even if he had a 6th realm physique, he would probably be crushed alive. Lu Tai shouted angrily, "Rise." The mountain began to rise a few feet. Who doesn't know how to risk their lives? The old man Laurel was indeed a wild individual cultivator who was famous for his ruthlessness. He laughed wantonly and stood up after putting away the futon. The lower half of his body began to rot like dead wood, and ashes kept drifting away. The old man still didn't care. He rushed to the central mountain and pressed down after his feet touched the mountain peak. The mountain peak that was bound by the colorful belt and the golden demon binding rope was successfully pressed to the bottom. When the central mountain fell to the ground, the entire Eagle Fortress began to tremble, and cracks began to appear in the mountains outside the fortress. The golden demon binding rope slid down the mountain to the ground. The old man Laurel laughed and grabbed the demon binding rope in his hand. When the 5 mountains were gathered, the formation was completed. On the upper balcony, Lu Tai spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered forward a few steps. He held onto the railing with difficulty, and his fingers moved slightly. He said with difficulty, "Come back." The colorful belt that originally bound the central mountain also lost its brilliance and began to return to its original shape. Then it swept toward the main building. The old man's eyes lit up. He reached out and grabbed the ribbon again. He had just gotten the demon binding rope, and now he had this ribbon, which was undoubtedly a magic treasure, in his pocket. There was always a way out. Although he suffered a great loss this time, at least he didn't lose everything. The old man sat cross-legged again. The futon appeared out of thin air. After this battle, the 5 mountains crown on his head had thinned out. In the sea of clouds above his head, only the 2 flying swords of the sword cultivator in the main building, one big and one small, were still struggling. The old man Laurel had been secretly observing the 2 pocket-sized flying swords. After the central mountain successfully crushed the golden-robed youth, the flying swords fell to the ground and landed in 2 alleys in the distance. They were most likely destroyed. It was a pity. Today he had gotten his revenge. The old man was somewhat pleased. Firstly, he could no longer maintain the 5 mountains true form formation. Secondly, he had to quickly peel off the golden robe from the youth's corpse and quickly leave the Eagle Fortress. He didn't want to be intercepted and killed by the old bastards of Mount Taiping. Otherwise, he would be like a stray dog again. At this point, Mount Taiping still didn't have any Jindan or Yuaniing ancestors. It seemed that the 2 brats, one dead and one injured, were too arrogant and gave him a chance to leave safely. However, the two youngsters were definitely the most outstanding direct disciples of Mount Taiping. They might even be the proud disciples of the Mount Taiping master. That was why they had the guts to parade around with such magic treasures. If he hadn't already formed an irreconcilable grudge with Mount Taiping, he probably would have avoided them long ago. The old man, Laurel, silently chanted the mountain return mantra. The 5 mountains instantly rose from the ground. They became smaller and smaller in size and finally returned to the 5 mountains crown. The old man waved his sleeve to control the sea of clouds, blocking the 2 flying swords of Lu Tai. He sat cross-legged on the futon and smiled as he descended towards the martial arts field. There was a dazzling golden color on the ground. It was like a golden robe that had accidentally fallen from a bamboo pole and was casually spread on the ground. Although a magic treasure was clearly at his fingertips, the old man Laurel's expression changed drastically. He clapped his hands in the air, and his entire body, along with the futon, suddenly rose into the air. After a series of battles and the old man's own spiritual energy, the black sea of clouds that was less than a tenth of what was left of it surged towards the old man. The golden color on the martial arts field jumped out of the pit that was just big enough for a person to lie flat on and shouted, "Lu Tai, lend me the tip of your needle." Lu Tai wasn't surprised at all. With a slight thought, the huge needle tip of the flying sword appeared under Chun Pingan's feet. Lu Tai had actually discovered some clues from the fall of Chu, E, and 15. Chun Pingan had said that they were his natal flying swords, but they weren't Chun Pingan's natal items. Therefore, if Chun Pingan had really died, Chu, E, and 15 would have fought even harder to kill the enemy. Only Chun Pingan had faked his death and deliberately let the 2 flying swords act. After that, the demon binding rope also faked his death. Lu Tai had a hard time holding back his laughter. Following the example of the old man, the platform also lost control of the multicolored belt on purpose, allowing the old man to take it away. The old man left very quickly, but Chu, E, and 15, who had been hiding nearby, were even faster. One on the left and one on the right, they instantly pierced through the futon, causing the old man Laurel's fleeing speed to slightly stagnate. There was also Lu Tai's flying sword, Weed On, blocking the old man in the air. Most importantly, Lu Tai's multicolored belt and Chun Pingan's golden demon binding rope had come alive again. They bound the old man Laurel's arms at the same time, like 2 pythons coiling around a person. As for Chun Pingan, he stepped on the tip of the flying sword and chased after the old man Laurel and Yunhai in the air. Flying sword, under the suppression of the mountains, he had used Lu Tai's ribbon to buy time. In addition, Chun Pingan had already calculated the largest pothole. Before he punched, he had stamped his foot and cracked the ground, forcibly opening up a large hole that could allow him to lie down and escape the fate of being smashed to pieces. However, under the pressure of the 5 mountain array's majestic chi, Chun Pingan, who felt like he was in a sealed coffin, did not feel good at all. A few of his ribs had already been broken. If he had not gotten used to this in the bamboo house, he would have only been able to watch the old man Laurel leave. Before Chun Pingan stepped on the sword and ascended, he used the sword master's sword controlling technique to grab the long sword infatuation that had been thrown to the side earlier. With the ribbon and demon binding rope binding the old man's 2 coins, the 2 items could break through the cover of Yunhai and accurately guide the 3 flying swords to pierce through the futon. This allowed Chun Pingan, who was using sword controlling technique for the first time, to quickly catch up to the old man Laurel. He swung his sword at the back of the old man's head. The old man had truly used all his strength to move forward with the sea of clouds. Only then did he manage to dodge the attack with great difficulty. However, sword chi overflowed and left a bloody wound on the old man Laurel's head. On the balcony, Lu Tai gritted his teeth and said, "Blossom again." His green robes fluttered as he chased after the old man with the wind. His speed was even faster than the tip of a flying sword. Lu Tai drew an arc in the air, and in the blink of an eye, he quickly blocked the path of the old man from the Dragon Gate realm, Laurel. The old man suffered greatly and did not dare to force his way through. He took a detour, but in the end, he was pierced through by the golden-robed boy who had attacked 2 times slower than him. His heart felt cold. Furthermore, the sword was extremely strange. His life force and spirit chi were suddenly drained away by the long sword that had pierced through his body. The old man stopped, and the sea of clouds under the futon stopped as well. He lowered his head to look at the tip of the sword and smiled mournfully. The ones who took my life were not the 4 life-bound flying swords. The one who helped the long sword take my life was actually a mind talisman that I looked down on. Why are these little immortals from the Zone clan even more cunning than us uncultivated cultivators? Chun Pingon originally wanted to take advantage of his victory and strike again. He wanted to break the old man Laurel's head. But Lu Tai had already roared in his mind to remind Chun Pingon to use the tip of the flying sword to quickly retreat as far away as possible. Laurel touched the crooked 5 great mountains crown on his head. He did not pull out the infatuation that had pierced his heart. Instead, he looked at Lu Tai with a sinister smile. His hands were still tightly bound by the 2 magic swords, doing his best to restrict the old man's spirit chi flow. The futon was already broken. Dozens of holes had been pierced by the 3 flying swords. Air was leaking out everywhere. Lu Tai and Laurel stood facing each other with lingering fear. At that time, they purposely called themselves cultivators from Mount Taiping in order to scare this old man away. Who would have thought that once he heard that they were from Mount Taiping, he would bite people like a mad dog? Chun Pingon's situation at that time was truly a matter of life and death. Lu Tai steadied his mind and said calmly, "We are actually not cultivators from Mount Taiping." The old man's mouth twitched, and he said with a fake smile, "I thought it through just now. Mount Taiping can't teach you 2 children." The sea of clouds in the surroundings gradually dissipated, returning to heaven and earth without accomplishing anything. Immortals always fought in the sky, but the joys and sorrows of separation and reunion were mostly in the human world. The atmosphere in the main hall of Castle Flying Eagle was strange. Castle Lord Huanyang was already able to move freely, but he did not even look at the corpse of the woman on the chair beside him. The old housekeeper, Hia, glanced at the castle lord's wife with a complicated expression. He could not bear it and wanted to say something but was stopped by Huanyang's cold gaze. Huanyang placed one hand on the chair and said in a low voice, "No one is to spread what happened in the hall today. Whoever dares to leak a word will not only be punished according to the family rules, but will also implicate everyone in the family. Their limbs will be broken, and they will all be expelled from Castle Flying Eagle." Huanyang did not turn his head, and only casually pointed at the chair beside him. Madame fell ill from overwork, and was seriously ill. She could not be cured. Huanyang paused and said coldly, "Her memorial tablet will not be placed in the ancestral hall of the Huan family after her death. She is not allowed to be buried in." Everyone in the hall kept quiet out of fear, and did not dare to question him. The old master, Hia, finally could not help but step forward and interrupt Huanyang's second half of his sentence. He said sadly, "Castle Lord, Madam is at fault, but I hope that you will allow her to be buried in the back mountain on account of her years of assisting her husband, teaching her children, and managing the family business. Castle Lord, I beg you, in the end." The old steward who worked hard for the Eagle Castle and explained the Tao to a group of children was actually sobbing uncontrollably. Huanyang flew into a rage and slammed the chair's handle, causing the entire chair to break and collapse. His face was dark as he thought for a moment, and snorted coldly. "We will discuss this later." Huanyang, who had always been kind to people, was now like a hungry eagle. He looked around, causing everyone's scalps to tingle. No one dared to look him in the eyes and lowered their heads. It's still hard to say whether Castle Flying Eagle can survive. Don't leave this place for now. Kill anyone who dares to leave the gate. After saying this, Huanyang left the hall alone and went up the stairs. In the end, he came to a place that even his father did not know why it was called Upper Balcony. The man who had never been so cold-hearted in his life looked into the distance, trying to see the result of the battle earlier. Unfortunately, his martial arts cultivation was average and his eyesight was limited. He could not see anything at all. He could only vaguely see the sea of clouds dissipating and the sword light crisscrossing. Huanyang lowered his voice and gritted his teeth. If that ghost baby is really as powerful as they say it will be great if Castle Flying Eagle has full control over it. The old Taoist led the three of them out of Castle Flying Eagle smoothly and went all the way to the depths of the mountains in the north. This trip was unimaginably smooth. Other than the occasional otherworldly item that came out to disturb the situation, there were not many twists and turns. Not to mention the three young people who survived the disaster. Even the old Taoist himself felt that it was unimaginable. For a moment, the four of them felt as if a lifetime had passed. Standing on the hillside, Huanyang suddenly said, "I want to go back." The sloppy old man nodded inwardly. With such thoughts, regardless of whether it was childish or not, there was hope for the Huan family to rise again in the future. If he only focused on escaping, the old man would not look down on the girl Huan Shu. However, he would look down on old brother Huan's grandson from the bottom of his heart. The sea of clouds that was originally as black as ink had dissipated. Although it was still hard to say that Castle Flying Eagle had escaped death, it was still a good sign. The old Taoist looked over and used his Sex Taoist techniques to roughly observe the atmosphere. The dense yin qi in Castle Flying Eagle had almost completely dissipated. Thus, he comforted Huanyang. "Don't be in a hurry to go back. The situation seems to be on our side now. At this time, you must not cause any trouble." Huanyang gripped the hilt of the knife at his waist tightly. The veins on the back of his hand bulged. He said in a muffled voice, "My parents are still in danger, and as a son, I have to stand by and do nothing. I'm not a son." The old man laughed involuntarily. He was not impatient and patiently explained, "Fearless sacrifice is not true courage. Huanyang, if you want to be a man like your grandfather, only when there is no way to retreat and when there is a sense of righteousness, then you will do the magnificent feat of cleaving the Ling official statue with a knife. Even us cultivators who live in seclusion on the mountain would praise you and call you a hero after hearing this. This courage is not the bravery of an ignorant person. It is not sending yourself to death for nothing." Huanyang nodded silently. This young martial artist who had high hopes placed on him by the family was not someone who would go to a dead end. If he was not broad-minded, as the next castle lord of Castle Flying Eagle, he would not have tolerated Tao Xiang, who was a foreigner, who was rising day by day in Castle Flying Eagle. Huan Shu lightly tugged on Huanyang's sleeve. Huanyang raised his head and smiled. "I'm fine. Don't worry." The old man was gratified. Only this way would the pugilistic world be interesting, the young Taoist Huangshang murmured. "Master, can those two foreigners really kill that devil in the sky?" The old Taoist did not know whether to laugh or cry. He sighed and said, "To have the ability to set up such a huge trap and reverse the feng shui of 100 miles, it is very likely that it is a great devil in the Golden Core realm. Let alone me. Even your talented grandmaster would not be able to move mountains when he was at the peak of his cultivation. Those two youngsters would be extremely lucky if they could chase away the strong enemy. They don't even have the extravagant hope of successfully killing the enemy." After escaping from the danger zone, the old man's tense heartstrings finally relaxed. Instantly, he appeared dispirited. Today's battle had caused this Taoist who lived in the mountains to be physically and mentally exhausted. The old Taoist leaned against a big tree. Unless a great cultivator of the Fusho sect heard the news and rushed over, and his seniority must not be low. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to stop that devil who controlled the sea of clouds. The three people's expressions were heavy. Huan Shu bit her lips tightly. Her mood was especially complicated. Her parents were still in a difficult situation, and there was a fool who was willing to wait for death outside the ancestral hall. Even if she and her brother were to live, their future was still uncertain. Huan Shu really did not know where to go. Huang Shang's expression was gloomy. After painstakingly cultivating for several years, he did not dare to slack off for a moment. He originally thought that he had achieved a small success in Taoist techniques, and that he would be able to cross mountains and meet rivers easily. Who would have thought that he would almost lose his life in this paradise-like Flying Eagle Fortress? The old man broke the depressing atmosphere. After taking a deep breath, he smiled and said, "But don't worry. As long as the devil returns defeated this time, he will definitely attract the attention of the Fusho sect. Within 100 years, the devil will absolutely not dare to stir up trouble again. The Fusho sect has two immortals who have become Taoist companions. Once he angers them, either one of them will go down the mountain to kill the devil. It will be a piece of cake." The old man seemed to be still angry. He made a gesture of turning his hand and said with a smile, "A piece of cake?" Outside the ancestral hall, Tao Xiang was deeply worried. He was not worried that Flying Eagle Fortress would become a purgatory in the human world. Instead, he was worried that his family's ancestor, who had been thrown here when he was young, would suffer too heavy a loss in this battle and prevent him from becoming the #1 grandmaster in the Agarwood Kingdom step by step. He wanted to keep the beauty he admired in his arms. He really liked Huan Shu, who he had watched grow from a little girl to a young girl and then into a graceful woman. He wanted a beauty. He also wanted Jiang Hu. Perhaps in the future, he would have the opportunity to go to the top of the mountain to see the scenery. Occasionally, he would take the opportunity to run around Jianghu for the Huan family and meet with the ancestor in private. The ancestor once taught him that as long as it was something he liked, he should hold it in his hands. If he really could not hold on to it, he should just forget about it or directly destroy it. Tao Xiang deeply agreed. There was no one around. Tao Xiang, who had taken off his mask, looked uncertain. He put away his messy thoughts and finally felt that the pair of stone lions, which had been useless for a long time, were an eyesore. He chopped the 2 stone lions in half, and they fell to the ground with a loud bang. After venting his anger, the young man immediately realized that he had done wrong. Once the ancestor's plan failed, he would have to return to his nest to recuperate. His active peek would easily reveal some clues, and the damned old man would find out something. Therefore, the meticulous Tao Xiang quickly stepped forward and used the pure, genuine qi on the hilt of his saber to smash the stone lion statue on the ground bit by bit. Then he quickly walked to the main building of Flying Eagle Fortress. Halfway there, he slapped himself in the chest and did not stop until blood spurted out of his mouth. The mountain was dangerous, and Lord Feng fell easily. Jianghu was dangerous, and deep water was easy to capsize. The ups and downs of people's hearts were the most difficult to calm. It was very difficult to be calm and sincere. 301. According to the celestial records, the Tongyi continent was full of mountain gods, demons, and spirits. Even though Chun Pingon had deliberately avoided scenic spots with abundant spiritual energy or filthy and dangerous places, sometimes he would still be tricked. For example, one night, Chun Pingon saw a brightly lit small town. Chun Pingon didn't have a map, so he thought he needed food, so he followed the lights. This was because geomancy maps had always been banned by the dynasties and countries and were even more strictly controlled than weapons. The small town didn't have a night ban, but there were guards at the gate to check the customs documents. When Chun Pingon entered the town and found an inn that hadn't closed yet, the innkeeper shook his head and said that the money Chun Pingon gave was wrong and that they wouldn't accept it. Every country had their own copper coins, so this was normal, but it was strange that they didn't even accept real gold and silver. Fortunately, the innkeeper pointed the way, saying that there was a place where they could exchange gold and silver for their money. After exchanging, they could come back to the inn and stay. So, Chun Pingon found a shop with a very high counter, almost as high as a person and a half. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Chun Pingon stepped on a small stool and said that he wanted to exchange money. He gave a few silver ingots in exchange for a pile of copper coins and a stack of paper notes. The copper coins were heavy and of high quality. Chun Pingon saw that there were official imperial and bank seals on the paper notes, so he didn't think too much about it. He returned to the inn, paid the money, and showed the customs documents. The innkeeper meticulously recorded them for the local officials to check. The next day, when Chun Pingon was ready to leave, the innkeeper was still calculating on his abacus. He smiled and reminded Chun Pingon that there was a custom here. When chatting with others, one must not mention the word paper, such as armchair strategizing or empty words. Otherwise, don't blame him for not reminding you if you get kicked out of the town. Chun Pingon kept it in mind. After thanking the innkeeper, he went to buy fuel and 2 sets of clothes. When he returned to the inn, he found the food bland and tasteless. Then he left the town and walked for dozens of miles before he could see the outline of the city. Encountering a sudden heavy rain, Chun Pingon stood in a dilapidated pavilion on a mountain to take shelter from the rain. He had nothing to do, so he slowly practiced martial arts. Then he saw a shocking scene. The city at the foot of the mountain melted in the rain like a pile of mud. Chun Pingon quickly took out the things he bought in the town, as well as the copper coins and paper notes. Suddenly his scalp went numb. They were all cut from white paper, as if living people were burning paper for the dead in the underworld. Someone seemed to be amused by Chun Pingon's embarrassment. Inside the wall of the pavilion, someone snickered. The sound passed through the wall and echoed inside the pavilion. Before, Chun Pingon was just amazed by the unimaginable small town, but he was not really afraid of these strange things. So, when someone in the mountain pavilion played tricks, Chun Pingon quickly calmed down. He just sat on a bench made of old wood deep in the mountains, looked at the pale white wall opposite him, and drank silently. Unless he was extremely unlucky and met a mountain demon or a demon who was good at disguise, he was most likely a person with shallow cultivation. It was not difficult for that thing to scare ordinary people. It was also not difficult for Chun Pingon to kill it with a slap. That person still did not know that he had hit an iron plate. He was deliberately mystifying, and his voice pretended to be more gloomy. "You are not afraid of me." Chun Pingon put the blade's strengthening gourd on his waist, stood up, and slowly walked to the wall. With a snap, he directly pasted a pagoda demon, subduing talisman on it. Immediately, there was a cry of begging for mercy, which seemed to be slightly childish. Chun Pingon did not take off the yellow talisman paper. He smiled and asked, "Do you think I am afraid?" The guy shouted, "I am afraid. I am afraid. I am so scared that I almost came back to life. Come on out. If you continue to hide, I won't be polite with you. Tell me, what's going on with that small town?" Chun Pingon took off the pagoda demon's subduing talisman, put it into his sleeve, and returned to his original position. From the wall, a young boy with lingering fear walked out. There was an official patch embroidered on both his front and back, but it was not as colorful as the secular courts, only black and white. He stood timidly at the foot of the wall and looked at the immortal sitting opposite him. Not only did he not bow, but he also made a strange sound to introduce himself. It turned out that he was a lord of the land appointed by the previous dynasty. After the change of the emperor and the name of the country, he was automatically classified as the old officials. Without an official position, his already meager cultivation became even lower. When he was alive, he was the beloved youngest son of a high-ranking military official. On the 7th day after his death, a wandering immortal passed by and entered the mourning hall to help his father. Thus he became a low-ranking local lord and had a lot of incense burning. It was so that he could protect the feng shui of his family's ancestral grave. Later, the mountains and rivers changed color, and everything became a fleeting cloud. Looking back, it was not a big deal. In fact, it was quite interesting. Chun Pingan asked the lord of the land, who had lost the legitimacy of the court, about the origins of the paper doll town. It turned out that more than 10,000 residents of the town had died overnight in what seemed like a natural disaster. In order to prevent the people from panicking, the court ordered the surrounding counties to block the news, and even invited a Buddhist monk to perform a ritual. Only then did it not evolve into a dangerous and sinister place. Chun Pingan asked what would happen to the town after the storm. The boy smiled and said that it was fine. As long as the weather was fine for a few days, everything would return to normal. Chun Pingan squatted on the ground, facing the town, and burned the paper money and paper clothes in the pavilion. The boy squatted on the side and sighed. I didn't expect this old immortal to be such a kind person. Chun Pingan dismissed it with a smile. He also asked the boy about the situation of the mountains and rivers within a radius of 1,000 miles, and whether there were any celestial houses or fairies. The boy answered all of them without hiding anything. He said that about 800 miles to the north, there was indeed a demon making trouble and occupying the mountain as its king. It did not often kidnap woodcutters and mountain people, so it was relatively safe on the mountain, and at the foot of the mountain, there were few rumors of people suffering. When it was at its peak, many chi cultivators in the mountain had to take a detour. However, after an unforeseen event, it quieted down. It was said that there were only a few kittens and puppies left. It was hard to say what the truth was. There were all kinds of rumors outside. Some said that the celestial master of Fushur sect found it an eyesore, and some said that when Buddhist practitioners stayed there was a demon who was blind and provoked the Buddhist master, Vajra, which led to this disaster. Chun Pingan was slightly surprised. Back then in the territory of Dali, Chun Pingan could not forget the mountain road where the bridal gown ghost appeared. There were some withered branches in the pavilion. With the help of the boy, he gathered them together and lit a match. A man and a monster squatted by the bonfire. Although the boy looked young, he had lived for 500 years. He explained to Chun Pingan the reason why the demon on that mountain would not eat the grass near its nest is because the mountain king has a relatively mild temper. Of course, there are many violent people under him. Of course, they don't have a bodhisattva's heart. However, the most frightening thing for an independent territory is to have a bad reputation. It will cause people to change their expressions when they talk about it. What if it attracts immortal disciples who have nothing better to do and covet the secular reputation of slaying demons? What should we do? Chun Pingan nodded. The boy put his palms close to the bonfire and chuckled. To kill or not to kill? After killing the small one, the big one will come. After killing the big one, the old one will come. Even if they have the ability to kill 2 of them, if 3 of them come, they will all be killed. If they are all killed, the local officials will report it to the imperial court. The emperor will feel embarrassed and will plead with the immortal master to come out of the mountain. The boy said helplessly, "It's the most annoying." Chun Pingan said with a smile, "If not for that, it would have been a mess. How can the people at the foot of the mountain live? Just that small town alone has more than 10,000 people dead. What will their relatives and friends in other places think? Everyone is gone in one night. Those who are still alive will also be afraid." The boy was stunned, as if he had never thought of this problem. Later on, the boy talked about some interesting things in the vicinity. Most of them were hearsay. After all, he had lived for hundreds of years. He had to find some fun to pass the time. After the heavy rain stopped, Chinpingon said goodbye to the little land official and continued on his way. Only the boy was left standing outside the pavilion, mumbling to himself. Chinpingon passed by a barren tomb along the way. A group of poor scholars who had come to the capital to take the imperial examination stood in front of a large tomb. They looked ashamed and amazed. Then he saw two snow-white foxes scurrying out from between the tombs and bowing. There were also a few younger foxes lying on top of the tombs and giggling. Their eyes were lively and full of longing and shyness. They did not look like ferocious demons at all. Instead, they looked like gluttonous children. The scholars returned the greeting. Chinpingon found it funny. He knew that it must be the fox demons who were bewitching people. However, Chinpingon was not too worried. The fox demons in the world, no matter which continent they were from, would not do anything cruel. They were naturally close to humans since ancient times. It was more to break through the barrier of love and increase their realm and cultivation. Therefore, Chinpingon did not expose them on the spot. He did not want the scholars to find out that the so-called luxurious house in front of them was actually a tomb. Chinpingon just quietly stayed by the tomb. As expected, the scholars left the rich and powerful mansion safely the next day. They were all overjoyed and felt that it was a good encounter and that their lives were not in vain. Chinpingon left with a smile. 300 miles later, Chinpingon arrived at a small country called North Jin. When he passed by a city, he happened to encounter a market. Chinpingon really bought 2 sticks of candied hawthorn. He had heard that the Rushu temple in North Jin was very famous. There was a large stone, which was said to be one of the places where a bodhisattva comprehended the Tao. It was called the Stone Lotus Platform. The stone was 15 feet wide and could accommodate hundreds of people. No one could explain why a single person was able to make it sway. The emperor of North Jin was visiting the West. After he tried it himself, he was very happy and made the Rushu temple famous. However, when Chinpingon asked a few people, they all said that they did not know what the Rushu temple was. Chinpingon then remembered that the boy mentioned this incident. It should have happened 200 years ago. 200 years in the human world was enough to change many customs. Chinpingon hesitated for a while, but he still persevered. He only stopped when he asked about the ruins of the Rushu temple. He went there. Weeds grew everywhere. There was neither human nor demonic aura. It was gloomy. Under the setting sun, Chinpingon found a large stone. He could not see anything strange about it. Chinpingon finished the last candied hawthorn through the bamboo stick and turned to leave. After Chinpingon walked out of the dilapidated gate of the Rushu temple, a small person popped its head out from the top of the large stone. It sat on the stone, silent. It turned out that the reason why the lotus platform swayed was because it had given birth to a small lotus person who liked to hide and giggle. Every time someone tried to shake the large stone, it would immediately become excited. It swayed left and right, and the large stone would sway with it. Thus, it was misunderstood. But one day, it felt a little bored, and the stone lotus platform's shaking began to sometimes not. Finally, it became completely as still as a mountain. It turned out that it had left the stone lotus platform and wanted to go to a faraway place to find its companions. After being alone for years and years, it felt lonely. In the end, it found 2 companions, a snake spirit and a water deer spirit. The pure and innocent little lotus person was cheated by them of a small arm formed by the cloud root and the earth spirit and a yellow lotus leaf. But it persisted in looking for companions. Finally, it found a flower spirit that did not ask for anything from it. It brought her back to the stone lotus platform and played with her, teasing the tourists. But one day, when it woke up, it found that the spiritual energy on the stone lotus platform was gone, and the flower spirit had also disappeared. The stone lotus platform that had lost its spirituality was once again left unattended. Finally, it was completely forgotten. There was only a one-armed little spirit that often sat on the edge of the stone platform, humming a folk song and gently swaying its feet. Occasionally, it would feel a little sad because it did not know whether its three companions were doing well or not. If they were not doing well, why didn't they come to see it? It would comfort them. If they were doing well, why didn't they come to see it? It would be happy for them. It could not understand. The little fellow suddenly turned its head and found that the outsider wearing a snow-white robe was sitting on the other side of the stone, drinking wine while facing the sunset. After noticing its gaze, he smiled at it. The little fellow was so scared that it quickly got up, jumped, and directly disappeared into the large stone. Chun Pingon laughed out loud, jumped off the stone, and left Ru Chu Temple for real, no longer teasing that little spirit. The little fellow hid in the stone for a long time before it dared to sneak out. It looked around, and after confirming that the person was no longer there, it came to the place where the person was sitting. It suddenly opened its eyes wide and found a coin that was surrounded by spiritual energy. The spirits of the world, most of them liked the immortal's money on the mountain and ate it as food. Putting down a snow coin, Chun Pingon did it casually. But when Chun Pingon left the city, walked out of the official road, and entered the mountain, he found that in front of the small road, there was a little thing with tears in its eyes, holding the snow coin with both hands. Looking at Chun Pingon, the little thing seemed to be nervous but also happy. Chun Pingon slowly walked over. The little fellow was naturally timid and instantly disappeared on the road. This repeated a few times, and the little fellow followed Chun Pingon for nearly 100 miles. Chun Pingon did not take the initiative to get close to it, and let it follow him at a moderate distance. Just like that, an adult and a child walked together. When they arrived at the deep mountain forest mentioned by the boy, the mountain was indeed steep. When Chun Pingon was about to walk out of the mountain boundary, he met a little spirit that seemed to have gone mad. Its clothes were ragged and it staggered, and it was repeatedly muttering a sad sentence with such a heart. How did you become a Buddha? How did you become a Buddha? Ooh. The little fellow was so scared that it did not care about anything else and ran all the way, hiding at Chun Pingon's feet. After that, the little fellow completely let down its guard. It would either jump around beside Chun Pingon or sit on Chun Pingon's shoulder. Later, Chun Pingon brought this new companion that could not speak and passed by a country that was constantly at war. The people were plunged into misery and suffering, and a group of heroes were forced to become bandits. They occupied a mountain and set up a banner. Along the way, Chun Pingon heard about the heroic deeds of these 36 heroes, how heroic they were, how their martial arts were superb, and how they were able to uproot mountains and rivers. Naturally, Chun Pingon did not believe all of them, but he also thought that if there was a chance, he would go to that mountain to take a look and meet the heroes. Even if they might not be willing to drink with him at the same table, it would be good to get some of their heroic spirit from afar. In the end, Chun Pingon went there out of admiration and encountered a black shop that sold human meat buns. When Chun Pingon saw that a few traveling merchants had fainted, he also pretended to be unconscious. He was tied up and brought to the back of the shop and was thrown on a long pork chopping board. Then, a shop assistant carrying a boning knife walked towards them, yawning. In a nearby provincial city, the executioner was about to execute a bandit, and there were actually dozens of people who came to the execution ground. In particular, there was a burly man who was holding a pair of axes, and he killed his way over. He was in high spirits and laughed loudly. Whether it was the commoners watching the show or the soldiers, they were all chopped in half by a broad axe. A short, dark-skinned man reprimanded him, and only then did he resentfully stop. He looked ashamed and drooped his eyes, and there was not the slightest bit of killing intent. The dark-skinned man glanced at the burly man and then waved his hand to let him leave. The man looked around, his face full of exhaustion, but even more gratification and joy. Just now, when he reprimanded the burly man with the double axes, his words were harsh, but now he looked at the back of this trusted general, and there was a smile at the corner of his eyes. This group of people had successfully saved the person in the execution ground. Not far away, they had already prepared their horses, and they galloped away from the chaotic provincial city at top speed. The soldiers actually did not dare to go out of the city to pursue them. When everyone turned over and dismounted, they were high-spirited and walked into their own shops amidst loud laughter. However, they found that the familiar couple was no longer in the shop, and there was only a white-clothed youth. On the table in front of him, there was a long sword. The sword chi was dense. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Chun Pingan left the shop. In the shop behind him, there were people who died, and there were people who lived. They were all heroes in the eyes of the world. And indeed, almost all of them died without hesitation. Even when death was imminent, they were still heroic. On the contrary, the group of people who survived were mostly silent from the beginning to the end, or took the initiative to stop when they were slightly injured. They did not speak arrogantly, and there was not much intention to take revenge in their eyes. Instead, there was a kind of blankness, as if saying that life had already come to this, and this was the only way. Chun Pingan did not care about this. After leaving the shop, he found that there was a group of horses by the side of the road. After thinking for a while, Chun Pingan led a large horse from the side of the road and flipped over and mounted it. It was actually very natural, and he was very skilled. 302. On the way back, Chun Pingan's emotions had returned to normal. Flesh and blood were slowly growing on his bare arm, and the meridians were slowly spreading like grass vines. It was very mysterious. Chun Pingan looked at it carefully. It was like a teacher studying, but it disgusted Lu Tai. He thought that the Lu family also had some secret martial arts grandmasters, but when they were at the 4th or 5th realm, they definitely did not have Chun Pingan's willpower. Chun Pingan looked as he walked. He endured the pain and enjoyed it. As he witnessed the growth of the meridians with his own eyes, it was greatly beneficial for him to circulate his chi. Some of the crux of the problem that he did not understand before suddenly became clear. As they approached the Eagle Fortress, Chun Pingan had to retract his arm to avoid being mistaken by the people of the Eagle Fortress as a demonic cultivator. With the golden wine robe, he could hide this miserable scene in his sleeves, and it would not affect the process of growing flesh and blood on Chun Pingan's arm. Flying Sword Mai Mang had already brought back the 5 Mountains crown. Lu Tai weighed it and said that it was an ancient magic weapon of high quality, the drawing of the true shape of the 5 mountains on it, regardless of the technique or the shape, showed that the 5 mountains crown came from the central divine continent. It was very likely that it had fallen into the Tongya continent in the later generations and was a pearl covered in dust. Perhaps it was the natal item of a famous mountain god in the central divine continent. Chun Pingan was quite interested in this, so he took it as an opportunity to enrich his knowledge. As for whether Lu Tai would take the 5 mountains crown for himself, or whether he would deliberately belittle its value, Chun Pingan did not even think about it, because he felt that Lu Tai was not that kind of person. The world was complicated and people's hearts were hard to fathom. So he could have it, but he could not pass it. The two of them did not directly go to the main building of the Eagle Castle. They first quietly returned to the training field and put away the magic sword Infatuation that Do Ziji had bought at a high price from the Fuyao sect. After absorbing the heart, blood, and spiritual chi of a peak dragon gate cultivator, the blade of the sword became even more clear and bright like snow. The veins flowed faintly like autumn water, becoming even more lively and brilliant. Even the arrogant Lu Tai could not help but take the sword and size it up again. He clicked his tongue in wonder. He said that the old devil's words were mixed with truth and lies, but the matter of his realm should be true. Before his realm fell, he was most likely at the threshold of the nascent soul realm. A golden core cultivator at this level could be considered not bad in the central divine continent, as they could climb mountains with their backs straight. As a result, this magic sword that was more accurate to call infatuation or heart-eating could be considered a great opportunity. As a result, Lu Tai advised Chun Pingon not to sell infatuation. In the future, if he encountered an evil cultivator or a demon or other worldly item, he could very well stab the sword through the heart. Not only could he accumulate good karma for himself, he could also improve the quality of the sword. It was the best of both worlds, so why not? Seeing Chun Pingon hesitate, Lu Tai reprimanded Chun Pingon for the first time, saying, "Cultivators can choose not to talk about good and evil. That's just bullshit and nonsense. However, there are artifacts and treasures in the world, so how can there be a distinction between good and evil? What's wrong with using evil artifacts to do proper things?" The more Lu Tai spoke, the angrier he became. He wanted nothing more than to extend a finger and point it at Chun Pingon's nose, cursing, "You can even open your eyes wide to see your own flesh and bones grow back, so why can't he get over this? Chun Pingon, if you still have such a stubborn character, it's fine if you don't cultivate the longevity bridge. I advise you to concentrate on being a pure martial artist. Don't dream of being a great sword immortal with your character. Even if you have the longevity bridge in the future and become a chi cultivator, your inner demon before breaking through the bottleneck of the upper 5 states may be even greater than the sky. Do you know that every chi cultivator in the nascent soul realm in the world has the ambition to fight against the heavens and earth? Their magic skills, perseverance, and tenacity are already very impressive. However, why is the upper 5 states so difficult? The key lies in this barrier. The danger lies not in the misconception of the heavens' tribulation. Those are just on the surface. The real enemy is your own heart. The higher your Taoist heart is, the stronger your temperament is. The higher your heart Dharma form can be, as high as 1,000 feet, and as indestructible as the golden body of the ancient gods. How can you break through it? Chun Pingon did not refute anything. He just pointed at Lu Tai's nose and whispered, "Here we go again." Lu Tai stopped talking and fiercely wiped the blood from his nose. It had nothing to do with the general trend of the world. It only involved Chun Pingon's personal Taoism. As a disciple of the Yin-Yang school of Lu Tai suffered much less than the previous time. Chun Pingon suddenly said, "Someone is coming from outside." Lu Tai glanced at Chun Pingon. With such a keen divine sense, he was probably not inferior to a 6th-state martial artist. Was he really just a 4th-state martial artist? He became more curious about the person who taught Chun Pingon the fist art. A group of 4 people carefully entered the martial arts field. They were the old Taoist, his disciple Huang Shang, and the siblings Huan Chang and Huan Shu. The reason why they did not go to the main building was the idea of the slovenly old man. In the northern mountain forest, he accidentally saw Chun Pingon and Lu Tai returning to the Eagle Fortress. The old man decided to meet here and ask about the devil's whereabouts first. It was obviously safer for the 2 groups to go to the main building together. The old man made a Taoist bow and introduced himself. "I am Ma Feifu, cultivating at the Yuanyang Mountain. I am honored to meet Immortal Master Lu and Immortal Master Chen." When Chun Pingon and Lu Tai entered the Eagle Fortress as guests, they only introduced themselves. Lu Tai casually stretched out his hand, and a bamboo fan appeared out of thin air. He gently waved it. "I am from the Central Divine Continent." Chun Pingon thought for a while. "I am from the Dali family of the Aquarius continent." The old Taoist asked carefully, "Do the 2 immortal masters know the whereabouts of the devil?" Lu Tai closed the bamboo fan and pointed it at the old Taoist. Just when everyone was confused, a 5 mountains crown appeared on the top of the folding fan. Lu Tai's wrist shook slightly, and the 5 mountains crown undulated. He smiled. He is already dead. We have a small harvest. When the old man Laurel descended from the sea of clouds on the futon, he moved the 5 mountains crown to suppress the martial arts field. The old Taoist had a glimpse of it and was frightened. The 5 mountains crown left a deep impression on the old Taoist. Now that he saw the ancient laurel on the top of the bamboo fan, his heart was in turmoil. He could not believe that the two young people could successfully kill an earth immortal who was most likely in the Golden Core realm. However, he also hoped that the handsome young man's words were true. Ma Feifu, the Taoist living in the Yuanyang mountain, was an experienced Jianghu cultivator after all. Even though he was skeptical, his face was still filled with gratitude and reverence. He bowed solemnly again and said, "Immortal masters, you were just passing by this place when you encountered a devil who was committing a crime, but you were still willing to lend a helping hand and save hundreds of lives in the Eagle Fortress. Your contributions are immeasurable. On behalf of the Eagle Fortress, I thank you for your great kindness." The two siblings, Huan Chong and Huan Shu, had tears in their eyes. They quickly cupped their fists and bowed heavily. They said to the two young masters, "I can't thank you enough. If the two immortal masters don't mind my dullness, Huan Chong is willing to do anything for the two immortal masters. I won't hesitate to go through fire and water." Huan Shu thanks Mr. Lu and Immortal Master Chen. "I really don't know how to express the gratitude in my heart." The young Taoist, Huang Shang, stood at the back with a complicated expression. A thought flashed through his mind. If he became their disciple, would his cultivation journey be smoother? He wouldn't be as useless as he was now. He would encounter demons and otherworldly beings and be in danger everywhere. Huang Shang looked at his master's back. The young Taoist, who had been through a rough cultivation journey, lowered his head silently. He felt a little guilty and felt that he was even worse than those demons and otherworldly beings. However, the thought in his mind had already taken root and couldn't be removed. Instead, it became more and more intense, like a raging fire. It burned his heart and made his eyes red. The doubt and relief of the Taoist in the mountain abode, and the fatigue after the battle. After the disaster, Huan Chong tried to change his path. He wanted to work hard and change from martial arts to cultivation. Huan Shu's two forms of address were different, and the young Taoist's thoughts. The corner of Lu Tai's mouth curled up. He had already seen everything. The disciples of the school of Yin Yang were the best at reading people's minds. Chun Pingon didn't feel much about it. He only remembered the subtle expressions and eyes. He didn't understand the meaning behind it. The bits and pieces of life weren't words in a book after all. The group rushed to the main building of the Eagle Fortress. Although Lu Tai said that the dust had settled and there were no casualties, Huan Chong and Huan Shu were still trembling in fear. They were afraid that the moment they opened the door, they would see a bloody scene. When they arrived at the main building, they found that the door was closed. Huan Chong knocked on the door with all his might. After waiting for a long time, an old man from the Huan family opened the door. When he saw that the siblings were safe and sound, he burst into tears. Huan Chong was shocked. He thought that his parents were killed by the man with the horsetail whisk. After some explanation, he found out that Immortal Master Lu had already killed the impersonator. For a moment, all the survivors in the hall felt as if a lifetime had passed. Huan Chong and Huan Shu didn't realize that their parents weren't in the hall. When they asked about this matter, everyone's eyes were a little uncertain. Lu Tai was too lazy to care about these trivial matters. He just took Chen Pingon to the balcony on the top floor. The lord of the castle, Huan Yang, was no longer on this strangely named upper balcony. Lu Tai sat on the railing. Chen Pingon imitated him. After taking off the blade, strengthening gourd, he drank the strong wine. He raised his head and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air with the smell of alcohol. Lu Tai swayed his legs and slowly fanned himself. His hair flew in the air. He started to divide the spoils. He was familiar with the process. After the battle with Ma Wanfa and Do Ziji, plus today's battle, we're really lucky. We've earned a lot. If it was in the past, I wouldn't have had such a harvest. I have the title of treasure hunting immortal in my family. Chun Pingan smiled. He couldn't help but think of the female Taoist priest of the Shenyao sect, who was known as the most fortunate person in a continent. Do Ziji's spiritual sword, infatuation, is yours. The 5 mountains crown is mine. You can't say it's mine, but I bought it from you. Other than the demon binding rope that I'll help you refine and repair, the damaged armor pill you mentioned earlier is the one you bought from the Lingji shop on the inverted mountain. Didn't you always complain about the armor taking up a lot of space? I can repair it for you free of charge and turn it into a military armor pill. Don't worry about how I did it. I have my own plans. Lu Tai smiled brightly. So you might need to stay in the Eagle Castle for a while. It won't be too long. You can recover here and then go find that Taoist temple. Chun Pingan smiled and nodded. He wouldn't be soft-hearted when dealing with a rich man like Lu Tai. Lu Tai slowly said, for a high-grade magic treasure, the 5 Great Mountains crown, I need to give you 20,000 snow coins. If converted to grain rain coins, it would be 20 grains. Chasing after Ma Wanfa and the cultivator with the horsetail whisk in the main building, I actually had some gains. I roughly calculated that I should need to pay you another 20,000 snow coins, still 20 grain rain coins. The long handle of the horsetail whisk engraved with the word worryless is not bad. You can take it and treat it as a little bonus. Chun Pingan was shocked. So much grain rain coins. Lu Tai kept looking into the distance and smiled. I still have some immortal coins on the mountain. Ordinary nascent soul earth immortals of the central divine continent wouldn't dare compare their wealth with mine. Chun Pingan was so angry that he slapped him. Then why did you complain about being poor at the inverted mountain? Lu Tai, you're quite good at acting, aren't you? Lu Tai was a little guilty and said angrily, I was afraid that you wouldn't be tempted by my beauty, but by my wealth. By your grandpa's wealth and beauty. Chun Pingan slapped him again, and Lu Tai flew into a rage out of humiliation. Chun Pingan, be careful, or I'll fall out with you. Chun Pingan laughed and slapped him again. Lu Tai's eyes flashed, and he was about to use his trump card when Chun Pingan gestured for Lu Tai to stop. He took a sip of wine and said, Continue. Lu Tai flipped his palm, and an exquisitely embroidered bag appeared. He passed it to Chun Pingan. Chun Pingan frowned. What? Lu Tai laughed and said, It's just a little toy, a gift for you. Open it and take a look. You'll definitely like it. This is a bag of elm money seeds with a special origin. When you return to your hometown, you can plant it on a mountain with good feng shui. It must be sunny. In 3 to 5 years, there might be an unexpected surprise. Although Chun Pingan took the bag of elm money, he still said, Let's make things clear first, or I'll return it to you. Lu Tai gave a rough explanation. Chun Pingan was grinning from ear to ear. He quickly put it away and pretended that he didn't say anything about not returning it. It turned out that this bag of elm money was very magical and was to Chun Pingan's liking. They were precious seeds from an ancient immortal elm tree in the Central Plains. They got their name because they were round and thin like coins. It was a homonym for surplus money. Thus, there was a saying among the people that one could have surplus money after eating elm money. Most people thought it was a rumor. Actually, there was no other way. One only needed to find the golden spirit hidden in the elm money and soak it in a jar of wine. After getting drunk, one could take it out and eat it. Every year, one could increase one's income. Wealthy families would hold an elm money banquet at the beginning of spring in order to get some good luck. They hoped to make a lot of money in the new year. Chun Pingan liked this kind of long-term income. In Chun Pingan's heart, he always believed that a sudden wealth came and went quickly. It either required a lot of perseverance and hard work to hold on to it. However, benefits and income like El money that weren't particularly eye-catching made Chun Pingan feel at ease. Chun Pingan only started to show off after receiving benefits. He smiled and said, "Isn't it a little too precious?" Lu Tai used his thumb and forefinger to open and close the bamboo fan. He sighed and said, "Chun Pingan, when I went to the balcony, I was seeking the Tao. Do you know how important the word Tao is? I don't even know how to convert it into money. However, since we're friends, why don't we let it go? Otherwise, no matter how rich I am, I won't be able to afford it even if I go bankrupt. How about it?" Chun Pingan handed him the blade-strengthening gourd and nodded with a smile. "How else can it be? That's it." Lu Tai took the wine pot and raised it high. He tilted his head back and drank the wine. The blade-strengthening gourd was a few inches away from his face. He drank the wine boldly. He wiped his mouth and returned the ginger pot to Chun Pingan. "It's time to refill the wine. I'll ask the Eagle Castle to fill it up for you." Chun Pingan certainly wouldn't refuse such a good thing. Lu Tai suddenly said helplessly, "Why do you all like to drink? What's so good about wine?" Chun Pingan smiled and didn't say anything. He just drank. After drinking, he dared to think about things that he didn't dare to think about. He dared to say things that he didn't dare to say. He dared to do things that he didn't dare to do. 10 years later, Chun Pingan still lived in that small house. However, there were no other worldly items or ghosts to disturb him. Occasionally, Chun Pingan would sit on the steps in front of the courtyard and look at the wall at the end of the alley. He thought about the pitiful ghost children and their last smiles in this life. Lu Tai lived in the main building. Occasionally, he would come to the courtyard and sit for a while. However, he didn't stay for long and went back to work. After 10 days, Lu Tai brought back a repaired military armor pill. Chun Pingan loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. His arm had recovered, but he still couldn't use much strength. In addition to the armor pill from Lingji Zhai on the inverted mountain, Lu Tai also brought a narrow saber with a snow-white sheath to Chun Pingan. He said that it was a reward from the Huan family of the Eagle Castle. The Huan family would feel uneasy if he didn't accept it. This time, Lu Tai didn't leave in a hurry. He made himself a pot of tea in the courtyard and told Chun Pingan about the origin of the narrow saber. In order to suppress the gloomy feng shui here, the Yuanying Earth Immortal of Mount Taiping gave a saber to the forefather woodcutter of the Eagle Castle. The saber was called Stopping Snow. None of the descendants of the Eagle Castle had the aptitude for cultivation. It was passed down from generation to generation and could only be used as a decoration. Chun Pingan knew how precious the narrow saber was. It was most likely the favorite item of the Earth Immortal of Mount Taiping. Lu Tai thought about it and didn't want to be the child of wealth. He converted the narrow saber into 20 pieces of grain rain money and threw a bag of grain rain money to Chun Pingan. There were exactly 20 pieces of grain rain money left. In the following 10 days, Chun Pingan's daily routine was to practice his stance, practice his sword, and sleep. He didn't look at the wall anymore. After all, meeting and parting were short. Even if it was a matter of life and death, he would slowly let it go. It was like a cup of wine in a wine shop. No matter how good it tasted, could it make one drunk for days? In this 10 days, Lu Tai only came once. He said that he had taken in 3 disciples, Tao Xiang, a young man called Huan Yin, and a young Taoist who had changed his sect, Huang Shang. As for the reason, Lu Tai didn't want to say much. He only said, "If you don't approach evil, you won't know good." It was an old story that Lu Tai had mentioned in the treasure-swallowing whale. Before Lu Tai left, he said that he might have to stay here for a long time and wouldn't return to the central divine continent in a short time. When Lu Tai brought the demon binding rope for the last time, Chun Pingan had almost recovered. Parting was imminent. There was no sadness. One had a dream. The other was the beginning of the great Tao. There was no reason to be too sad. So they parted just like that. One stayed in the Eagle Fortress in a foreign land. The other carried his sword and headed north. Lu Tai didn't even send them off. He just stood on the balcony and watched the white-robed Chun Pingan slowly leave. Previously, he had urged Chun Pingan to hang up the longsword infatuation and narrow saber ceasing snow. He was sure that he would look like a pugilist. It was a pity that Chun Pingan didn't fall for it. Lu Tai felt a little regretful. If Chun Pingan really did it, Lu Tai could openly laugh at him for being a fool, walking out of the door. And on the main road, Chun Pingan couldn't help but look back at the Eagle Fortress. But he wasn't looking at Lu Tai. Instead, he thought of something and found it strange. In the end, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. On the way out of the Eagle Fortress, he passed by a middle-aged man on the street. He couldn't remember seeing him before, but he felt like he had seen him somewhere before. That simple and honest man also noticed Chun Pingan's gaze. He grinned and blushed a little. He was just like a common man. After Chun Pingan left the Eagle Fortress, the simple man who was wandering around lightly stomped his foot. There were no longer any forbidden spells in the 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Otherwise, with the huge commotion caused by the Cloud-Sea battle, the Fuho sect wouldn't have been indifferent. Lu Tai leaned on the railing and smiled as he watched the chi of the mountains and rivers turn upside down. He was indeed worthy of being his teacher. Compared to his other teacher, he was much stronger. On a mountain peak 100 miles away, Chun Pingan was walking. For some reason, he missed the taste of Tonghulu for the first time. This made Chun Pingan feel a little funny. Now that he had a big family and business, when he went to the next town, he would find a stall selling Tonghulu and buy 2 sticks, one in his left hand and one in his right hand. 303. According to the records of the immortals, Tongye continent had many mountain deities, demons, and spirits. Even if Chun Pingan had already intentionally avoided beautiful places that were filled with spirit energy, most of the time were filthy and dangerous places that were filled with dread, there were times when he would still fall into a trap. For example, Chun Pingan once saw a small town that was brightly lit up in the middle of the night. Chun Pingan didn't have a map in his hand, so he thought that he needed to replenish his food, so he followed the lights all along the way. Because geomancy maps had always been a restricted item of the dynasties, and they were even more strictly controlled than weapons. That small town did not have a night ban, but there were soldiers at the gate checking the documents. When Chun Pingan successfully entered the town, he found an inn that was not closed yet. However, the innkeeper shook his head and waved his hand, saying that the money Chun Pingan gave was wrong and that they did not accept it. Every country had their own standard copper coins, which was normal. However, not accepting real gold and silver was a bit strange. Fortunately, the innkeeper pointed the way and said that there was a place where one could exchange gold and silver for their money. After the exchange, they could just stay at the inn. Thus, Chun Pingan found a shop. The counter was extremely tall, almost half the height of a person. When in Rome, Chun Pingan did as the Romans did. He stepped on a small stool and said that he was exchanging money. He gave a few silver ingots in exchange for a pile of copper coins and a stack of paper money. The copper coins were heavy and of good quality. On the paper money, Chun Pingan saw the official seal of the imperial court and the bank. He did not think much about it, and returned to the inn, paid the money, and showed the innkeeper the documents. The innkeeper meticulously recorded everything for the local officials to check. The next day, when Chun Pingan prepared to go out, the innkeeper was still calculating. He smiled and reminded Chun Pingan that there was a local custom here. When chatting with people, one could not use the word paper. For example, one could not use the word paper. Otherwise, one could not blame the innkeeper for not reminding him if he was kicked out of the city. Chun Pingan remembered it in his heart. After thanking him, He went to buy firewood, rice, oil, salt, and 2 sets of clothes. When he returned to the inn to eat, he only felt that the food was tasteless. After he left the town and walked for dozens of miles, he could vaguely see the outline of the city. Encountering a sudden heavy rain, Chun Pingon stood in a dilapidated pavilion on a mountain to take shelter from the rain. He had nothing to do, so he slowly walked and practiced his martial arts. In the end, he saw a shocking scene. The city at the foot of the mountain, like a puddle of mud, melted in the rain. Chun Pingon hurriedly took out the things he had bought in the small town, as well as the copper coins and paper money. They were all cut out of white paper, as if the living in the world of the living burned paper for the dead in the underworld. Someone seemed to be amused by Chun Pingon's embarrassment. Inside the pavilion, someone sneered. The voice passed through the wall and echoed in the pavilion. Chun Pingon was just amazed at the unimaginable situation of the small town. He was not really afraid of these gods and monsters. Therefore, when the person in the pavilion pretended to be a ghost, Chun Pingon quickly recovered. He just sat on a long bench made of old wood deep in the mountains and looked at the pale, white wall opposite him, drinking silently, unless he was extremely unlucky and met a big mountain demon or a big devil who was good at disguising himself. Otherwise, it was most likely a person with shallow cultivation. It was not difficult for that thing to scare ordinary people. It was also not difficult for Chun Pingon to slap it to death. The person still did not know that he had run into an iron plate. He pretended to be mysterious and said in a gloomy voice, "Are you not afraid of me?" Chun Pingon fastened the blade, strengthening gourd to his waist. He stood up and walked slowly to the wall. Pah! He stuck a demon-suppressing pagoda talisman on it. Immediately, there was a crying voice begging for mercy. It sounded a little childish. Chun Pingon did not take off the yellow talisman. He asked with a smile, "Do you think I'm not afraid of you?" The guy shouted, "Yes. Yes, I'm so scared that I almost came back to life. Come out. If you keep hiding, I won't be polite to you. Tell me, what's going on with that small town?" Chun Pingon took off the demon-suppressing pagoda and put it in his sleeve. He sat back in his original position. A young boy, with lingering fear, walked out from the wall. There was an official patch embroidered on the front and back of his body. However, it was not colorful like the ones in the secular imperial court. It was only black and white. He stood at the foot of the wall timidly and looked at the immortal sitting opposite him. Not only did he bow, but he also made a strange sound to announce his identity. It turned out that he was a lord of the land who was appointed by the previous dynasty. After the change of the emperor and the surname of the country, he was automatically classified as an old official. Without his official position, his cultivation became even lower. When he was alive, he was the beloved youngest son of a feudal official. Not even 7 days after his death, a wandering immortal passed by and entered the morning hall. He helped his father with some operations and became a mediocre lord of the land. There were many incense sticks, all in order for him to protect the feng shui of the ancestral grave. Later on, the mountains and rivers changed, and everything became a passing cloud. Looking back, it was not a big deal. On the contrary, it was rather interesting. Chun Pingon asked the lord of the land, who had lost his official position in the imperial court, about the origins of the small town of paper dolls. As it turned out, more than 10,000 residents of the small town had died in a huge disaster overnight. To prevent the people from panicking, the imperial court ordered the surrounding provinces to seal off the news. They even invited a Buddhist monk to perform a ritual, which prevented the town from becoming a dangerous land of evil. Chun Pingon asked what would happen to the small town after the storm. The boy smiled and said that it was fine. As long as the weather was fine for a few days, the town would return to its original state. Chun Pingon squatted on the ground and faced the small town. He burned the paper money and paper clothes in the pavilion. The boy squatted at the side and sighed. I didn't expect this immortal to be such a kind person. Chun Pingon dismissed it with a smile. He also asked the boy about the landscape within 1,000 miles and whether there were any immortal houses or fairies. The boy answered one by one without hiding anything. He said that about 800 miles to the north, there were indeed demons causing trouble and occupying the mountains. They did not often kidnap the woodcutters and villagers. The mountains and the foot of the mountain were still considered peaceful. There were few rumors of the common people suffering. When they were at their peak, many chi cultivators on the mountain had to take a detour. However, after an accident, they quieted down. It was said that there were only a few kittens and puppies, which were not a big deal anymore. It was hard to say what the truth was. There were all kinds of rumors outside. Some said that the immortal masters of the Fushang sect felt that it was an eyesore. Some said that a Buddhist monk had settled down there, and a demon was blind. It angered a Buddhist expert, Vajra, and that was why there was such a calamity. Chun Pingon was slightly surprised. Back when he was in Dali, Chun Pingon still could not let go of the wedding dress ghost's appearance on the mountain path. There were some withered branches in the pavilion. With the boys' help, they gathered them together and lit the fire. A man and a monster squatted by the bonfire. Although the boy looked young, he had lived for 500 years. He explained the reason to Chun Pingon. The reason why the demons on the mountain do not eat the grass near their burrows is because the king of demons is also a tyrant. Other than that mountain king, who is relatively mild-tempered, there are also many ruthless people under his command. Of course, they don't have the heart of a bodhisattva. However, they are afraid of having a bad reputation and causing people's expressions to change. What if they provoke immortal disciples who have nothing better to do and covet the secular reputation of slaying demons and devils? What should we do? Chun Pingon nodded. The boy put his palms close to the bonfire and chuckled. To kill or not to kill? If you kill the small one, the big one will come. If you kill the big one, the old one will come. If you have the ability to kill 2 or 3 of them, kill them all. If you kill them all and make a big deal out of it, the local authorities will report it to the imperial court. The emperor will feel embarrassed and will plead for the immortal masters to come out of the mountain. The boy said helplessly, "That's the most annoying." Chun Pingon smiled. If not for that, it would have been a mess. How can the people at the foot of the mountain live? Let's just talk about that small town. More than 10,000 people died. What will their relatives and friends in other places think? Everyone is gone in one night. Those who are still alive will also be afraid. The boy was stunned, as if he had never thought of this question. Behind him, the boy told him some interesting stories. Most of them were from hearsay. After all, he had hundreds of years to live. He had to find some entertainment to pass the time. After the rain stopped, Chun Pingon said goodbye to the little local official and continued on his way. Only the boy was left standing outside the pavilion, muttering to himself. During this time, Chun Pingon also passed by a deserted tomb. There was a group of poor scholars who came to the capital to take the imperial examinations. They stood in front of a large tomb, showing a look of shame and amazement. Then 2 snow-white foxes jumped out from between the tombs and bowed like the people. There were also a few young foxes lying on top of the tombs and laughing. Their eyes were full of spirit, full of longing and shyness. They did not look like ferocious demons at all. Instead, they looked like gluttonous children. Those scholars returned the greeting. Chun Pingon found it funny. He knew that it must be the fox demons who were bewitching people. However, Chun Pingon was not too worried. The fox demons in the world, no matter which continent they were from, usually did not do cruel things. They were naturally close to the human race, since ancient times. More often than not, they wanted to break through the barrier of love and improve their realm and cultivation. Therefore, Chun Pingon did not expose them on the spot. He wanted those scholars to realize that the so-called luxurious house in front of them was actually just a tomb. Chun Pingon just quietly waited beside the tomb. Sure enough, the next day, those scholars left the rich mansion safely. Everyone was overjoyed. They only felt that it was a good encounter and that their lives were not in vain. Chun Pingon left with a smile. 300 miles later, Chun Pingon arrived at a small country called Northern Jin. When he passed by a city, he happened to come across a market. Chun Pingon really bought 2 sticks of candied haws. Previously, he heard that the Rutsu Temple in Northern Jin was very famous. There was a huge rock that was said to be one of the places where a bodhisattva comprehended the Tao. It was called the Stone Lotus Platform. The huge rock was 50 feet wide and could accommodate hundreds of people. However, no one could explain how a single person could make it shake. After the emperor of Northern Jin went on a tour to the west and tried it himself, he was very happy and made the Rutsu Temple famous. However, when Chun Pingon asked a few people, they all said that they did not know what the Rutsu Temple was. Only then did Chun Pingon remember that the boy mentioned this matter. It should have happened 200 years ago. 200 years in the human world was enough to change many customs. Chun Pingon hesitated for a moment, but still persevered. He only stopped when he asked about the ruins of the Rutsu Temple. He went there and found that it was overgrown with weeds. There was neither human nor demonic aura. It was gloomy. In the sunset, Chun Pingon found a huge rock. He could not see anything strange about it. Chun Pingon finished the last stick of candied haws through the bamboo stick and turned to leave. After Chun Pingon walked out of the dilapidated gate of the Rutsu Temple, a small figure popped out from the top of the huge rock. It sat on the rock silently. It turned out that the reason why the lotus platform shook was because it gave birth to a little lotus figure of earth and stone spirit. It liked to hide and giggle. Every time someone tried to shake the huge rock, it would immediately become excited. It would shake left and right, and the huge rock would shake with it. Therefore, people misunderstood it. However, one day, it felt a little bored. The stone lotus platform began to shake sometimes and sometimes not. In the end, it completely stopped moving like a mountain. It turned out that it left the stone lotus platform and wanted to go far away to find its companions. It felt lonely after being alone for years. In the end, it found 2 companions in succession. One was a snake spirit, the other was a deer spirit. The little lotus figure with a pure heart was tricked by them. It had a small arm made of cloud root, an earth spirit, and a yellow lotus leaf. However, it still insisted on looking for companions. In the end, it finally found a flower spirit who didn't ask for anything from it. It brought her back to the stone lotus platform to play together and tease the tourists together. However, when it woke up one day, it found that the spiritual energy of the stone lotus platform was gone. There was nothing left. The flower spirit was also gone. The stone lotus platform that had lost its spirituality was no longer cared about. In the end, it was completely forgotten. Only a one-armed little spirit was left. It often sat on the edge of the stone platform, humming a folk song and gently shaking its feet. Occasionally, it would feel sad because it didn't know if its 3 companions were doing well. If they weren't doing well, why didn't they come to see it? It would comfort them. If they were doing well, why didn't they come to see it? It would be happy for them. It didn't understand. The little fellow suddenly turned its head and found that the foreigner in a snow-white robe was sitting on the other side of the stone, drinking wine while facing the setting sun. After noticing its gaze, he smiled at it. The little fellow was so scared that it quickly got up and jumped directly into the huge rock. Chun Pingon laughed and jumped down from the stone. He really left this Russia temple and stopped teasing the little spirit. The little fellow hid in the stone for a long time before it dared to sneak out. It looked around, and after confirming that the person was gone, it came to the place where the person was sitting. It suddenly opened its eyes wide and found a coin with spiritual energy lingering around it. Most spirits in the world liked the immortal coins on the mountain and ate them. Chun Pingon just casually put down a piece of snow to spend money. However, when Chun Pingon left the city and walked out of the official road, just as he entered the mountain, he found a little thing with tears in its eyes standing in front of the path. It was holding the piece of snow with both its hands and looking at Chun Pingon. The little thing seemed to be nervous and happy at the same time. Chun Pingon slowly walked over. The little fellow was naturally timid and disappeared on the road in an instant. After repeating this several times, the little fellow followed Chun Pingon for nearly 100 miles on the mountain road. Chun Pingon didn't take the initiative to approach it and let it follow him at a distance. An adult and a child walked together like this. When they arrived at the deep mountain forest that the child mentioned, the mountain was really steep. When Chun Pingon was about to walk out of the mountain boundary, he met a little spirit that seemed to have gone crazy. Its clothes were ragged, and it was staggering. It was muttering a sad sentence repeatedly, with such a heart. "How can you become a Buddha? How can you become a Buddha?" The little fellow was so scared that it didn't care about anything else. It ran all the way and hid at Chun Pingon's feet. After that, the little fellow completely let down its guard. It was either jumping around Chun Pingon or squatting on Chun Pingon's shoulder. Later, Chun Pingon brought this new companion who couldn't speak and passed by a country that was constantly at war. The people were in a terrible situation, and a group of heroes were forced to become bandits. They occupied a mountain and set up a big flag. Along the way, Chun Pingon heard about the heroic deeds of these 36 heroes. How heroic they were, how superb their martial arts were, and how powerful they were. Of course, Chun Pingon didn't believe all of it. However, he also thought that if there was a chance, he would go to the mountain to take a look and see the heroes. Even if they might not be willing to drink with him at the same table, it would be good to get some chivalrous spirit from afar. In the end, Chun Pingon went there because of the reputation and encountered a black shop that sold human meat buns. When Chun Pingon saw that several traveling merchants had fainted, he also pretended to be unconscious. He tied them up behind the shop and threw them on a large pork chopping board. Then a shop assistant came to them with a boning knife and yawned. In a nearby provincial city, an executioner was just about to execute a great bandit. Unexpectedly, there were dozens of people trying to rob the execution ground. In particular, there was a burly man who held a pair of axes in his hands. He was so excited that he laughed heartily. Regardless of whether it was the commoners who came to watch the show or the soldiers, they were all cleaved in half by his axes. A short, dark-skinned man taught him a lesson. Only then did he give up resentfully. His eyebrows drooped in shame and his killing intent was gone. The dark-skinned man glanced at the burly man and waved his hand for him to leave. The man looked around. His face was full of exhaustion, but more than that, he felt gratified and happy. When he reprimanded the burly man with the pair of axes, he spoke harshly and sternly. However, when he looked at the back of his trusted general, there was a smile in the corners of his eyes. This group of people successfully saved the bandit at the execution ground. They had already prepared horses not far away and galloped away, leaving the chaotic city at top speed. The soldiers didn't dare to leave the city to pursue them. When everyone dismounted from their horses and walked into their shops in high spirits and laughter, they found that the familiar couple was no longer in the shop. There was only a young man in white, and there was a long sword on the table in front of him. The sword chi was dense. In less than half an hour, Chun Pingon left the shop. In the shop behind him, there were people who died and people who survived. They were all heroes in the eyes of the world. Indeed, almost everyone died without hesitation. Even at death's door, they were still full of heroic spirit. However, the group of people who survived were mostly silent from the beginning to the end. Some of them took the initiative to stop after suffering a little injury. They didn't speak arrogantly, and there wasn't much desire for revenge in their eyes. Instead, there was a kind of blankness. It was as if they were saying that, since life was already like this, it could only be like this. Chun Pingon didn't care about this. After leaving the shop, he found a group of handsome horses by the roadside. After thinking for a while, Chun Pingon led a tall horse from the roadside and mounted it. It was a natural process, and he was very familiar with it. First it was swaying, then it was galloping. 304. Chun Pingon did not expect that this trip to Jianghu would take half a year. It was not because the path to the Taoist temple was too far, but because Chun Pingon followed the instructions of the long chief behind him. He walked in circles in a majestic city and spent a full 3 months, but he still could not find the so-called Taoist temple. In the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom, Chun Pingon asked all the peddlers, Jianghu warriors, leaders of the escort agency, officials of the yamen, and so on, but he did not hear of any Taoist temple. Chun Pingon flipped through various historical records, county records, and personal writings, but still could not find any clues. The only gain was that Chun Pingon could speak the official language of the Nanyuan kingdom fluently. In this way, from the late autumn to the heavy snow, to the pitter-patter of the spring rain, until the arrival of summer, Chun Pingon could be sure that the entrance of the Taoist temple was in the capital, but he still could not find the door. Even if Chun Pingon had a strong will, he began to waver and become irritable. During this period, Chun Pingon had seen many strange things. He saw a floating green dress at night. It was like a beautiful woman dancing, and its sleeves were like flowing water. He inadvertently saw through a camouflage. He saw a section of the inner city wall supported by bones, and every green brick was engraved with Buddhist scriptures. He also met monks that were not easy to see in the Aquarius continent. Buddhism was popular in the Nanyuan kingdom, and there were temples everywhere. Chun Pingon learned about the many kasayas of the monks and the differences between chanting monks, preaching monks, teaching monks, and guarding monks. Once when he left the capital for a breath of fresh air, he followed a group of monks with secret orders from the imperial court to a tragic battlefield. Chun Pingon saw more than 100 chanting monks sitting on lotus-praying mats. Several chanting monks took off their boots and walked barefoot. They lowered their heads and put their palms together. When they walked and when their lips opened, snow-white lotus flowers bloomed. The monks had a string of prayer beads wrapped around their palms. If there were malicious spirits, they would be repelled by the golden luster of the prayer beads. The prayer beads shone with golden light, the monks looked solemn, and lotus flowers bloomed with every step. They led the tens of thousands of resentful souls to follow them into the gates of hell that bordered the yin and yang. In the end, Chun Pingon sat in the distance, put his palms together like the monks, and bowed his head in silence. After returning to the capital, Chun Pingon still could not find a Taoist temple. Chun Pingon gritted his teeth and prepared to secretly go to the palace. On this day, the sun was high in the sky. Chun Pingon came to a well and looked down. It was bottomless and dark. Chun Pingon looked at it for a while, but he could not see the door, so he retracted his gaze and continued to wander. He looked back at the well. When he stood there just now, it seemed to be cool. Since the battle with Kai Jingshan, the consecrator of the Great Sui Kingdom, Cui Dongshan had won the title of the ancestor of the Kai family. He was very popular in the Cliff Academy. Plus, Cui Dongshan's current appearance, the red mole between his eyebrows and his handsome appearance, was very likable. Cui Dongshan could walk freely in the academy, and he was always accompanied by a personal maidservant named Xie Xie. Today, the two of them went to listen to Master Ji's lesson. Cui Dongshan, who was lying on the windowsill outside, fell asleep halfway through the lesson. Xie Xie stood aside, not daring to disturb her master's dream. All the students in the room had to hold back their laughter, which was very difficult. Master Gu wanted to beat Cui Dongshan with a ruler, But when he thought of Kai Jingshan, who had moved out of the capital with his family, he held back his anger. He must go back and talk to the deputy headmaster, Mao Xiaodong, and forbid Cui Dongshan to come near his class in the future. Cui Dongshan shuddered, as if he had a nightmare. After opening his eyes, it took him a long time to recover. He swaggered back to his residence with his maidservant, Xie Xie. After Xie Xie closed the door, Cui Dongshan took off his boots and stepped over the threshold. With a wave of his sleeve, fog rose, and finally a map of the Aquarius continent appeared. Cui Dongshan crossed one hand and pinched his chin with the other. He first stood at the northernmost point of the Aquarius continent, the Great Sui Kingdom. His gaze moved down south, past the Huangting Kingdom, the Great Sui Kingdom, and stopped at the central part of the Lakeview Academy, the Tsai Kingdom, and the Shushui Kingdom. Finally, he suddenly lay on the ground and looked around. Xie Xie sat on the threshold. This map of the continent almost took up the entire room. If she went in, she would definitely be scolded or even beaten. Cui Dongshan had been lying there the whole time. He asked casually, "Do you think that in the Great Sui Kingdom, in the Jianghu on the mountain, and at the foot of the mountain, there is no one who scolds the emperor? Is he an incapable ruler who begs for mercy without fighting?" Xie Xie answered honestly, "I don't know about the things outside. In the academy, the teachers from the Great Sui Kingdom only frowned and sighed. I have never heard of anyone scolding." Cui Dongshan climbed up and smiled. "There is one good thing about being a scholar. You don't scold the emperor. You only scold the treacherous officials, powerful officials, fox spirits, and relatives. Of course, nothing is absolute. There are definitely people who dare to scold the emperor, but those who scold well and hit the nail on the head are very few." Xie Xie was already used to interacting with Cui Dongshan. She said perfunctorily, "Young master is wise." She was really being perfunctory and did not bother to hide it. Not to mention the great Li's state preceptor, who was like an old fox spirit. Even someone like Li Huai, who was not smart, could see through it at a glance. But Cui Dongshan did not mind. Cui Dongshan put his hands on his hips and opened his mouth. He suddenly inhaled and swallowed all the fog on the map. Then Cui Dongshan raised his hands and bared his fangs and claws. He opened his mouth and roared like a fierce tiger. The corner of Xie Xie's mouth twitched. Cui Dongshan patted his sleeves and said proudly, "You are really like a tiger swallowing 10,000 miles. Amazing, amazing." The maid Xie Xie hated that she did not dare to roll her eyes. She turned her head and looked at the high wall of the courtyard. No matter how the Great Sui Kingdom's court was surging with undercurrents, this East Mountain and the Academy were peaceful again. A golden thread suddenly came from outside the courtyard. It was silent and as fast as lightning, although it was extremely thin, and not even as thin as a woman's hair. When this thin golden thread appeared out of thin air, the temperature of the entire courtyard increased as the weather turned cold in late autumn. It made people feel like they were in the hot summer. Xie Xie was stunned and had no time to react. Her mind was blank. Although the temperature in the courtyard was scorching, Xie Xie's body was cold. She turned her head stiffly and saw that Cui Dongshan's forehead was pierced by the golden thread. He fell backward and crashed to the ground. It must be the assassination method of a land immortal. In the distance, a voice full of vicissitudes sounded. "Demons are causing chaos in the country. Death is not to be regretted." Further away, as the master of this small world, Deputy Headmaster Mao Xiaodong shouted angrily, "How dare you commit murder in the academy?" Xie Xie's eyes were dull. She still sat on the threshold and looked at the young man in white who fell to the ground. He died just like that. Xie Xie was suddenly awakened by a light pat on her shoulder. Her body tensed up. She turned her head and was about to slap back. However, Xie Xie hurriedly stopped with an expression as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. It turned out that Chui Dongshan was standing in front of her and bending down to look at her. He narrowed his eyes and put one hand behind his back. He gently stretched out a finger and pointed at Xie's forehead, pushing her into the room. However, the mysterious thing was that Xie's body had fallen to the ground, but her ethereal soul was left in the same place. Chui Dongshan used a barbaric secret technique to forcefully separate her body and soul. Her soul could not withstand the destruction of the Yang Qi and was about to dissipate. Chui Dongshan sized up Xie's soul and finally found something strange in one of her Qi palaces. He smiled and said, "Playing hide and seek with me? You're too inexperienced." Then, like a chess player, he grabbed a dark green of light from Xie's soul and casually crushed it between his fingers. Xie's body, which had already lost its senses, jumped up like a fish on a chopping board. Chui Dongshan slapped the face of Xie's soul and scolded with a smile, "You can't do anything right. Go back." Xie slowly woke up with a splitting headache. She struggled to sit up with one hand on the ground and the other on her forehead. She was in so much pain that her face was covered in tears. Chui Dongshan strode over the threshold and bent down to pick up an extremely high-grade substitute puppet talisman. He crushed it into ashes with his fingers and turned his head to laugh. "Mao Xiaodong, how can you tolerate this? She has already defecated and peed in your house." During the chase, Mao Xiaodong's sneering voice came from the small courtyard. "Yes, you are that pile of shit." Chui Dongshan chuckled and said, "If I walk around every day, wouldn't our Cliff Academy become a latrine?" Xie did not say a word. Chui Dongshan was too lazy to explain the dangers and mysteries to her. He sat down cross-legged and frowned. Why was Lakeview Academy so patient? Dolly's Iron Cavalry's journey to the south was too smooth. This was not what he had expected. According to his original plan, he had to go through at least 4 difficult battles. One was with the secular dynasty near the central region. One was with Lakeview Academy. One was with the White Frost dynasty in the southern Aquarius continent. And one was with the mountain forces in the southern Aquarius continent. Could it be that many forces other than Dolly's Mahis family had secretly entered Aquarius continent? It was a pity that he was no longer Dolly's imperial tutor. He could no longer obtain much of the top-secret information. Even the identity of the chess players and the style of the chess were all at a loss. Chui Dongshan suddenly asked, "Have you ever thought of taking root in Dolly's Dragon Spring?" Xie shook her head. "Never thought of it." The tall old man, Mao Xiaodong, strode into the courtyard. It was a nascent soul cultivator of unknown origin. He escaped. Chui Dongshan didn't care at all and smiled. "This is just a test. You should be more careful of the teachers and students of the academy. There are always some so-called good people in the world who think they are infallible. They feel that the world should operate according to their ideas. Once the Cliff Academy and the capital of the Sui dynasty become enemies, the 2 mountain alliances between the Gao family and the Song family may be nullified." Mao Xiaodong frowned. "Are we really going to seal the mountains?" As for today's assassination, it did not make much difference whether it was the intention of some mountain forces in the Great Sui Kingdom or the work of Chui Dong's enemy. Chui Dongshan was not joking when he mentioned the possibility. Chui Dongshan sneered. "Why? Do you feel embarrassed?" Mao Xiaodong made up his mind and turned to leave. Chui Dongshan laughed. "Mao Xiaodong, if you say that you are a piece of shit and something happens to you, I can help the academy." Mao Xiaodong turned his head and said expressionlessly, "I am a piece of shit." Chui Dongshan said resentfully, "If I say that I am 2 pieces of shit, can I take back what I said and watch the fire from the other side of the river comfortably?" The old man twitched the corner of his mouth, spat out the word "no," and quickly left. Chui Dongshan sighed and fell backward, falling to the ground with a thud. He clasped his 2 fingers in front of his body and stood up, muttering, "Urgent as ordered by the law," and rolled around in the room. Xie gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Cui Dongshan stopped his childish behavior and lay on the floor like a corpse. He said something even more childish. Sir, when will you come back? I was bullied. Xie was helpless. Cui Dongshan raised his head and asked, Do you think your child is joking? Xie hesitated for a moment and nodded. Cui Dongshan lay on his side and held his head with one hand. He sneered, With Chimpingon here, no matter how high his cultivation is, I only need to do my best. If I am right, I won't be scolded. If I am wrong, I will be scolded. Anyway, I don't need to think too much. As for you, you can take less of my beating. Yu Lu is such a heartless person. He can just watch the show. Lin Shuyi will turn more to cultivation. As for Li Huai, he is timid, so he has more reason to be timid. Anyway, Chimpingon will protect him. In any case, all the worries will be shouldered by this mister of mine. Languid, Cui Dongshan did not speak anymore. Xie was a little curious and missed a little girl who liked to wear red. Cui Dongshan sighed. Probably only little treasure bottle will feel sorry for my child. With a cry, Cui Dongshan began to roll around on the floor again. He held his heart and shouted, When I think of this, my heart aches. After the short incident of the assassination, Cliff Academy began to seal the gate under the insistence of the deputy headmaster, Mao Xiaodong. Teachers, students, and servants were all not allowed to leave. The headmaster in name, the Minister of Rights of the Great Sui Kingdom, disagreed with this. However, the emperor supported this and secretly sent a few more consecrators to hide near East Mountain. He also allowed Prince Gao Xian to officially enter the academy. Today, Gao Xian accompanied his good friend, Yu Lu, to fish by the lake. As time passed, Yu Lu finally opened up to Gao Xian. First, because of his identity as the former crown prince of the Lu dynasty. Second, because of his martial cultivation, level 7. After Gao Xian heard this, he only said, Oh, and wow. The prince of the Great Sui Kingdom's eyes were shining. He was proud of his choice of friends. Yu Lu did not think there was anything wrong with this. Gao Xian also said a lot of sad things about his family. When he was with a girl, he wanted to be perfect. It did not mean that he really liked her. When he was with a guy, he did not care about his shortcomings and treated him with sincerity. It was most likely that he really treated him as a friend. The two of them were of the same age. They each held a green bamboo fishing rod and waited quietly for the fish to take the bait. Gao Xian asked, Didn't you say that the treasure bottle assembly would hold a martial arts circle assembly? Why haven't I seen you attend it since I entered the academy? Yu Lu smiled and said, The treasure bottle assembly held it 3 times. After that, they stopped gathering heroes. It's hard to say about the others, but I'm a little disappointed. Gao Xian pointed to the path by the shore and smiled. Li Huai is over there. Yu Lu did not turn around to look. He did not even need to look to know that Li Huai must be playing with his 2 friends. One was a cheerful and somewhat mischievous child from a humble family, and the other was a timid and introverted gongsun. The 3 of them somehow got together and were inseparable every day. It was said that under the suggestion of the child from a humble family, the 3 of them even cut off a chicken's head and burned yellow paper to become sworn brothers. The so-called chicken's head was just a bird caught from a tree, and the yellow paper was a page secretly torn from a book. After this was exposed, the 3 of them were even beaten up by the teacher. The 3 of them used the branches in their hands as swords by the lake. They fought back and forth, whistling through the air. Li Huai naturally saw Yu Lu fishing by the shore. However, he hesitated and still did not greet Yu Lu. If it were Lin Shui, Li Huai might have chatted with him. However, Li Huai was not particularly close to Yu Lu and Xie. In the Great Sui Kingdom's traveling team, Li Huai, Li Baoping, and Lin Shui were classmates and also from the same hometown. Their friendship was more important than that of Yu Lu and Xie. Lin Shui went less these days. In addition to attending classes every day, He spent most of his time cultivating in his own small courtyard. This courtyard was obtained from the academy by a respected old teacher. The old teacher was a cultivator and was willing to teach Lin Shi everything he knew. Not only did he explain the many subtleties of the cloud gem book that Lin Shi carried with him, but he also brought several treasured immortal secret books to the small courtyard for Lin Shi to read. Whenever the old teacher had time, he would come to the small courtyard to solve problems for Lin Shi. Although the old and the young were not master and disciple in name, they were master and disciple in reality. In addition to studying the boring classics, Lin Shi spent more time on peaceful cultivation. Xin asked, "In the cold autumn, there was a girl in the academy who changed her thin red dress into a heavier one. As for the cotton-padded jacket, she did not need it for the time being. She would often go to the tall tree at the top of East Mountain alone and sit there in a daze or eat some snacks to satisfy her cravings. When the homework was complicated, she would also sit on the tree branch with a book in her hand to memorize so that she would not be punished by the teacher the next day. Fortunately, when she had a little free time, she would prepare the articles that the teacher needed to punish her. They were stacked neatly and had accumulated a lot in the school. Therefore, she now had the nickname of Book-Copying Girl in the Cliff Academy. Today, Li Baoping swung her feet on the tree and counted with her fingers, counting how long she had been separated from her youngest uncle. It's been so long. Why hasn't he come back yet? Li Baoping's eyes were gloomy. Ha! Since it's been so long, does it mean that the next time we meet is near? Li Baoping was happy again. Therefore, the girl in red stood up and jumped on the tree branch, trying to look as far as possible. Maybe youngest uncle is already standing at the foot of the mountain. Thud. Li Baoping fell to the ground. His face was covered in dirt, and his body was covered in dust. Fortunately, she was experienced and knew how to make the fall less painful. In the end, Li Baoping was not injured, but her body was sore and swollen. Grimacing in pain, the little girl hurriedly looked around. Seeing that no one had seen her embarrassed state, she staggered down the mountain. Along the way, many people took the initiative to greet her. Li Baoping agreed to them one by one. After returning to the school, she had nothing to do and began to copy books again. Li Baoping glanced at the belongings on the desk and smiled brightly. Heh! The next time youngest uncle comes to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, I can skip classes for 10 days. After that, when the teacher comes to settle the score, I'll move this mountain of books to him. The more Li Baoping thought about it, the smarter she felt. She skillfully copied books with one hand and gave him a thumbs up with the other. Her eyes lit up, and she said, as expected of the leader of the martial arts world, "So domineering." On Luapa Mountain in Longquan County, after receiving a letter, the little boy in green who rarely went to the small town to reply to the letter. He was full of confidence. Then, for the first time, he went to MT Padding Cloud and Dolly's North Peak Palace to look for Wei Pai. However, after returning to the bamboo house, the girl in pink found that he was not in a good mood. Although she did not know what he wanted, it probably did not go well. The little boy in green did not want to complain to her. He just sighed alone at the edge of the cliff. Soon, his fighting spirit was high. He went down the mountain and went to the small town again. He braced himself and visited the county government and the kiln supervisor's office. When he came back, he was sick again. 2 days later, he went to the newly built Longquan County outside the mountains in the north and looked for County Governor Wu Yuan. The little boy in green was so busy that the little girl in pink was confused. Although he was not serious usually, she knew that he was proud and arrogant. In the past, he did not even like Wei Pai. Although he would be very flattering when he met Mountain God Wei, after flattering him, he would turn around and spit, not to mention County Magistrate Yuan, Supervisor Chow, or County Governor Wu. The little girl in pink could not help but ask. He only said, "What do you know?" Then he moved a bamboo chair and sat alone at the edge of the cliff. Finally, one day, the little boy in green began to walk with a swagger. The little girl in pink was afraid that he would find her annoying again, so she did not ask. This time, the little boy in green was in a good mood. He took the initiative to move 2 bamboo chairs under the eaves. He crossed his legs and ate melon seeds. The little girl in pink thought to herself, "Is he stupid?" The little boy in green was in high spirits as he said with a smile, "The matter that Brother Water God entrusted to me has been completed. I have already sent a letter to Wanting Country's Imperial River Water God Temple." The little girl in pink was stunned. What did Imperial River Water God want you to do? The little boy in green grinned and said, "Didn't Wanting Country become Dolly's vassal state? Brother Water God heard that I was doing well in Dolly, so he wanted me to help him build a bridge. Other than ensuring that the Water God Temple would not be demolished, it would be best if I could get him a peace token from Dolly. This trivial matter is nothing. Isn't it done?" It turned out that Imperial River Water God had sent a letter from Wanting Country asking him to do something. The little boy in green had patted his chest and promised that he would do it. In the letter, he said that Brother Water God could rest assured that it was a trivial matter that was not worth mentioning. He just had to wait for his good news. The little girl in pink cursed in her heart, "Trivial matter? Previously, you were always scratching your head and looking like you had nothing to live for. What is this? Besides, how can you have the nerve to say that you are doing well in Longquan? Even your diligent cultivation is only to be killed by 2 punches. Every time you muster the courage to go down the mountain, you must be trembling in fear." The little girl in pink asked softly, "Did Mountain God Way help you solve it?" The little boy in green's expression changed slightly. His smile was a little forced as he pretended to be heroic and said, "Of course. What kind of relationship do I have with Wei Pai? We are so close, and we call each other brothers every day. This is just a small matter. How would Wei Pai dare to say no? The first time I went up Mt. Padding Cloud to visit the North Mountain Palace, Old Wei had some matters to attend to. You don't know how courteous the auxiliary deities of the North Mountain Palace were to me. They prepared a big banquet to entertain me." The little girl in pink did not say anything. She just did not want to expose him. After all, he was so prideful. The little boy in green was full of joy as he spoke. However, in the end, he lost his spirit and stopped talking. He silently ate his melon seeds. During their second meeting, Wei Pai indeed nodded and agreed. As the North Mountain God, he asked the Dolly Imperial Court for 2 protective talismans for his brother, Imperial River Water God. However, he paid a small price as an exchange. Chun Pingon gave him a high-quality snake gallstone. The little boy in green was pained, but he did not regret it. He suddenly laughed and stretched out his hand, pointing to the south. "Stupid girl, in the future, when we reach Yujiang, I'll bring you to my Water God brother's residence. We'll drink a big bowl of wine and eat a big piece of meat. I'll let you know how popular I am over there. Because I'm the one who brings you there, everyone will respect you." The little girl in pink was speechless. However, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of his face. He was in high spirits, and she could not bear to see him like this. She said softly, "All right, remember not to ask for big fish and big meat. I'll just eat some seasonal delicacies." The little boy in green laughed. "That's not difficult at all. I just need to say the word." The 2 of them fell silent. He suddenly said, "If Old Master is on the mountain, I should be able to make fewer trips, right?" The little girl in pink hummed softly. On the mountain to the west, Dong Shuijing's wonton stall was doing better and better. The good men and women who came to the mountain temple to burn incense all loved to come here and eat a bowl to relieve their hunger. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As the business grew, the stall became too small. As a result, Dong Shuijing decided to just build a stall. This way, even in the terrible weather, customers could come in and eat while waiting for the rain to stop. Moreover, this young man was easy to talk to. Even if he did not pay for the wontons, he would just use the stall as a resting place. Not only did he not chase people away, he would even get the two newly hired shop assistants to deliver a steaming hot bowl of tea. The shop's expenses grew, but the price of every bowl of wonton never rose, and the taste never changed. It was to the point that several officials of Longquan County rushed over when they heard the news. For example, the governor of Longquan County, Wu Yuan, who had the highest official status, ate a bowl of fragrant wonton in the stall and praised it endlessly. In the dusk of this day, the stall was about to close. He got the shop assistants to serve the few scattered tables of customers. Dong Shuijing had a rare moment of leisure. After a day of hard work, he was completely exhausted. He sat at the entrance of the stall and picked up a bowl of tea, slowly drinking it. Dong Shuijing suddenly stood up. He hurriedly finished the rest of the tea and quickly walked over. A group of people walked down the mountain. Among them was a familiar face. She should have followed the elders of her family up the mountain to burn incense. She had only just come down the mountain. Looking at the time, she was most likely going to stay in Longquan County City. Dong Shuijing smiled and greeted them. He looked the same age as the adults, calling them uncle and aunt. Then he looked at the girl who was slightly taller and asked, Shi Chuanjia, when did you come back? The little girl no longer tied her hair into a ponytail. In the past, Shi Chuanjia had followed Li Baoping and Dong Shuijing on a short, soul-stirring trip. After returning to the small town, these children were divided into 3 groups and went their separate ways. Each of them had their own choices. Li Baoping, Li Huai, and Lin Shi followed Chen Pingon to the Great Sui Kingdom to study. Dong Shuijing stayed in the small town. After attending school for a period of time, he quickly left. Of the 2 ancestral residences in the small town, he kept one and sold the other. Not only did he buy a luxurious mansion half a street long in the county city, he used the remaining money as capital to start a business on his own. Only Shi Chuanjia's family sold the ancestral shop in Dragon Riding Alley and moved to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom with her family. It was unknown whether she returned to her hometown this time to worship her ancestors or something else. Shi Jiachuan's parents had only heard of Dong Shuijing, but had never seen him. Seeing that their daughter was reluctant to leave, they took the opportunity to say that they wanted to eat a few bowls of wonton. Dong Shuijing personally cooked and brought them to the table. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he returned to behind the counter. Shi Jiachuan finished eating hastily and ran to Dong Shuijing's side, quietly asking if there was any news about the treasure bottle. Dong Shuijing could only repeat some of the things that Chen Pingon had said. Shi Jiachuan pricked up her ears and did not want to miss a single word. Dong Shuijing looked around and saw that the wonton was almost finished. He asked, seemingly casually, "Are you coming back to stay here this time?" Shi Jiachuan nodded and said, "I heard that the new school here was founded by the Chun family of Dragon Tail Creek. My grandfather let me and my parents come back. Anyway, the shop is sold, but the ancestral house is still there. There is a place to stay." Dong Shuijing nodded. In the end, Shi Jiachuan and the others still took the money, but compared to usual, each bowl was less copper coins. Shi Jiachuan was a straightforward girl. Seeing that Dong Shuijing dared to take the money, she glared fiercely at this classmate who only cared about money. Dong Shuijing smiled slightly and did not mind. Watching them leave, he knew that there would be many opportunities to meet in the future. When doing business, when acquaintances come to the door, you must not kill them, but you can't not take money. It's best if you don't earn or lose money. Otherwise, the more business you do, the fewer friends you have. If you lose money every time, that person still likes to come to the door from time to time, which proves that the other party does not treat you as a friend. If you earn more than usual every time, then it's even more clear that you don't treat that person as a friend at all. If that's the case, it's more straightforward. If it's the former, it's more worrying. After confirming that there would be no more customers, The two shop assistants were already exhausted. Dong Shuijing made 2 big bowls of wonton for each of them and watched them wolfing it down. Dong Shuijing looked at the night outside the shop and then saw a man with a long sword hanging on his back crossing the threshold. The Mahist hero, named Su Ruo, had just returned to the ferry of Longquan County from Old Dragon City and came here directly. He smiled and asked the tall young man, "I've already told you about her information against the rules. So, have you decided now?" Dong Shuijing nodded. Since she was already a celestial, he could not live like this anymore. If he did that, he could live for decades or even hundreds of years. No matter whether he could get together with that lady in the end. It was always good to be able to see her a few more times. A little demon with the surname Gu appeared at Slip Lake. His name was Gu Ken, and he was the last disciple of Lu Jimao, the true lord of Azure Gorge Island. He could actually control a flood dragon whose strength was comparable to the peak of the Golden Core realm. In the bloody battle between the disciples of the same sect, the flood dragon killed many people on Azure Gorge Island. What was more strange was that Lu Jimao did not stop it from the beginning to the end. Even when his first disciple was bitten to death by the beast, he still did not show up. If that was the end, Gu Kant's ferocious name would not have spread across Slip Lake, the largest water body of the Aquarius continent. The reason was that after that, on the blue waves of Slip Lake, there would often be a seemingly innocent child wandering around. At first, there were Qi refinement warriors who mistakenly thought that the child was using spells to control water and avoid water. That was why he could leisurely swim on the lake without moving his feet. Generally speaking, everyone minded their own business. However, there was one time when he caused a great disaster. More than 20 young Qi refinement warriors who were on good terms with each other were on a huge boat. They were sightseeing on the lake, and they accidentally met that child. The two of them faced each other, and no one was willing to give way. Hence, a conflict broke out. As a result, when the two sides were about to collide, the child, with his arms crossed, suddenly rose up. It turned out that he was standing on a huge flood dragon. It pressed down with its claws and cut a warship in half. First, the Qi trainers who tried to escape from the sunken ship by riding the wind were hit by a jet of water from the beast's mouth. After that, they were only left with skeletons. As for those who were drenched, their stomachs were cut open by the beast's claws. Those who were unlucky were put into the mouth and chewed. All the weapons and skills that hit its body did not hurt or itch at all. It did not even bother to dodge. The most miserable person was a smart person who tried to capture the leader first. He was a sword cultivator with a noble status. He was somewhat famous in Slip Lake, where many heroes rose up together. He used his natal flying sword to assassinate the child who was standing on the head of the flood dragon. The flood dragon, which had been playing around, immediately became extremely irritable. It controlled the lake water around its body to raise monstrous waves, trapping the sword practitioner in a square water cage. Then, the beast used some kind of secret technique to suck out all the air, allowing the sword practitioner's spiritual qi to dry up and his body to explode to death. There was a loud bang. Blood splattered everywhere in the cage. It was as if a huge flower had bloomed. The child sat cross-legged on the head of the flood dragon and laughed. Some of the Dragon Gate cultivators and Gold Core bigwigs who rushed over were frightened when they saw this scene at close range. Previously, when the Green Canyon Island was fighting among themselves, they were far away. At that time, the beast did not show any skills similar to those of Qi trainers. But today, they saw that the beast seemed to have enlightened its mind and comprehended its natal power from only a few hundred feet away. If the ancient books about the flood dragon tribe were not wrong, would it not be a veritable flood dragon of the earth immortal realm as long as it made further progress? Being able to take human form, in the ancient era, when flood dragons flourished, would have been qualified to own a dragon palace in a great river. This group of famous great cultivators from the Book Lake still thought that they were lucky in the beginning. They wanted to secretly save one or two of their disciples, but when the beast waved its claws gently, a huge claw mark appeared on the old cultivator's body hundreds of feet away, and he exploded in the air. Even if there was a gap of 1 or 2 realms between the cultivators of the middle 5 states, the outcome of the battle was not suspenseful. But generally, it would not be so decisive. Everyone looked at each other. In the end, no one saved the disciples of the sect who fell into the water. They chose to protect themselves and quickly retreated. After that, some people sneaked into Verdant Canyon Island and tried to assassinate the devil Gu Ken, but they were all killed by Lu Jimao. In half a year, 5 or 6 assassination attempts were made, but they were all stopped by Verdant Canyon Island. Half a year later, with Lu Jimao as the leader, Gu Ken and the beast as the main force, they killed the island sects where the assassins were from. Without exception, only some young boys and girls with good cultivation talent were selected. The rest were all killed. They searched 3 feet deep and collected all the treasures and artifacts. For a time, Verdant Canyon Island vaguely became the master of the islands of Slip Lake. Those who followed it would prosper, and those who opposed it would perish. Now, Gu Ken and his mother lived in the most magnificent mansion on Verdant Canyon Island. Several times, the master and disciple joined forces to destroy the mountains of other sections. After the battle, Gu Ken would ask the senior sister who had tipped him off to help him select some outstanding beauties. They were all young and would be the candidates for the future open-clothes girls. He also specially asked someone to teach him how to play zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Today, it was rare that Gu Ken didn't go out to play. He accompanied his mother to the back hall and knelt respectfully on the futon. He kowtowed to a memorial tablet and offered incense. The woman had been living like a princess these years. Her appearance and figure had become more and more plump and moving. After the woman got up, she closed her eyes and put her palms together. She murmured softly, as if she was telling her dead husband that she was safe. Gu Ken stood in the solemn and silent hall. He raised his head and looked at the incense in front of him. This child, whose hands had been stained with countless blood, was speechless. When the mother and daughter crossed the threshold together, Gu Ken suddenly called out, "Mother." The woman holding Gu Ken's little hand looked down and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Gu Ken squeezed out a smile and shook his head, saying that it was nothing. In the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, there was a starving, skinny little girl. Her clothes were tattered and her eyes were cold. She carefully walked to the Qinghe district, where the nobles gathered. She was familiar with the place and came to the back door of a luxurious mansion. Under the scorching sun, the skinny little girl was sweating profusely, but her expression was still cold. She squatted in the shade of a big tree and looked up. She looked at the blazing sun in the sky. That light made her eyes tear up. She silently withdrew her gaze and wiped her tears. Soon, the back door of the mansion was secretly opened. From the narrow crack of the door, a person about the same age as the skinny little girl slipped out. She was a rich little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade. She was wearing gorgeous clothes and was holding a small wooden box with some difficulty. She was sweating profusely. She jogged all the way to the skinny little girl and said with a bright smile, "A gift for you." In the middle of summer, there were some water stains on the small wooden box. The skinny little girl frowned and took the wooden box. Holding it in her arms, she opened the lid with one hand. The beautiful little girl in front of her smiled happily. "Do you still remember that we made this snowman together last winter? I asked the people in the mansion to put it in the ice house. I deliberately took it out today to give it to you. Do you like it?" The skinny little girl lowered her head and stared at the little snowman. Her expression couldn't be seen clearly. That beautiful girl who had walked out of a noble family was still there, innocently asking if he liked her or not, as if she was asking for credit. The skinny little girl slowly raised her head and asked, "Where's the food?" The beautiful little girl exclaimed and apologized. "I'm sorry, I forgot." She had a sad face and kept apologizing. In a moment, "I will go to the temple with my parents to burn incense and pray for blessings. I can't bring you anything to eat today. I'm sorry." The skinny little girl's mouth twitched. She lowered her head and looked at the little snowman in the small wooden box. Bang! The wooden box accidentally fell to the ground. The beautiful little girl was about to cry. She quickly squatted down. The skinny little girl squatted down as well. She reached out and picked up a pebble from the wall. She glanced at the little snowman that was broken into two halves in the wooden box. Then she raised her hand high and smashed it at the little girl in the beautiful dress. A cool breeze blew past. When the beautiful little girl raised her head and squeezed out a smile, wanting to tell her good friend that it was okay, she was surprised to find that there was a stranger in front of her. He was wearing a beautiful snow-white robe and had a sword on his back. There was a small vermilion gourd hanging at his waist. The little girl blinked her watery eyes and turned her head slightly to look at the skinny little girl. She was full of questions. She found that her good friend was holding hands with that person. The guy with the sword on his back smiled and pointed in the direction of the back door. He said, "You go home first. Look, someone is waiting for you." Sure enough, the butler, Grandpa Zhao, had already found her. The beautiful little girl held the small wooden box and hesitated. She didn't know if she should give it to her playmate or take it home and continue to hide it in the ice cellar. Fortunately, the stranger made the decision for her. "Take it back. You can't keep it outside. What a pity. You can wait until it snows this winter, and then make this little snowman into a big snowman." The little girl nodded vigorously. Holding the small wooden box, she said goodbye to her good friend that she had known for nearly 2 years. The skinny little girl was silent. When the door closed, Chun Pingon let go of the little girl's hand. He felt that this little lunatic was unbelievable. The two children were clearly on good terms. Just because the other didn't bring food once she wanted to kill him, Chun Pingon looked down and asked, "Who are you?" The little girl raised her head and asked, "Why do you care?" 3:05. Chun Pingon looked at the skinny child with cold eyes. Even though she was only a child and was far from Zhu Lu's age, Chun Pingon still felt disgusted with her. Chun Pingon stopped looking at her and turned to look at the back door of the mansion. The seemingly amiable and weak old housekeeper happened to be holding the young master's hand as they crossed the threshold. The housekeeper turned to look at Chun Pingon, and their eyes met. Chun Pingon nodded slightly in greeting. The housekeeper hesitated for a moment before nodding back. Everything was understood without words. If Chun Pingon did not appear today, the skinny child would have died quietly. Moreover, the old man was obviously willing to show kindness to a fellow who he could not see through. He chose not to punish the ungrateful little bastard and let Chun Pingon deal with her. Chun Pingon withdrew his gaze and said to the child, "Don't come here again, or you will die." The little girl grinned and did not speak. Chun Pingon turned and left. The skinny girl spat in the direction where Chun Pingon disappeared. She did not forget to spit at the high wall and the gate. However, after doing these two small actions filled with resentment, her stomach, which was already rumbling with hunger, became even hungrier. She felt a little dizzy. She went back the way she came and tried her best to walk along the base of the wall. Not to mention the middle of the road, she did not even let the carriages and pedestrians on the road look at her. If she angered them, she would really die. As for the man in the snow-white robe, she was not afraid. She had a keen intuition about malice since she was young. She was very clear about who she could provoke and who she could not. Chun Pingon did not go far. He quietly observed the little girl who was covered in thorns. She walked and rested along the way, walking weakly. She looked around cautiously and waited for a moment. Then She skillfully climbed over the wall and stole pickles from a family. She wolfed them down and quickly ran out of the alley. After that, she was thirsty. She climbed over the wall and tiptoed to scoop water from the water jar. Before she closed the lid again, she quickly grabbed a handful of soil from the ground and sprinkled it into the water jar. Then she quietly left. Chun Pingon could see that the skinny little girl's legs were a little lame. She often reached out to rub her ribs. Most likely, she had suffered when she did these bad things in the past. Just as Chun Pingon was about to leave, the little girl came to a shabby alley full of crows and barking dogs. A group of men standing crookedly were waiting there. They seemed to be waiting for her arrival. The men were not very old. There were 13 or 14 years old youths, and the oldest was in his early 20s. They were sloppy and roguish. One of them saw the skinny little girl trotting towards them. He did not say anything and kicked her without any strength. If the kick was solid, the little girl would probably be kicked away. Fortunately, the little girl seemed to have expected it. She did not avoid it. Instead, she intentionally or unintentionally slowed down while running. She was kicked, but the kick was not heavy. Then she fell backward without any flaw. After struggling for a while, she stood up with a miserable expression. She looked at those people, and her expression was full of flattery and fawning. One of the ruffians, who should be the leader, did not want to waste time and let the little girl lead the way. The group of people walked around and spent a lot of time before they found a dilapidated house that had been abandoned for a long time. The little girl quietly stretched out her finger. The ruffian leader grinned and said, "If you point the wrong way, I will break your legs later." She shook her head vigorously and then timidly stretched out her hands and held them in front of her heart. The ruffian first made a gesture of a black market in Jianghu. The people around him began to surround the house. The man did not get involved. He threw 7 or 8 copper coins in the little girl's hand and said, "Little B asterisk starred. Unfortunately, I did not bring the remaining half of the copper coins with me. I will owe you first. Do you want to go home with me to get it after you finish your business?" The little girl shook her head vigorously, and all the copper coins slid to the palm of one hand. She picked up 3 coins with the other hand and handed them to the ruffian. The ruffian was very happy. The little girl was quite smart. He waved his hand, and some of the people who originally wanted to continue to play with her lost interest. The little girl retreated and bowed to the man several times. Only then did she turn around and run away. In the house behind the little girl, someone let out an earth-shaking wail. The little girl only ran and quickly spread open her palm. Looking at the few copper coins, her tender but withered little face suddenly smiled like a flower. Longquan County, which was connected to the heavens and earth, was like a blessed land, full of spiritual chi. It was coveted by people. After more than 2 years of migration, the tens of thousands of demons and spirits in the surroundings gradually began to attach themselves to the various mountains. The situation was stabilizing. Among them, there were as many as 3 great demons in the Oris Core realm. Without exception, each of them was once an all-powerful authority. As for whether or not there were nascent soul great demons hiding among them, unwilling to be exposed prematurely, it was unknown for the time being. Due to various reasons, there were those who died prematurely, those who did not follow the rules, and those who were suppressed and killed by the Dali Imperial Court. There were close to 1,000 in total. However, the deaths of the middle 5 realm demons were not great. Most of them were low-level demons who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation and only relied on their fierce nature to act. Among the demons, there were only a few who were qualified to receive the peace and quiet license issued by the Dali Imperial Court. For this reason, the demons who attached themselves to the various mountains and served as guardians of the mountains either used their own money to build a relationship with the government or begged the masters of the mansions to show goodwill to Dali. It was nothing more than a case of money making the world go round. This income made the Ministry of Revenue of Dali, who was caught off guard, beam with joy. By the way, the somewhat stiff relationship with the Ministry of War began to ease. After all, the surnames of Yuan and Chao were the pillars of the country, and their respective mountain forces were in the offices of the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue. The Yuan and Chao families had been incompatible with each other for nearly 100 years. Everyone knew that they were at loggerheads everywhere. As the saint of this small world, Wan Jiao, who was born in the Wind Snow Temple, founded the Longquan swordsmanship sect. Its territory was vast, including a large number of mountains, including the Xinxiu Mountain. However, there were still very few disciples who could enter the sect. A woman who abandoned the Wind Snow Temple and cut off her thumb was in charge of the old sword shop outside the town. She rarely entered the mountain of the sect. Her name was Su Xiaoqiao. A taciturn young man who only wore black clothes all year round was Donggu. There was also a long-browed young man who came from the Lizhu cave heaven, Xieling. Even with the addition of the only daughter, Wan Xiu, the Longquan swordsmanship sect still had very few disciples. However, Wan Xiao did not seem to care about this. Other than going to the stone cliff of the dragon beheading platform on the Dragon Spine Mountain and dealing with her family, the Wind Snow Temple, and the Jinwu Mountain, she did not care about worldly affairs. Whether it was the Governor Wu Yuan or the North Mountain god Wei Pai, she almost never paid attention to them. She did not care about the preaching of the disciples, and usually let her daughter, Wan Xiu, keep an eye on it. On the Xinxiu Mountain, the sea of clouds was surging. The sun was hanging in the sky, illuminating the sky, and the sea in red. A young girl in green with a ponytail, or rather, she could no longer be called a young girl. Compared to when she first entered the Lizhu cave heaven, she was now slender and taller. Her eyebrows and eyes had already grown. Miss Wan Xiu had already grown into a slim and graceful woman. Beside her stood the 3 disciples of her father, Wan Jiao. They were Su Xiaoqiao, Donggu, and Xieling. It was rare for them to meet. Among the 3 of them, Su Xiaoqiao addressed Wan Xiu as senior sister, while Donggu addressed her as Miss Wan. However, there was respect from the bottom of his heart. The young man, Xieling, always liked to call her sister Xiuxiu. There was a dog lying beside Wan Xiu's feet. The old dog that was originally sick and lying on the street of the small town waiting for death had now become energetic. Its eyes were full of spirituality. This was all thanks to the elixirs that Wan Xiu often threw to it. They were all extraordinary items, and each of them was worth thousands of gold pieces. There was once a qi cultivator who saw this scene and felt desolate. He only felt that he was worse than a dog and could not wait to pounce over and fight with the dog for food. In the dazzling sea of clouds, there were a few sparse mountains that broke through the sea of clouds. They stood tall and towered like islands. Wan Xiu pointed to a mountain. My father said that as long as you all enter the Golden Core realm, he will give you a mountain and announce to the world that he will hold a peak opening ceremony for you. Then she looked at Donggu. Although you are born in the spirit realm, and compared to the 3 of us, it is harder for you to break through the realm. However, with your longevity, you have built a good foundation. You have entered the Dragon Gate realm long ago. It is time for you to give it a try. Donggu wanted to say something but stopped. Obviously, he was not very confident. Among the 5 middle realms, the Golden Core realm was the most difficult for cultivators to break through. It had blocked countless qi cultivators of the Dragon Gate realm. The reason why Donggu left his hometown and gave up his identity as the Grand Tutor of the country and the riches of the mortal world was that he wanted to make use of the extraordinarily abundant aura in the Dragon Pearl Grotto heaven to increase his chances of entering the Golden Core realm. As for the grade of the Golden Core realm and the number of paintings in the elixir chamber, he did not dare to have extravagant hopes. Only when one becomes a Golden Core expert can he be considered as one of my generation. This sentence attracted countless chi cultivators in the world. Year after year, they did not care about worldly affairs and only cultivated tirelessly. In the process of breaking through the realm, I will use some methods to help you hold the line by borrowing the luck of the mountains and rivers in my family. Wan Xiu pointed to Xieling, your junior brother, has previously obtained a treasure that is close to an immortal weapon. It is an exquisite pagoda. It is a reward from an expert and can reduce the risk of you breaking through the realm. The long-browed young man from the Xie clan had a long face. He even had the thought of jumping off the cliff to commit suicide. My dear sister Xiu, sigh. This is my biggest secret. How could you say it so casually? Donggu, who always had an old-fashioned and expressionless face, finally showed a hint of excitement. He bowed to his junior brother Xieling and thanked him. Junior brother Xie, Donggu will never forget this great kindness. I will definitely repay it in the future. Wan Xiu dismissed the resentful Xieling with a few words. Since you have such a good thing, you should make the best use of it. Don't always think of hiding and stealing. She smiled. At the end of the day, the cultivation of the great Tao is to cultivate oneself. If you rely too much on external things, it will be very troublesome whether it is in the face of an enemy or in the mind. The reason why many old, nascent soul stage cultivators died, silently in seclusion, was because they placed too much emphasis on Dharma treasures and artifacts during the cultivation process. Wan Xiu finished these words in one go, as if she was reciting a book. Xieling laughed. Su Xiaoqiao and Donggu also had a strange look in their eyes. Wan Xiu sighed, a little discouraged. My father asked me to memorize these principles. It is so hard for me. Xieling was grinning from ear to ear. Su Xiaoqiao and Donggu smiled knowingly. Wan Xiu said, Donggu, pick a good place and an auspicious day later. Xieling, and I will be there on time. Donggu nodded vigorously, his mood surging. Wan Xiu took out an embroidered handkerchief from her sleeve and did not open it. She said to the three of them, Let's go back. Xieling lived on the mountain, Donggu cultivated at the foot of the mountain, and Su Xiaoqiao lived in the sword shop by the Dragon Whisker River. Wan Xiu set a rule that cultivators were not allowed to travel on the wind, so poor Su Xiaoqiao and Donggu had to walk down the mountain. Wan Xiu said casually, Disciples of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect, if you want to ride on the wind, you can ride on the wind. If you want to ride on the sword, you can ride on the sword. Who cares about that in their own territory? My father, he doesn't care about that. He only cares about whether you can enter the Golden Core stage and whether you can become cultivators of the upper 5 realms in the future. Ooh. Wan Xiu added, I said those words myself. My father didn't teach me. The three of them dispersed. Wan Xiu squatted down, picked up a piece of peach blossom cake, and threw it into her mouth. She smiled so widely that her eyes narrowed into crescents. Then she opened her eyes forcefully and tried to make herself look more serious. Looking at the dog, she puffed up her cheeks and said vaguely, You have to cherish the good days now. Don't always shout at people on the street and show off. Is it fun? I heard that you almost bit a passerby once. I told you to guard the house obediently. Why did you come to this mountain without permission? Do you want me to protect you? Wan Xiu raised a hand. Do you believe that I can slap you to death? The dog immediately prostrated on the ground, whimpering and begging for mercy. Wan Xiu's eyes were still cold as she glanced at it. If it wasn't for him, I could eat dog stew for a few days. The dog's back trembled. Wan Xiu stood up and pointed at the path down the mountain. Even those chi refinement warriors have to behave with their tails between their legs. You're a dog to begin with. You want to rebel? Go down the mountain and guard the door. With a whoosh, the dog ran away with all its might. Previously, it had gained some intelligence and only felt that she was cute and amiable. It was only at this moment that it instinctively realized that she had never felt the slightest bit of pity or closeness to it. Wan Xiu chewed on the second piece of peach blossom cake. She propped one hand near her cheek to prevent the bits and pieces of the cake from falling to the ground. She would never get tired of eating such delicious food. She just did not know if the taste of the river gods in the future would be comparable to the peach blossom cake. She heard from her father that their golden bodies were the most beneficial to her own cultivation. Crunch. This Miss Xiu was a little greedy. She hurriedly wiped the corners of her mouth. As one of the earliest vassals of the Liu dynasty, the Dali dynasty had been accompanied by countless humiliation and forbearance in the early days before the rise of the Liu dynasty. Whether it was the strength of the country or the confidence of the people, it was a significant watershed. After the end of this vast and long-lasting war, the Dali dynasty, from the high-ranking officials in the imperial court, civil and military, to the soldiers at the border, and to the common people, had built up unparalleled confidence. This was the greatest source of confidence for the Dali cavalry to go south on a punitive expedition. However, during this period, there were some accidents that made the generals at the border, who were used to fighting to the death and bitter battles, as well as the leaders of the Ministry of War, who were strategizing in the capital, not know whether to laugh or cry. The low-level soldiers, and even the middle-level generals in the Dali border army, the first to go south due to the caution of a veteran soldier who had been through hundreds of battles. However, first the number one enemy in the north, the Gao family of the Great Sui Kingdom, withdrew and avoided the war. Then there were the vassal states, including the Huangting Kingdom, where the emperors and monarchs took the initiative to go out of the city and hand over the imperial seal to the Dali generals who were sitting high on the horse. There were only scattered resistance in various places. This made the Dali border army, who were good at war, feel a little confused, and that they were useless. Further south, the battles became more frequent. There began to be a sizable number of enemy troops, either in open areas gathering elites and taking the initiative to fight to the death with the Dali border army, or relying on the impregnable passes, high cities, and huge towns to defend and not come out. There were also a few small states that formed an alliance to fight against the Dali border army. Dali, in addition to a few head-on battles outside the city, used the strategy of driving the wolf to devour the tiger. During this period, countless Dali death warriors and spies hidden in various countries played a huge role. Countless family members turned against each other, close friends brandished their swords at each other, and groups of Zhenghu forces in the country started to rebel. Many of the pillars of the country, civil and military officials, suddenly died. Thus, Dali went south and achieved countless military achievements. The achievement of destroying a country that people once thought was unattainable was now within their reach. Groups of Dali elites that showed off their abilities advanced from the north of the Aquarius continent to the south, advancing side by side. Using battle to nurture battle, they became more and more unstoppable. Emperor Dali issued a secret edict, which was passed to all the generals' tents. Before they reached the northern border of the beautiful closed country in the middle of the Aquarius continent, the Dali army's attack on the cities and land would be carried out by all the generals, and there was no need for a document from the Ministry of War. Everyone, just step your hooves towards the south for a celebration. First, use the enemy's head as a bowl, blood as wine, the capital as a table, and drink to your heart's content. The emperor, who rarely revealed his true feelings, actually used such emotional words in the edict. This made the Dali generals, who were already in a killing frenzy, how could they not feel their blood boiling? Behind the thundering hooves of the great Li's horses was the vassal king Song Changjing, leading an army of his direct subordinates, slowly advancing. Behind them was the imperial tutor, Cui Dong, who was secretly going south. He was personally in charge of arranging for the Dali civil servants to enter the cities that had changed their flags. The northern countries of the Aquarius continent were like a puddle of mud being trampled to pieces. The cavalry gathered the elites of the northern Shia country and finally broke through the city. This battle lasted for 3 months. The Li border army fought very hard. Only the soldiers and horses from other countries who joined the army on the way, plus the mixed forces from the north of Shia country who surrendered, were left with less than 30%. But after breaking through the first border town of the Shia country Han family's throne was broken, and that was the truth. After a hard battle, they finally won, but the atmosphere of the Dali army was somewhat heavy. Not only were there casualties, there was another Dali army led by a certain Shangju state who took advantage of the fact that they were gnawing on the hardest bone of the Shia country and actually crossed the border into the Shia country. With lightning speed, they directly destroyed more than 10 empty cities, and it was said that they were about to reach the capital of the Shia country. No one would be happy if they were to work for someone else. Many generals covered in blood ran to the main general to complain, but the main general only listened to their complaints and did not say anything. Under the protection of a group of dozens of elite retainers, a man wearing the light armor of an ordinary cavalry slowly entered the city. Looking at the smoke rising from the city, the man's expression was firm and determined. He was not affected by the anger of his subordinates. This military general was called Song Feng. He was a relative of the Song clan and was only 30 years old. This young duke, in fact, was a little distant from the emperor's official bloodline, but his reputation was very good. He had joined the army for nearly 10 years and rarely returned to the capital after that. Song Feng was not the kind of valiant general who would personally charge into battle. After all, his noble status was there. Even if Song Feng was willing to take the risk, his subordinates would most likely stop him. Once Song Feng died, no one could bear the responsibility. Fortunately, Song Feng did not care about the false reputation and had never made the generals under his command feel bad about such matters. After more than 10 years of military life, they lived together day and night, and the generals around him who now held great power might only be sergeants in the beginning, but it was not an exaggeration to say that the main general, Song Feng, was willing to sacrifice his life for him. In this siege, the cultivators from both sides also fought extremely fiercely. The Qi refinement warriors under Song Feng's command, the cultivators arranged by the Dali imperial court to accompany the army, and the consecrated guests that he recruited himself totaled more than 30 people, and nearly half of them died. Such a tragic loss was almost equal to all the previous battles in the south. At this moment, there were only 2 people who looked like Qi refinement warriors by Song Feng's side to protect him. One of them had an eye-catching Dali piece token hanging on his waist. He was a burly man who was bare-chested and barebacked. He was 9 feet tall and held 2 battering hammers in his hands. His mount was much larger than the war horses of the heavy cavalry. In addition to the jade token, the burly man also had 2 bloody skulls hanging on his waist. They were the spoils of war in the siege. The owners of the skulls were famous Qi refinement warriors in the northern border of Shia country when they were alive. Compared to the majestic burly man, the other person was much more inconspicuous. He was a man who looked younger than the main general, Song Feng. He wore a gray cotton long robe and had a handsome fox-like face. He smiled at everyone, and there were 2 long and short swords hanging on his waist. One of the scabbards was black, and the other was white. The young man in the cotton long robe folded his sleeves and shrunk his neck, looking lazy. Far away in the city, on the left front, there was a sword gleam soaring into the sky. The burly man laughed loudly and galloped forward on his horse. He turned and smiled at Song Feng. The outcome has been decided. It's rare that there are still people who have escaped the net. If we are late, there might not even be leftovers left. General, be careful. Don't fall off the horse. This extremely arrogant cultivator was an expert who had recently joined the army. Rumor had it that he was once a trusted subordinate of a certain important figure in the palace. Because that important figure had lost his power, he had no choice but to leave the capital to earn some military merits. This person was used to seeing the influential people of the capital, so he didn't have much respect for a relative of the Song clan who had been stationed at the border for many years. The burly man shifted his gaze and looked at the man and horse beside Song Fong. "Pretty boy Chow, as long as you wash your butt clean and come find me, I will give you this military merit for free. How about it?" The young cultivator, who had been humiliated like this, only squinted his eyes and smiled. He didn't forget to wave his hand at the man, indicating that he should hurry to the battlefield and not waste any time. The burly man laughed loudly and raised his, but high on the horse's back. He stretched out his hand and slapped it fiercely. He shook it a few times before landing back on the saddle and galloping towards the place where the sword gleams originated from. The elite cavalry around Song Fong were all extremely angry. Only Song Fong and the cotton-clothed man didn't take it to heart. This cavalry troop slowly moved towards the general's residence in the city. In a simple and crude shop near the city gate, there were 3 people who had chosen to hide their presence from the beginning to the end of the battle. They did not participate in any battle and allowed the city gate to be broken. They allowed those bastards from the Dali dynasty to kill their way into the city and kill anyone who dared to wield a weapon. One of them was the #1 cultivator in this huge town in the north. Before the Dali army besieged the town, the general guarding the town had already announced to the outside world that he had gone to the capital to seek help from the emperor. As for the other 2, one of them was the leader of an immortal sect in Shia country, and the other was a royal consecrator from the neighboring country with a cultivation of golden core. A golden core immortal and 2 dragon gate cultivators were secretly hiding here. If this situation wasn't to save the town, in fact, it couldn't be saved. Including Shia country, there were 6 small countries nearby. This secret plan was to assassinate Song Fong. They wanted to kill a member of the royal family of the Song clan on the battlefield. Once they succeeded, even if the country was destroyed, it would greatly inspire the people. Even if the 6 countries were crushed by Dali's cavalry, there would still be countless righteous people who would stand up for them. They would definitely tire Dali and those bastards out. They wouldn't be able to smoothly digest the resources of the 6 countries in a short period of time and turn them into resources to invade the South. As for whether their plan could really achieve their expectations, the 3 people present and the rulers of the 6 countries were not willing to think too deeply about it. Now that things had come to this, they couldn't care less. The mountains and rivers were destroyed, and the people were in a terrible situation. They had to do something. Once they succeeded and became famous, they would abandon their base in the north and flee to the south. Their status would skyrocket, and they would become the distinguished guests of the great dynasties. What was so difficult about that? There was no hope of breaking through to the next realm, and their lifespans were about to end. They had cowered in the mountains for 300 years. It was time to do something heroic before they died. The 3 people present on the mountain each had their own thoughts. In the group, Song Fong seemed to be idle and casual. In fact, his palms were sweating as he gripped the horsewhip. The handsome man with the face of a fox smiled at Song Fong. "With me, Chow Jun, around, you won't die?" The man who called himself Chow Jun suddenly asked, "Since I've helped you this time, you have to help me this time as well. It's not difficult. We just have to report to the imperial court and add a Chia refinement warrior to the list of casualties. How about that? It's very simple. Just say that he died in the hands of the enemy cultivators who were hiding. He sacrificed his life to protect his master loyally." Song Fong nodded. Chow Jun pulled out his hands from his sleeves and pressed on the hilts of the long and short swords respectively, slowly pulling the swords out of their sheaths. There was a loud bang. The back of the mount broke, and it died on the spot. Chow Jun had already swept away, and his figure disappeared instantly. 2 streaks of colorful rainbows hung in the air. 15 minutes later, When the last core formation stage cultivator with broken limbs had to choose to explode his core formation stage cultivator in grief and indignation, the sword cultivator, whose combat ability was so powerful that not even a drop of blood was stained on his cotton-padded robe. When the core formation stage cultivator committed suicide, he flew away gracefully on his sword. The houses within a radius of 1,000 feet under his feet were instantly razed to the ground. The flying dust covered the sky and the sun. Song Fong raised his head and looked over, feeling relieved. Only then did he feel at ease and charge forward on his horse. After hesitating for a moment, he did not go straight to the general's residence. Instead, he went to the battlefield with a sword-light soared into the sky. When he arrived there, he discovered the corpse of the Dali immortal who wielded a pair of battering hammers, lying in a pool of blood. His buttocks were pierced by a long spear. A handsome sword cultivator in a cotton robe stood at the top of the long spear and was yawning. When he saw Song Fong, he smiled and waved at him. After that day, the sword cultivator named Chao Jun took the initiative to join an ordinary scout team and no longer stayed by Song Feng's side to waste time. A Dragon Gate genius cultivator who wandered around and had little but continuous battle achievements used this insidious method to quietly reap the lives of Dali's scouts on another battlefield in the neighboring country where Dali's troops were marching south. Every time he took action, he would stop and did not reveal his identity. In just half a year, he had killed 160 Dali's elite scouts. It should be known that every Dali scout was the best of the best, because the previous close combat battles were not concentrated on one battlefield. This young military cultivator did not attract the attention and encirclement of Dali's cultivators. However, Dali gradually became vigilant and constantly increased the number of cultivators following the army, hiding among them, hoping to be a mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. However, when the two sea-viewing realm cultivators following the army were killed, Dali's higher-ups finally paid attention to this guy. However, this military cultivator directly ran away. He took a big detour and moved to the battlefield of Shiha Kingdom led by Song Fong. It was a coincidence that Chao Jun met him. It was inevitable that he met Chao Jun. After all, if you often walk by the river, how could your shoes not get wet? Chao Jun watched helplessly as he killed the 7 scouts beside him and then slaughtered him. It seemed that a cultivator who was good at killing joined the army to make a name for himself and be conferred the title of Marquis. However, this was not the case. There would always be a higher mountain. Chao Jun learned from the strong man who held the battering hammer and cut off the head of the Dragon Gate cultivator, who had a promising future. However, he did not hang it on his waist, but on the side of the saddle. Then he went south alone. He wanted to learn from this person and single-handedly assassinate the generals of Shiha Kingdom. He did not think that his luck would be better than the owner of the head beside the saddle. However, the only difference between the two was that Chao Jun had a Taoist protector. He did not have to worry about his safety and could just kill to his heart's content without thinking of any retreat. He smiled and lowered his head. He patted the head that died with his eyes wide open. The blood had long dried up, and the hair was as dry as grass. Chao Jun smiled and said, "Unfortunately, you don't." A voice sounded with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Why didn't you save those scouts? You are a comrade on the battlefield." Chao Jun smiled and said, "If I was not among them, they would have died in vain. With me here, at least someone helped him to avenge. Shouldn't they thank me?" Immortals were heartless. Cultivating on the mountain was far away from the mortal world. It had been too long, and the distance was too far. Naturally, over time, many cultivators would become heartless to the mortal world. At most, they would not make things difficult for the mortal world, but they should not expect them to treat the mortal world well. Somewhere in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, A little girl in ragged clothes stood in front of a meat bun shop. She drooled as she stared at the steaming steamers. They were layered and emitted a fragrant smell. The shopkeeper found her an eyesore and angrily chased her away. The little girl straightened her back and spread out her palms, indicating that she had money. 5 copper coins, 5 copper coins. The shopkeeper did not look at her and still told her to get lost. Seeing that she was unwilling to leave, he picked up a stool and was about to hit her. The little girl was so frightened that she quickly ran away. After running far away, the little girl looked at the shop with gloomy eyes. She grinned and turned to a stall that sold pancakes. She bought 2 pancakes and still had 1 copper coin left. She could have gotten through the day by eating 1 pancake. At the beginning, she only ate 1 pancake, but as she walked, she began to feel conflicted. In the end, she found a corner and ate the pancake that was supposed to be tomorrow's meal. After eating, she seemed to regret it and pinched her arm hard. But after getting up, the little girl, who rarely had a full stomach, began to jump for joy. She ran all the way and occasionally looked up at the kites in the sky above the Capitol. She was full of envy. That night, she did not return to her home. The summer night was cool, and she could sleep anywhere. She would not die. It was just that there were many mosquitoes, and it was a little annoying. There was a wealthy family that was relatively well off. There was a pair of clumsy stone lions at the door. Their shapes were strange. They were not squatting, but they were on all fours and looked into the distance. The stone lions were neither high nor low, just enough for the little girl to climb onto their backs. She first sat on them and looked at the summer night sky for a while. Then she took out the remaining copper coin. Through the small square hole, she looked at the vast starry sky. At that moment, her face was full of smiles. After that, she hid the copper coin and lay down to sleep. Soon she let out a light snoring sound. On the stone lion next door, Chunpingan sat cross-legged. He turned his head to look at the little girl who was sleeping soundly. His brows were tightly furrowed, unable to let go. Chunpingan did not think about it anymore. He closed his eyes and practiced the sword furnace dance. The little girl lay on the back of the stone lion, sleeping soundly. "3:06. Early in the morning, the door creaked. The skinny little girl woke up instantly and jumped off the back of the stone lion. She tiptoed and bent her waist like a cat as she escaped along the wall. Chunpingan obviously woke up earlier than her. After watching the little girl leave from afar, he did not follow her and returned to his residence. Chunpingan rented a side room of a house in the south of the capital. There was a striped yuan alley nearby. It was very famous, but in fact, it was not as famous as Apricot Alley in his hometown. There were many shabby scholars who were on their way to the capital to take the imperial examinations. They failed the imperial examinations and could not afford the travel expenses to return home. In the capital, they could exchange knowledge with the friends they had just made, so they settled down just like that. Chunpingan only had the key to the house and did not have the key to the courtyard door, so he returned to his residence on time. The courtyard door was already open. Chunpingan returned to his room and closed the door. He glanced at the stack of books on the table and the bedding on the bed. They had all been touched, and there were only a few clues. In Chunpingan's eyes, it was very abrupt. He sighed and felt a little helpless. Fortunately, there were still some things missing. Chunpingan did not live here before. He stayed in an inn and asked for a big room where he could practice his fist and sword. Later on, he searched for a Taoist temple to no avail. His state of mind became more and more irritated. For the first time, Chunpingan stopped practicing his walking stance and swordsmanship. In order to save money, he moved here and would only occasionally practice the sword furnace dance. Chunpingan lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling in a daze. It was not a good idea to always be like a headless fly. Chun Pingon had benefited greatly from his time on the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the 2 battles at the Eagle Fortress, and especially the self-destruction of the evil cultivator's alchemy room. Spiritual chi poured out like a flood, and Chun Pingon had benefited greatly from going against the flow. Chun Pingon was now in the 4 realms of martial Tao, and there were signs of the bottleneck loosening. However, he still felt that he was lacking something. Chun Pingon had a vague intuition that as long as he was willing, he could quickly cross the threshold of the 4 realms of martial Tao. However, Chun Pingon still hoped to have a more solid foundation. If he really couldn't do it, he would do as Lu Tai had said. He would go to the Martial Saints Temple to try his luck. He had to find something to do. Otherwise, Chun Pingon was afraid that he would become moldy. Chun Pingon decided to stay in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom until the end of summer. If he could not find the temple, he would return to the Aquarius continent and focus all his energy on the 7 realms of martial arts. Chui Dong's grandfather was at the bamboo house of Luo Pa Mountain. Chun Pingon was very confident. He might be able to bring forward the 10-year agreement with Ning Yao by a few years. However, Chun Pingon was still a little afraid. He was afraid that the arrogant and invincible barefoot old man would threaten to polish him to the 5 realms or 6 realms of martial arts. Back then, the 3 realms were already so painful. Chun Pingon was really afraid that he would be beaten to death by the old man, and the kind that would be painful to death. Chun Pingon held the back of his head with both hands and slowly closed his eyes. He did not know if Alliance and the legendary invincible Taoist number 2 in the sky beyond heaven had a true victor. He did not know how high the tallest mountain and the largest river Lu Xianyang had seen on his long journey to the Chun clan of Yingyin. He did not know if Li Baoping was happy studying at the Cliff Academy. He did not know if Gu Ken was bullied at the Book Slip Lake. He did not know if there was another book that held a grudge against others. He did not know if Miss Wan Xiu still liked to eat the peach blossom cakes at the Dragon Rider Alley shop. He did not know if Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia had met new friends during their travels. They could go through fire and water together to vanquish demons and devils. He did not know if Fan Air had met a girl he liked in Old Dragon City. Chun Pingon was actually thinking about something and fell asleep just like that. With the flying swords Chu 1 and Chu 15 in the blade-strengthening gourd, Chun Pingon was not too worried about the journey. The owner of this house was from 3 generations. There were 5 people in total. The old man liked to go out to find people to play chess. He was weak in chess and even worse in chess. He liked to make a fuss. The old woman's words were harsh, and her face was gloomy all day long. It was easy for Chun Pingon to think of Granny Ma in the apricot blossom alley. Of the young couple, the woman did some needlework at home and did the housework. She was scolded by her mother-in-law every day. According to the old saying in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, the man was a bag dealer. He carried a big bag and went everywhere to buy junk. He tied a small drum around his waist and shouted loudly in the streets. If he was lucky, he could pick up valuable old objects and sell them to the antique shops he was familiar with. He could make a lot of money with the turnover. The couple looked ordinary, but they had a good-looking child. He was 7 or 8 years old and had red lips and white teeth. He did not look like a child in a shabby alley. Instead, he looked like a young master from a rich family. When he went to school, it was said that he was very popular with the teachers. He often watched his grandfather play chess with others. He would sit there for more than half an hour without saying a word. He watched the game without saying a word. He was a real gentleman, very much like a young teacher. Regardless of the size of the neighbors, they were all close to this child and often made fun of him. Who did he like more, the little girl from the alley next door or Miss Lu from the school? This child often just smiled shyly and continued to watch the game silently. After Chun Pingon fell asleep, a little thing emerged from the ground and climbed onto the table. It sat next to the mountain of books and began to doze off. Little Yen was obviously proficient in the earth escape technique. It was silent and extremely fast. Before coming to the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, Chun Pingon played with it several times. Sometimes he would urge the horse to run wildly or run dozens of miles in one breath. When he stopped the horse and stopped, there would always be a little guy poking its head out of the ground and giggling at him. Whether it was Chun Pingon practicing his stance, boxing, or swordsmanship, it never disturbed him. It always watched from afar. Only when Chun Pingon waved at it, it would come to Chun Pingon's side. It climbed up the golden cloth on the robe and finally sat on Chun Pingon's shoulder. One big and one small, they enjoyed the scenery together. As for the snow coin, it was temporarily placed with Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon only took a short nap. Soon, he was awakened by the movements in the courtyard. The old woman was nagging. The woman was murmuring. The old man was exercising his voice. And the child was reading the contents of the books in the morning. Only the young man was still sleeping soundly. Chun Pingon sat at the table and gently picked up a book. The little thing also slowly woke up. It was confused and stared blankly at Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Go to sleep." The little thing quickly got up and ran to Chun Pingon's side to help him open a page of the book. Chun Pingon was used to it. The books on the table were newly bought after leaving Lu Tai and Eagle Fortress. At that time, Lu Tai said that only by reading first-rate books could one hope to become a second-rate person. When it came to reading, one couldn't ask for perfection. One shouldn't bite off more than one could chew. One should read intensively, chew slowly, and truly swallow all the subtleties of a classic into one's stomach. Those beautiful images, penetrating principles, and the spirit hidden between the sentences and chapters all turned into one's own use. Only then could one be called reading. If one flipped through millions of books, one would at most become a two-legged bookcase. At that time, Chun Pingon was enlightened. If it weren't for Lu Tai's reminder, he really might have bought a good book and read it carefully. However, the sea of books was boundless and his life was limited. Chun Pingon not only had to practice his fist and sword, but he also had to look for a Taoist temple. It wasn't easy for him to have some free time left, so he should indeed use it to read the best books. Lu Tai gave him a list of books, but Chun Pingon treasured that piece of paper. He didn't buy books according to the list. Instead, he bought the classics of the Confucian quasi-sage. It was a pity that the old scholars' books couldn't be bought on the market. Chun Pingon wanted to read the 3 and 4 books and compare them. From an emotional point of view, Chun Pingon was naturally most inclined to Mr. Chi's teacher, the old scholar who loved to drink and talk when drunk. However, liking, admiring, and respecting a person wasn't a problem. If one thought that person's words and actions were all right because of this, there would be a big problem. Was the old scholar's knowledge high? Of course, it was very high, according to the young Chui Dong. He was so high that all scholars felt that he was like the sun in the sky. Then, did Chun Pingon have the right to think that the old scholar's reasoning wasn't the most reasonable? It seemed like an ant trying to shake a big tree, but in fact, it was because there was a quasi-sage, and there were classics left behind by the quasi-sage. Chun Pingon once told Ning Yao's parents that to truly like a person, one had to like the person's bad points. He also told the little boy in green and the little girl in pink, "If I'm wrong, remember to remind me." However, in the depths of Chun Pingon's heart, of course, he still hoped that after reading both sides of the debate between the 3 and 4, he could sincerely feel that the old scholar's words were more correct. Then, the next time he drank with the old man, there would be something to talk about. Chun Pingon sat upright and still reading very slowly and softly. Every time he reached the end of a page, little Lien would quickly turn to a new page. Then she would return to the table and sit between Chun Pingon and the books on the table, imitating Chun Pingon's upright sitting posture. She pricked up her ears and quietly listened to the sound of reading above her head. In the courtyard outside the house, which was filled with the smoke and fire of the marketplace, Chinpingon, who was wearing a white robe and carrying a sword and a gourd, was like a strange person far away on the horizon. When he came, he didn't feel close, and when he left, he didn't feel nostalgic. It was fine as long as he paid. Not far from Zhuangyuan Alley, there were wine shops and brothels, as well as temples with Sanskrit chants. Although they were close, they were as far apart as the heavens. Chun Pingon could often see monks carrying alms bowls out of the house. Although they were thin, most of them had serene faces. Even if they didn't wear a kasaya, one could still see that they were different from the common people in the marketplace. On the other hand, the brothels and wine shops were often noisy at night. The whole street was filled with a strong smell of cosmetics, and it often didn't stop until the early hours of the morning. Although the people there, whether it was the guests drinking wine or the women toasting wine, were all dressed in brocade and silk, once the joy came to an end, most of them looked haggard. Chun Pingon saw the women several times after sending the guests out of the brothel. They went back to remove the cosmetics on their faces. At dawn, they walked out of the brothel's side door and went to an alley crowded with vendors. They sat there and drank a bowl of porridge or wonton. Some of the women ate and fell asleep on the table. Every moment of sex was worth 1,000 gold. It was like borrowing money from God and had to be paid back. Some of the vendors who were familiar with the brothel women liked to talk dirty. Some of the women didn't care and said a few perfunctory words in order to save a few copper coins. There were also some who were particularly serious. They were used to being submissive and flattering, so they directly scolded the vendors. The vendors shrank back. When the women left, they began to scold them for being nothing more than dirty goods in the flesh business. How could they have the face to pretend to be virgins? The next day, the brothel girls who had scolded him came, as usual. The hawker who had been scolded yesterday would still sneak a peek at their small, white hands that were exposed under their sleeves. They were as white as pork on the chopping board. Compared to his old, yellow-faced wife, they were like heaven and earth. He really didn't know how these juicy women were raised. Just thinking about how he had to spend half a year of his hard work just to touch their breasts, he could only sigh. The Nanyuan kingdom had been without war for hundreds of years. Guotai was peaceful. Generations of emperors ruled the kingdom. It was neither virtuous nor evil. Therefore, there was no night ban in the capital. The heroes of Jianghu carried their sabers and swords casually, dressed in fine clothes and riding horses. The government never cared. If they met on the road, they would get off their horses. Both sides would greet each other politely. If they had a good relationship, they would drink together. One would talk about the promotion in the officialdom that made people feel helpless, and the other would talk about the soul-stirring fights between the masters of Jianghu. In order to find that Taoist temple, Chun Pingon would wander around the capital every day. He saw all kinds of people in the city, and also saw some strange things hidden in the city. As long as they didn't provoke him, Chun Pingon didn't want to pay attention to them. Lu Tai once said something. At that time, he didn't feel it deeply. Now, the more he thought about it, the more it lingered. After going up the mountain and practicing Taoism, one would feel that there were more and more strange spirits and otherworldly items in the world. Chun Pingon closed the book. 2 hours passed just like that. He was ready to go out and continue his stroll. Although Chun Pingon's state of mind became more and more irritable while searching for the Taoist temple, Chun Pingon did try to calm down. In fact, he made a lot of efforts. He went to all the big and small temples, burned incense, and worshipped Buddha. He walked alone in the quiet path under the shade of the trees. Every time he went to a temple, he recorded it on a bamboo slip. Chun Pingon went to the small temple on the side of Zhuangyuan Alley the most. The temple wasn't big. Including the abbot, there were only a dozen people. Over time, he became familiar with them. Every time Chun Pingon felt uneasy, he would go there and sit. He didn't necessarily talk to the monks. Even if he just sat alone under the eaves and listened to the tinkling of the wind chimes, he could pass the time of a hot afternoon. The Nanyuan kingdom worshipped Buddhism and devalued Taoism. In the capital and other places, there were many temples. The incense was flourishing, and Taoist temples were rare. There was not a single one in the capital. In the past few days, a shocking secret had spread throughout the capital. One of the 4 great temples of the Nanyuan kingdom, the White River Temple, had a huge scandal. The White River Temple had always been famous for its abbot's profound Buddhist teachings and the golden body of an arhat. After each generation of eminent monks passed away, they were able to leave behind an undecaying body, or a saraira. The other 3 temples were inferior in this aspect. This was also seen as proof that the Nanyuan kingdom's Buddhist teachings were prosperous, far surpassing the neighboring countries. However, not long ago, there was a senior monk who had been appointed as the abbot of White River Temple the year before last. His glory was limitless, but one day he ran out of the temple and went straight to the Supreme Court to complain. After hearing the story, the officials of the Supreme Court looked at each other in dismay. It turned out that this old monk had accused White River Temple of poisoning his food and plotting to pour mercury into his corpse after his death. Not only that, he had also exposed that the monks of White River Temple had committed grave crimes, including deceiving wealthy ladies of the capital to have children. There were 6 major crimes in total. This case was too shocking. It directly alarmed the emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom, and he ordered a thorough investigation. As a result of the 300 monks of the White River Temple, more than half were imprisoned, and the rest were expelled from the capital. Their identities were removed, and they could no longer be monks. As for the other 3 temples, they still had a transcendent status. After all, their roots were deeply rooted. However, it implicated many small temples that were not well known. For example, the Temple of Heart beside Zhuangyuan Alley. Recently, the number of pilgrims had decreased significantly. The abbot of the Temple of Heart was an old monk with a strong local accent. He had a benevolent appearance and was tall and big. Although he had been in the capital for 30 years, the old monk's accent had not changed. He also did not like to nag about the profoundness of the Buddhist teachings. Most of the time, he would chat about trivial matters. Every time he went to the temple to sit, Chun Pingon would have to spend a lot of effort to understand. Chun Pingon had a good impression of this old monk. Although he saw through him, he did not expose him. The old abbot was a cultivator, but he had not yet entered the middle 5 realms. Chun Pingon left the alley and went to the Temple of Heart. He planned to meditate there and practice the sword furnace stance. In just 2 li, Chun Pingon had already passed by a martial arts school and an escort agency. Inside the high wall of the martial arts school hung a plaque with the words "Magnificent Mountains and Rivers." Every time he passed by, he would see a group of men humming and joking. They were probably practicing their martial arts. The streets outside the escort agency were often crowded with escort carriages. Young men and women were arrogant and high-spirited. The elderly, on the other hand, were much quieter. When they occasionally saw Chun Pingon, they would nod and greet him. At first, Chun Pingon would cup his hands and return the greeting. Later on, when they met, he would take the initiative to greet them. Unexpectedly, after a few rounds, the elderly lost interest and did not even look at Chun Pingon. After the incident, Chun Pingon figured out the crux of the matter and laughed involuntarily. Most likely, they had thought of him as a powerful person in the beginning. Later on, when they found out where he lived, they looked down on him. His overly courteous etiquette made the Jianghu veterans of the escort agency think that he was an embroidered pillow. Chun Pingon felt that it was quite interesting. There were many martial arts schools and escort agencies in the capital. Those sects of the Jianghu who had made a name for themselves all liked to set up their halls here. They had grand gates and large courtyards that were not inferior to the residences of the nobles and officials. There was no need to be concerned about etiquette. On the other hand, there were very few rumors about qi cultivators. Even the imperial tutor was only a Jianghu grandmaster. However, the most interesting thing was the people in an inconspicuous house. Almost all of the men and women who entered and left were martial artists. However, they deliberately hid their identities. They dressed plainly and did not speak or smile. Chun Pingon even saw a master who was highly likely to be at the 6th level of martial arts. Beside him was a young lady wearing a veil hat. Her face could not be seen clearly, but her figure was graceful. She should be a beauty. Unknowingly, Chun Pingon began to view the world in a different light. When he arrived at Heart Affinity Temple, there were very few pilgrims in the temple. Most of them were elderly residents of the neighborhood. Therefore, the monks and acolytes in the temple were all frowning. The main reason why Chun Pingon had been visiting more frequently recently was because he sensed that the old abbot's lifespan was coming to an end. Today, the old monk seemed to know that Chun Pingon was coming. He had been waiting in the corridor of a side hall for a long time. There were 2 round seats made of cattail grass, and the 2 of them sat facing each other. Seeing that Chun Pingon was hesitant to speak, the old monk went straight to the point. He smiled and said, "Among the generations of abbots of White River Temple, there has been a true golden body. It is not like the rumors outside that they are all liars. There is no need to refute the 1,000 years of history of White River Temple." It was good that he saw it. However, the prerequisite was that the old monk saw it first. The old monk smiled again. "It is just that after this poor monk died, I wanted to burn a few sarairas to add some incense to this temple. Now, it seems that it is difficult. I will have to deliberately hide it for a period of time." Chun Pingon asked doubtfully, "Is this also considered Buddhism's karma?" The old monk nodded. Of course, in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, White River Temple and Heart Affinity Temple have never interacted. It seems like karma is blurry, but in reality, it is not so. In Buddhism, no matter how big the world is, it is all tied together. This was the first time the old monk mentioned Buddhism in front of Chun Pingon. The old monk hesitated for a moment and smiled. Actually, there is karma between the 2 temples. It is just that it is too mysterious and subtle. It is too small. This poor monk is not confident of saying it out loud. You will have to experience it for yourself. The 2 of them chatted casually. There was no need for them to follow the rules. In the past, the old monk would often be interrupted by the acolytes. They would talk about trivial matters in the temple and would ignore Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon would also often bring a few bamboo slips or a book to read and carve words. He did not feel that it was rude. Today, Chun Pingon did not bring a book. He only brought a thin bamboo slip and a small carving knife. Chun Pingon was never tired of the old. The carving knife was given to him by the shop when he bought the jade token. The old monk was in a good mood today. He did not mention Buddhism too much. He talked casually like before. He talked about the 4 arts, the emperors, the common people, and the various schools of thought. He talked about them casually as if they were normal. Time passed slowly. The old monk laughed and asked, "Can an evil scholar or official who has a bad reputation for 10,000 years write beautiful words and a poem that is popular among the people?" Chun Pingon thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, would a famous person or general whose name has been recorded in the annals of history have some hidden flaws that others don't know about? Yes. The old monk smiled. That's right. Don't go to extremes. When you reason with someone, you are most afraid of, "I want to be reasonable." You are most afraid that once you have a bad relationship with someone, you will not see the good in them. In the imperial court, the fights between the parties, even those that are seen as the fights between gentlemen, still cause so much trouble. That is because gentlemen and virtuous people are also wrong in these matters. The old monk continued. But in the imperial court, if you are weak and talk about these principles, you will most likely die a horrible death. You can't blame those scholars who become officials. Since that was the case, could it be said that this poor monk's words were all nonsense? Why should I say that? Ooh. Chun Pingon smiled and shook his head. There was an old gentleman who told me similar principles. He taught me to think more about everything. Even if I think in a big circle and come back to the starting point, although it takes a lot of effort, it is still beneficial in the long run. The old monk nodded in gratification. This gentleman is very knowledgeable. Chun Pingon rubbed the emerald green bamboo slip with his fingers and said softly, "Once when the old man was drunk, his eyes were hazy. He seemed to be asking me, but in fact, he was probably asking everyone. He said, 'How many books have you read? How many people have you met? How many men and women are like this? How many books have you read? How many people have you met? How many men and women are like this? How much peace and suffering have you seen with your own eyes to dare say that others are good and evil?'" The old monk sighed. This gentleman must not have an easy life. Chun Pingon suddenly thought of something that he could not understand. He asked curiously, "Do Buddhists really advocate lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot?" The old monk smiled. "Before I answer, I have a question. Do you feel that this saying is scary and unique? But after thinking about it, you feel that it is a shortcut and not the right way?" Chun Pingon scratched his head. "I have not even read the average Buddhist teachings. How would I know if it is the right way?" The old monk laughed. "Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. People only look at the shortcut and find it unimaginable. They do not know that the real mystery lies in understanding that the butcher's knife is in my hand. It is called knowing evil. There are many states in the world. Many people do evil but do not know evil. Many people know evil but do evil. In the end, everyone has a butcher's knife dripping with blood in their hands. If one can truly let go and turn back, wouldn't it be a good thing?" The old monk went further. "Outsiders still find it strange when they hear about Buddhism. In fact, the hard work before enlightenment is not seen by ordinary people. Even if they see it, they are not willing to do it. Is it difficult to become a Buddha? Of course it is. Knowing Buddhism is difficult. Abiding by the law, protecting the Dharma, and passing on the Dharma are even more difficult." But the old monk suddenly stopped talking and sighed. "There is no but. Since I am a Buddhist and cannot do it myself, why should I talk to you about such far-fetched principles?" Ooh. Chun Pingon smiled. "There is no harm in saying it. No matter how far-fetched the principles are, let's not talk about whether I will go or not. It is also a good thing that I know where it is." The old monk waved his hand. "Let me rest for a while. Drink a cup of tea to moisten my throat. It is almost smoking." The old monk shouted. In a monastery not far away, a young novice monk who seemed to be chanting but was actually dozing off suddenly opened his eyes. After hearing the old monk's words, he quickly went to serve 2 cups of tea to the abbot and the guest. Not far away, there was a towering tree with dense shade. A small oriole was perched on it, pecking at it. Chun Pingon drank tea quickly, but the old monk drank tea slowly. Chun Pingon smiled and handed the cup of tea back to the young novice monk. Before the old monk drank half the cup, Chun Pingon lowered his head and picked up the bamboo scroll. There was an imperceptible imprint on both sides. Chun Pingon looked left and right. The bamboo scroll was like a small ruler. The old monk finished his tea and turned his head to look. In the scorching summer, the scorching sun scorched the world. It was rare for people to be cool. He sighed intermittently. In the age of Dharma's end, the people of the world were like grass in a drought. They were all withered and without moisture. Principles still have to be taught. Buddhism is the principles of monks. Etiquette is the principles of Confucianism. Tao is the principles of Taoists. Actually, it is not bad. Why should we be so rigid? If it is right, take it and eat it into your stomach. Chun Pingan's gaze moved away from the bamboo scroll. He raised his head and smiled. He nodded and said, "Yes." The old monk looked at the courtyard of the temple outside the corridor. This world has always been indebted to good people. Right, right, wrong, wrong. How can there not be? It is just that we do not look into it deeply. We cannot talk about it verbally or even deliberately distort the truth, but we have to know in our hearts. It is a pity that there are too many things in the world. There are more and more smart people. Those who have as many hearts as lotuses often like to ridicule others. They deny pure kindness and loathe the sincerity of others. Chimpingan, the way you look at this world is how the world looks at you. Then the old monk did something superfluous. He seemed to be repeating, "You look at it. It is also looking at you." Chun Pingan thought about it and felt that it made sense. However, he did not think too much about it. Today, the old monk spoke a little too much. Chun Pingan was also someone who was willing to think seriously. Therefore, he did not follow the old monk that far away. The old monk suddenly smiled brightly and said, "Almsgiver Chun, did the principles I have spoken today go well?" Chun Pingan felt a little sad. He smiled and said, "Very well." The old monk smiled and asked, "Previously I heard you talk about order, big, bad, and good and evil. I would like to hear it again." This was the first time Chun Pingan spoke so awkwardly. However, the principles and the truth would always become clearer the more he spoke. It was like a mirror that was constantly polished. After wiping away the dust, it would become brighter and brighter. Right and wrong had order. One had to understand the order and not skip it. One had to only talk about the principles one wanted to speak of. Right and wrong were also divided into big and small. One, two, or even many rulers were used to measure the big and small. These rulers could be all the world's right and good laws, legalist laws, Confucian's etiquette, and Taoist calculations. They could all be used. The bottom line of laws, high morals, local customs, and accurate calculations would all be involved. They could not be lumped together. When one studied them, it was extremely complicated and exhausting. Only after that would one decide on good and evil. Unknowingly, the battle between good and evil in human nature would no longer be an insurmountable obstacle for scholars. This was because this was something to be discussed at the end of a book. It was not the first thing one had to decide at the beginning of a book. Finally, it was the word attainment, to educate the common people, to spread Buddhism to the world with a bodhisattva's heart, to cultivate a peaceful life. These could all be done according to one's own preferences. The old monk's expression was serene. After listening to Chun Pingan's narration, he put his palms together and lowered his head. Amit Ba. Chun Pingan looked at the little oriole perched on the cornice. It was sizing up the little novice monk who was cleaning the temple. Chun Pingan retracted his gaze. The old monk smiled and said, "If the temple is not there, the monks are there. If the monks are not there, the sutras are there. If the sutras are not there, the Buddha is there. If the Buddha is not there, the Dharma is there." Even if the temple of Xian lost a monk and did not have a single sutra left, as long as someone still has the Dharma in their heart, the temple of Xian will still be there. The old monk turned his head and looked at the quiet courtyard again. There was only the rustling of the little novice monk sweeping the floor. The old monk's vision blurred, and he muttered, "I seem to have seen a lotus flower bloom in the human world." Chun Pingan was silent. The old monk lowered his head and moved his lips slightly. "I'm going." From afar, the little novice monk looked towards the corridor. He hugged the broom and complained to the old monk, "Master, the sun is so hot. Can I clean later? It's so hot." Chun Pingan turned his head and pointed at the old monk, who seemed to be sleeping soundly. Then he put a finger to his mouth and shushed him. The little novice monk quickly shut up and was secretly happy. Ha! I like to be lazy. So Master likes to sleep too. He tiptoed to the main hall to cool off under the eaves. The little oriole plucked up its courage and flew to the little novice monk's shoulder. The little novice monk was stunned for a moment. He turned his head and made a face at it. The little oriole was so scared that it quickly fluttered away. The little novice monk touched his bald head in a daze and felt a little guilty. The old monk, who was already dead, sat on the round seat made of cattail grass in the corridor. He maintained his slack-sitting posture. However, it was as if he had raised a breath of spirit for this small world. Chun Pingon thought of a sentence from Lu Tai for no reason. The dead sleep. "307. After knowing that his master had passed away, the young novice monk cried very sadly. He did not seem like a monk at all. But when Chun Pingon saw the little bald head wailing and shaking the old monk's arm with all his might, as if he wanted to shake his master awake from his sleep, Chun Pingon felt that it was only human nature to do so. After knowing that his master had passed away and burned the sarira that was mentioned in the Buddhist scriptures, the young novice monk laughed again. He felt that his master's Buddhist teachings were probably quite powerful. The young novice monk still did not seem like a monk. Chun Pingon had been helping the temple to take care of the old monk's funeral. He was busy and privately told the new abbot of Xianxiang Temple about the old monk's thoughts. The matter of the sarira should not be announced to the public in a hurry. Otherwise, it would attract criticism from the common people and might even lead to speculation from the government. The new abbot did not have any objections. He lowered his head and put his palms together to express his gratitude to Chun Pingon. After that, Chun Pingon did not go to Xianxiang Temple to meditate. However, he told the new abbot that if the temple had any difficulties, he could inform him at his residence. Chun Pingon, would help as much as he could. The middle-aged monk chanted the name of Buddha. After Chun Pingon left, he went to the shrine in the main hall. He silently lit an everlasting lamp for this kind-hearted benefactor. He called the young novice monk over and asked him to look after the lamp often. The little novice monk uttered an "oh" and nodded his head in agreement. Seeing that the little fellow agreed so quickly, the monk knew that he would slack off. He bent his finger and lightly tapped the little bald head, lecturing him. You must remember this matter." The little novice monk uttered another "oh" with a bitter face. It was hard to say whether he would remember the matter or not, but in short, he already knew the consequences of not having a good memory. After his senior abbot left the main hall, the young novice monk sighed. His senior brother used to be so kind. After becoming the abbot, he became as heartless as his master. Even if he could become the abbot in the future, he did not want to. Otherwise, he would definitely hurt his junior brother's heart. He was the youngest disciple of his master. How could he have a junior brother? He would never have one in the future. It was too much of a loss. At the thought of this, the young novice monk turned around and ran out of the main hall. He chased after the abbot and eagerly asked when his senior brother was going to accept disciples. The head monk knew what the young novice monk was thinking and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pretended that he was going to use the young novice monk's head as a wooden fish again. His Dharma name was Wooden Fish. The young novice monk sighed and ran away. Chun Pingon, whose state of mind was more peaceful, found it strange that he still did not pick up the Mountain Shaking Fist Manual and the Swordsmanship Manual. Instead, he continued to wander around the capital. This time, he carried a small bag wrapped in cotton and walked slowly. He drank wine and ate dry biscuits. He did not have a fixed residence, so he could just find a quiet place to settle down. It could be under the shade of a tree on a roof or by a small bridge over a flowing stream. The tall vermilion walls, the greenery peeking out from the high walls, the swinging sound of the swings and laughter within the walls. There were laurel-educated scholars who wrote poems and poems in a flourishing age. At that time, there was a man in white sitting quietly on a tree branch and drinking wine. There was a restaurant near the water that was filled with distinguished guests. They were all young talents in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom. They gave pointers on the state and current affairs. It was natural for scholars to govern the country. Chun Pingon sat on the roof of the restaurant and carefully listened to their discussions. They were full of hot blood and hated evil. However, Chun Pingon felt that it was a little difficult to implement their policies. However, it could also be that these young talents were drunk and did not speak in detail. Two groups of ruffians had agreed to fight, each with 30 to 40 people. Perhaps this was their Jianghu. They were roaming the Jianghu and making a name for themselves. Chun Pingon squatted on a dilapidated low wall in the distance. He found that the Jianghu veterans who were over 20 years old were slick with their moves. The youths who were under 20 were fearless and ruthless. After the fight, their faces were bruised and swollen with blood. They put their arms around their brothers' shoulders and began to look forward to the next Jianghu feud. The leader of one of the groups was a little older, almost 30 years old. He shouted for them to go to the tavern to drink, and they went to the tavern in a grandiose manner. The beautiful woman who was selling wine was his wife. Seeing this group of familiar faces, she could only squeeze out a smile and take out wine and food to entertain her man's brothers. Looking at the man who was surrounded by people and talking loudly in the middle, the woman's brows showed some sorrow for not having a good life, but there was also some admiration in her eyes. She looked at her man's most capable and daring subordinate. A tall youth was secretly looking at her. Chun Pingon sat at the furthest place from them. He ordered 2 pots of wine. He poured 1 pot into the blade-nourishing gourd and drank the other pot immediately. The young woman gritted her teeth and raised the price of 2 pots of wine by 30 copper coins. Fortunately, the man didn't seem to know the market price and didn't hesitate to pay. The woman felt a little guilty, so she gave him 2 more dishes that she made to accompany the wine. The man stood up and thanked her with a smile. The woman blushed and quickly turned around. She did not dare to look at the handsome and clean face again. On the other side of the crowded table, a man who was nearing his 30s said that one day his brothers would have a real territory in the capital. At that time, everyone would drink wine and eat meat. When they saw the officials with swords at their waists, they would not have to be afraid. At that time, they would definitely beg to be brothers with them. In the future, they would ask that scholar Ma, who looked down on them for a few spring festival couplets and a few Fu characters. Let's see if he would still dare to look at them from the corner of his eyes, or if he would have the guts to say no. The man was tongue-tied, and the people around him were excited. They cheered loudly and spat everywhere, especially the hot-blooded youths. After drinking and spitting, they returned to the table. In their drunken eyes, they could vaguely see that they were all brothers. They only felt that life was so happy. Chun Pingon silently left the wine shop on the street. After walking far away, he could not help but look back. It was as if he saw himself, Lu Xianyang, and the slug Gu Can. The 3 of them were also sitting there. At that time, the dragon kiln apprentice, who was as dark as charcoal, would be distressed about the cost of the wine. Lu Xianyang must have started to worry after his heroic words and complain about why GQ did not like him. Gu Ken, who was very precocious since childhood, would probably gnash his teeth and learn from the people of Jianghu. He emphasized that if he wanted to take revenge, he should do it quickly and not care about anything else. Chun Pingon looked away and continued to walk. A sharp-eyed youth joked, "Just now, that pretty boy stopped and looked at us for a long time. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to our sister-in-law?" The drunk man slammed the table and said, "If he has the guts, I will hack him to death. Believe it or not. Even if I die tomorrow, your sister-in-law will be a widow for the rest of her life and will not marry anyone. She will not marry even the emperor. A delicate pretty boy is nothing. So what if he has a sword on his back? Ooh. As he spoke, his head hit the table heavily, and he was completely drunk. The young woman lowered her head and wiped the table. She secretly pursed her lips and smiled for some reason. The tall youth, who often glanced at the woman's graceful figure, also lowered his head at this time. He was a little flustered and also a little resentful. The youth drank a mouthful of wine. It was tasteless. For some reason, a haggard woman caught a naughty child and spanked him. The child's mouth was dry and howling, but in fact, he was winking at his friends not far away. The woman in shabby clothes hit him and then cried out. The child was stunned and then really cried. After a torrential downpour, the capital finally saw the warm sun again. A group of extravagantly dressed children rode their horses through the streets, raising their whips as they spurred their horses, splashing mud everywhere. There was an old woman's stall by the side of the road. She didn't have time to evacuate in time. So, some of the crudely made knitted items were accidentally splashed by the mud. Her face immediately turned deathly pale. The last rider was a young woman with arrogant eyebrows. When she saw this scene, she didn't stop but casually threw a money bag on top of the stall. However, because she wasn't familiar with horsemanship, she was too eager to throw the heavy money bag accurately. In a moment of carelessness, she tilted and fell off the horse. After a good round of rolling, she cried out in pain. Her originally elegant face and expensive clothes were no longer worth looking at. The woman staggered towards the horse that had stopped. With some difficulty, she climbed onto the horse's back and raised her whip to leave. Covered in mud, she raised her head high. From the corner of her eyes, she saw a swordsman wearing a snow-white robe standing on the side of the street looking at her. She could not help but turn her head. That person raised his arm at her and gave her a thumbs up. The woman rolled her eyes and did not take it to heart. Chun Pingon walked and stopped like this. He saw many scholars and the various attitudes of the common people. The ugliness of White River Temple lasted for less than 10 days before the curtains were drawn. The imperial court had already closed the coffin. There were not many monks left in White River Temple, apart from the main culprits, who were immediately executed, imprisoned, and expelled. The property of White River Temple was confiscated. As for who would accept this hot potato, some said that it was an eminent monk from one of the other 3 great temples in the capital, while others said that it was the abbot of a few famous temples in the region. Obviously, there were masters in the Nanyuan kingdom who were advising the emperor. The scandal of the White River Temple was cut in half at the waist and quickly stopped. This was because the attention of the imperial court had quickly shifted to another grand event. One of the 4 great grandmasters in the world, the leader of the Lake Mountain sect, Yu Zhini, had successfully broken through after 10 years of seclusion. He held a Wulin assembly and gathered all the heroes to discuss the matter of encircling and annihilating the 3 sects of the devil cult. At that time, the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Zhong Xiu, Tong Qingqing of the Mirror Heart sect, and Lu Feng, the mountain master of the Bird's Eye Peak, who was known to be able to nurture sword intent in the mountain mist and sea of clouds, would all appear. The 4 great grandmasters gathered at Mount Yunyu, which was adjacent to the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom. This was a grand scene that had not been seen in Jianghu for 100 years. These 4 people were all the leaders of the martial arts world in their respective countries. They could set off stormy waves in Jianghu with a stomp of their feet, especially between the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Zhong Xiu, and Yu Zhini of the Songsui kingdom, whose enmity had been entangled for 60 years. The 2 of them were born in the marketplace of the Songsui kingdom and had been neighbors since childhood. They were a pair of life and death brothers. By chance, they began to roam Jianghu together, and each had their own adventures. They became the most eye-catching pair of martial arts geniuses in Jianghu at that time. In the end, For some unknown reason, they turned against each other and became enemies. After a life-and-death battle that was watched by only 4 or 5 people, both of them were seriously injured. Zhongxiu then came to the Nanyuan kingdom. At dusk, Chun Pingan returned to the house near the Zhuiyuan alley. Before that, there was still a group of people playing chess at the corner of the street. The grandfather and grandson were watching others play chess. Seeing Chun Pingan's figure, the child's face turned pale. He hurriedly got up and asked Chun Pingan to watch the game. Chun Pingan approached and watched for a while. Then the child said that he had something to do and went home first and ran away. Chun Pingan hesitated for a moment. He was not interested in watching the game. After standing for half an hour, he slowly walked back to the house. After opening the door and entering the house, the child stepped on a small stool in the opposite house and looked at Chun Pingan through the window. The child gently breathed a sigh of relief. Chun Pingan closed the door, took off the bundle, and put it on the bed. Xiaolian immediately jumped out from the ground, babbling and pointing as if she was very angry. Chun Pingan glanced at the stack of books on the table. There were some subtle wrinkles that were not easy to notice. Compared to when he left the house, there were obviously more wrinkles. He squatted down and opened his palm to let the little thing walk into his palm. Then he got up and sat by the table. Xiaolian jumped onto the table. The little thing, who did not attract dust, gently jumped onto the mountain of books. She knelt on the title page of a sage's book and carefully smoothed the wrinkles with her little arms. Chun Pingan smiled and said, "It's okay. Books are for people to read. Didn't they already return it? Don't be angry." The little thing, who was working hard over there, turned her head and blinked her eyes. She was somewhat puzzled. Chun Pingan rubbed her little head, took out a bamboo slip and a carving knife, and gently placed them on the table. In the night, Chun Pingan quietly went to White River Temple. He had burned incense here before, so Chun Pingan was not unfamiliar with it. White River Temple had a large hall that was extremely strange. There were 3 Buddha statues enshrined. One had an angry look, one had a lowered eyebrow, and there was also a Buddha statue in the middle that was actually sitting upside down. For thousands of years, no matter how much incense was burned, the Buddha statue always had its back facing the door and the pilgrims. Recently, White River Temple had been somewhat desolate. During the day, it was completely deserted, and at night, it was even more desolate. In addition to the frightening rumors that had been spreading, the usually solemn Bodhisattva and Heavenly King statues had become sinister and sinister. A few days ago, a group of thieves came to take advantage of the temple. In the end, they all ran out while howling in grief. They were all crazy and only calmed down when they were sent to prison. They only said that White River Temple was haunted and that they must not go there. Before Chun Pingan entered the side hall, where the door was not closed, he deliberately lit a Yang Qi lantern lighting talisman. There was nothing strange about it. Inside the temple, he quietly changed his position a few times. The talisman was always slowly burning at a uniform speed. Chun Pingan was just about to leave White River Temple. Just as he walked near the entrance of the hall, he suddenly leaped backwards. The tip of his foot touched the ground, and in the next moment, he was sitting on the beam of the hall. He lay down on his side and held his breath in concentration. 3 people swaggered in from outside the hall. They did not look like thieves at all. Instead, they looked like high officials and nobles enjoying the scenery under the moonlight. Chun Pingan frowned. He had actually seen 2 of them before. They were martial arts peers from a quiet house in Zhuiyuan Alley. The old man was tall and had a thin appearance. Although he was not a Taoist, he wore a simple silver lotus crown on his head. Compared to Chun Pingan's gaze on the street from afar, the old man did not deliberately conceal his aura tonight. When he crossed the threshold, it was like a towering mountain forcefully crashing into the main hall of White River Temple. The woman took off the veil hat that covered her face. Her appearance was moving, She took off the cloak that covered her body. The color was magnificent. The most extraordinary thing was that she wore a pair of wooden clogs. Her feet were as bare as snow. The handsome young man had an unfamiliar face. He was tall and slender. He wore a navy blue robe with large sleeves. A string of coral prayer beads was wrapped around his hand. As he walked, he gently twisted the beads. The woman's voice was clear. It was not the capital accent of the Nanyuan kingdom. She glanced at the young man charmingly and teased, "My flower hairpin boy, since you are a devout Buddhist, why don't you kneel down and kowtow? When the time comes, I will stand in front of the Buddha statue and take advantage of young Master Zhou. Won't I become famous overnight? I will have no regrets even if I die." The young man smiled but did not speak. He only raised his head to look at the three statues. The world was silent. In such a large hall, only the soft sound of the beads rolling could be heard. The old man smiled and said, "Yipper, don't joke about Shosher. He has a good temper and won't lower himself to your level. Otherwise, if we shed all pretense of cordiality and fought, who will pay for Josher's coffin?" Yipper, who looked like a young girl but had the temperament of a woman, covered her mouth and laughed. She was so charming that the hall, which was originally gloomy and frightening, seemed to be overflowing with spring. The young man named Josher, nicknamed Flower Hairpin Boy, smiled helplessly. "Old sect masterding, please don't bully a junior like me. Yu Shini of the Lake Mountain sect, Zhong Qiu of the Nanyuan Kingdom, Tong Qingqing of the Mirror Heart Pavilion, and Lu Fong of the Bird's Eye Peak are all amazing immortals. Among them, Tong Qingqing is of the same generation as Master Grandfather. On the other hand, we are weak. Do we really want to play this game of pulling chestnuts out of the fire? Even if we get the golden-bodied Arhut and the scripture, can we leave the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom alive?" The woman counted with her fingers and pointed out the names one by one, talking about the most secret of matters in Jianghu. Although Master Grandfather is the real number one in the world, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Yu Shini has so many disciples and disciples. Zhong Qiu of the Nanyuan kingdom is a local bully. Tong Qingqing, that old witch, likes to bewitch people. Last time when Flower Hairpin Boy came back injured, he said that he was beaten half to death by her. But in fact, he was fascinated by the old witch's beauty and was playing the trick of injuring himself to gain our confidence, especially that Lu Fong. The number of times he fought in the past few decades can be counted on one hand. Everyone in Jianghu says that he is a righteous Master Grandfather. From this, we can see how talented he is. After so many years of practicing swordsmanship, maybe he has already surpassed Eugenie and Zhong Qiu? Ooh, the old man turned a deaf ear and kept silent. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the Buddha statue with its back to the world. The woman stomped her foot with some resentment. The wooden clogs stepped on the stone floor, making a crisp sound. Zhou sure comforted the woman. These 4 people are not as united as a rock. When it comes to life and death, I'm afraid none of them will be willing to sacrifice themselves. The woman laughed. "Are there any of us who are willing?" Zhou sure looked calm and continued. "In fact, just my father, armed Saint Chung Yuanshan, and Sharpener Luzong, in terms of top fighting power, are not inferior to the 4 great grandmasters. This time we are working in secret, not 2 armies on the battlefield. We don't have to pay attention to the number of troops. You don't have to worry. In fact, the 4 great grandmasters were just the words of the righteous people in Jianghu. They purposely excluded the people of the devil cult and the underworld. They were just happy behind closed doors. What really convinced the public was the 10 great masters. It just so happened that the righteous and evil were equally divided. Of course, the 4 great grandmasters each occupied a place. The first person of the righteous path who changed from martial arts to immortal cultivation, Eugenie, he was ranked 2nd. The first person of external martial arts, Zhong Qiu, he was ranked 6th. Rumor had it that Tong Qingqing, who was 90 years old but still looked youthful, was said to be the most beautiful woman after her. Even if all of her looks and charm were added together, they still couldn't compare to her. He was ranked ninth. The swordsman Lu Fang, who lived in seclusion at Bird's Eye Peak, was the youngest of the 4 great grandmasters. He was not even 50 years old. He was ranked 10th. But as time passed, almost everyone believed that Lu Fang, who was ranked last 20 years ago, was the most qualified person to challenge and defeat the first person. Some people even believed that Lu Fang had surpassed the imperial tutor of Nanyuan Kingdom, Zhongqiu, and was ranked in the top 5. And the armed saint Cheng Yuanshan, mentioned by Hairpin Boy, Zhou Shi was extremely skilled in martial arts. When facing people and enemies, it was a matter of life and death. Therefore, he was not recognized by the righteous sections. They felt that his martial arts were too lacking and did not deserve the title of Great Grandmaster. This person was ranked 8th. The blade grinder Luzong was a true top evil master. He loved to kill people and was notorious. He was ranked 7th. As for Zhou Shi's father, Zhou Fei, he was a devil that countless people of the righteous path dreamed of chopping into pieces. He was extremely skilled in martial arts, but his conduct was extremely bad. He created the Spring Tide Palace and collected beauties from all over the world. Except for a few sons, there were hundreds of people in the Spring Tide Palace. There was not a single man. Therefore, Zhou Fei called himself the Emperor of the Mountain, immortal of the land. But what made people helpless was Zhou Fei. He was ranked 4th and was recognized as the world's best in martial arts. When Lu Fang was young, he used his sword Dragon Circling the Beam and successfully pierced Zhou Fei's body 3 times. Zhou Fei was still safe and sound. The loss of combat power was almost negligible. Lu Fang then took the initiative to retreat. Lu Fangzhou, who had barged into the Spring Tide Palace alone with a sword, had paid a huge price for his impulsiveness. During the 3 years he had been away traveling, Zhou Fei had personally tortured the 600 people of his sect to death. Rumor had it that Lu Fangzhou's master's wife and a dozen or so senior and junior sisters were still serving as maids in the Spring Tide Palace. As for why Lu Zhou didn't challenge Zhou Fei again after hearing the bad news after returning from his trip, it became one of the biggest Jianghu secrets in the world. Together with how powerful the #1 man in the world was, how beautiful Dong Qingqing of the Jing Xian Pavilion was, and how old Eugenie could live, they were known as the 4 great mysteries of the world. From the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom to the Yunia Mountain outside the city, there were treacherous clouds everywhere. There was a middle-aged man who came from afar. After entering the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom with the smell of alcohol, he was like a fish in water. He drank all day in a wine shop on the street and became muddle-headed. In the end, he had no choice but to leave his sword at the wine shop. 5 taels of silver, and that was when the shopkeeper's wife saw that he was muscular and could steal a few times while he was asleep. Otherwise, it would be 3 taels of silver at most. On the top of the Yunia Mountain, there was a person with a childlike figure and an innocent face. Every day, he had nothing to do, so he carefully polished a jade bamboo folding fan. When the generals of the Nanyuan Kingdom, who were in charge of the 800 imperial guards at the foot of the mountain, saw this person, they had to respectfully address him as Elder Yu. In the Crown Prince's residence, there was a stooped old man who had been the head chef for many years. He opened the lid of a large jar of pickled vegetables that had not yet arrived. The sour smell assailed his nostrils as he muttered, "Troubled times, troubled times." However, there was no doubt that the 3 people who entered the White River Temple tonight without burning incense were the most important. This had little to do with the woman and the hairpin boy, Zhou Shi, because the old man's surname was Ding. For 80 years, he had maintained his position as the most powerful person in the world. He killed people based on his personal preferences and moods. He killed famous Jianghu figures emperors, generals, ministers, countless evil people of the Wulian world, and the elderly, women, and children on the roadside. Later, he passed the position of cult leader to his only disciple, who was killed by him and disappeared. However, after he left Jianghu for 20 years, he was still the most powerful person without any suspense. There was a laughable Jianghu rumor that the Reverence Tower, which specialized in collecting Jianghu secrets and evaluating the level of grandmasters, had had two tower masters. Their best friends had once asked them out of curiosity why they did not remove the devil ding, whose fate was unknown. Both of them had said the same thing: "If he is not dead, I will be dead." At this moment, in the main hall, the woman smiled and asked, "Your father only wants a beauty like Fairy Zhou, but on the surface, you put in the most effort. Don't you feel that you are losing out by mobilizing so many people?" Zhou sure smiled bitterly and said, "Don't you know my father's temperament? To put it nicely, he loves beauties but not the country. To put it bluntly, he forgets his life when he sees beauties." If Zhong Qiu did not live next to the imperial palace of Nanyuan Kingdom, he would have entered the palace to snatch Empress Fan. The woman rubbed her cheeks and said with self-blame, "Zhou Shuzhen and Fan Guan are one is the most beautiful woman today, the other is 20 years ago, the most beautiful woman in the world. Your father's taste is really high." No wonder it was difficult to enter his eyes. Even when they met and drank tea together, he was polite and looked straight ahead. Zhou sure smiled bitterly. The woman smiled and asked, "Why doesn't your father have any thoughts about Dong Qingqing?" Zhou sure looked up at the majestic Buddha statue that was glaring at the world. His fingers kept twirling the beads, and he said softly, "My father said that if a delicious food is hot to the mouth, it is worth it even if it burns the mouth. But if it is destined to burn the stomach, no matter how greedy you are, don't touch it." Hearing this, the old man who was standing with his hands behind his back twitched the corner of his mouth. He looked around and said softly, "Let's go." The golden body is no longer here. The beautiful woman and Zhou sure had no objection and did not dare to have the slightest doubt. Although the woman kept calling him Master Grandpa and sounded very cute and intimate, in fact, she was frightened. She was afraid that if she was not careful, her head would be smashed by the old man. Zhou sure was not much better. His father, Zhou Fei, was at most a dispensable protective talisman, far from enough to be a real life-saving talisman. The old man, whose every move seemed to be in harmony with heaven and earth, slightly paused when he stepped over the threshold. It was just such an inconspicuous small movement, but it made the woman and Zhou Shu's breath become chaotic, their chests stuffy, and sweat oozed out of their foreheads. They stopped and stood still. The old man slightly sped up, stepped over the threshold, and walked down the steps. The two young martial arts geniuses who had won a great reputation in Jianghu felt their qi and blood rushing like marionettes. They could not help but walk quickly with the old man. The old man looked up at the moonlight and said with a smile, "This capital of Nanyuan Kingdom is much more interesting than the one 60 years ago." The two people behind him looked at each other and felt that there was a deep meaning in his words. The night was as cold as water. Chun Pingan changed from a lying position to a sitting position. First, he put his palms together and apologized to the three Buddha statues, asking them not to blame him for being disrespectful. The old man, surnamed Ding, was very powerful. Chun Pingan suddenly lay back on his side. Soon, two figures flashed like wisps of green smoke. What a pair of golden boy and jade girl! The woman's appearance and bearing were even better than the woman in wooden clogs. The man was about 30 years old. He was handsome and elegant, wearing a quaint crown and a distinguished style. He had the noble air of an emperor. He said with a mellow capital accent, "Fairy Fan, as you said before, this old devil Ding's temperament is really strange. Just now, he clearly saw us, but he didn't make a move." The ethereal woman was like an orchid that grew in the wilderness. Her appearance was so outstanding that it was unreasonable. Ordinary beauties would feel ashamed of their inferiority at first sight of her. Ordinary men would not even have the heart to possess her. They had to know their own limits. After hearing the man's words, she said, "This old hierarch disdains to make a move against us." The man said with a smile, "Can't I block one move? That's not necessary. My master is one of the few people who are the closest to those 10 people. Now that I'm fighting with my master, I have a 20 to 30% chance of winning." The woman shook her head and said, "Your Highness is naturally very talented, but there is a world of difference between a life and death battle between Jianghu grandmasters and a martial arts competition. Your Highness, don't underestimate this Jianghu. Even if you are facing a second-rate master, you can't take it lightly until the last moment." The man was sincerely happy that this fairy was worried about him. However, being born in an imperial family, he had long since developed the habit of not showing his emotions. He nodded lightly and said with a smile, "I'll remember. In the future, before I fight with others, I'll take out fairy's words and think carefully before making a move." The woman surnamed Fan smiled and did not say a word. She had already walked the Jianghu alone for 6 years. She did not care about the man's reserved and frivolous thoughts. Of course, she would not be moved. She suddenly sneered and said, "Come out." The man's expression changed slightly, and his heart trembled. To be able to hide until now without being discovered, this person was at least as strong as the two of them. He and the woman looked around the hall. After a while, Fairy Fan let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "I've made a fool of myself in front of your Highness. In the Jianghu, it's better to be safe than sorry." The man felt relieved and could not help but smile. He turned slightly and imitated the Jianghu man, cupping his hands and saying, "Fairy's teachings, this one has learned." The woman also smiled. The two of them then searched around the 3 Buddha statues but did not find any hidden mechanisms. Their efforts were in vain, so they could only leave White River Temple like the previous 3. On one of the beams, ripples were rippling, gradually revealing a snow-white color. It turned out that the golden necklace robe had become much bigger, allowing Chin Pingon to shrink into it. It could be considered an unorthodox camouflage that Chin Pingon had figured out himself. It was quite useful against the people of Jianghu, but it did not have the air of an expert or the demeanor of an immortal. Chun Pingon sat on the beam and was about to take off the blade-strengthening gourd and drink a mouthful of wine when he suddenly remembered that this was a temple hall. He retracted his hand and floated to the ground, about to leave White River Temple. Just as he arrived at the threshold of the hall, he saw the beautiful woman surnamed Fan coldly looking at him. Chun Pingon stopped. The woman did not speak or attack. She just stared at Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon was somewhat depressed. "Miss, what are you looking at? I already have a girl I like. She's prettier than you." In any case, that was what Chun Pingon thought. However, Chun Pingon grinned. Actually, the woman in front of him was quite pretty. "But Miss, being pretty is your business. It is not a reason for you to stare at me like an idiot, right?" Chun Pingon was not willing to waste time with her. He was afraid that it would not be easy to escape by leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls. So he simply used a mind talisman and left White River Temple. The woman's mouth was slightly agape, her face full of shock. Could it be that he was a reclusive Jianghu senior? Not long after Chin Pingon left White River Temple, his gaze was attracted by a bustling street filled with colorful lights. The fragrance was rich, so he ran to a stall and ate a bowl of something that was numb, spicy, and scalding. In the end, Chun Pingon found that there was a beautiful woman standing beside him. "308. It was still the woman surnamed Fan. At first glance, she was dressed simply and elegantly, but if one looked closely, they would find that her clothes were embroidered with the pattern of water clouds. Under the moonlight in the sky and the lights in the market, it was faintly discernible. It was dazzling, noble, and graceful. However, at this moment, she should be wearing a mask. She only had 50 to 60% of her previous appearance, so it was unlikely that she would cause a sensation in the market. She was still staring at Chun Pingan. Chun Pingan put down his bowl and chopsticks and had to ask, "Do you have something to tell me?" She suddenly reached out and rubbed her forehead. She looked around and frowned. There was a diner at the next table arguing with someone else. He slammed the table and glared at the other person aggressively. He pointed at the other person's nose and scolded something like, "Your family is a brothel little whore and you don't do things more than 3 times. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will directly open a brothel in your family." The two sides argued with a strong accent of the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, which was unpleasant and messy. The woman gently rubbed her temple with one finger and returned to normal. Using the voice transmission of Jianghu martial artists, her eyes were full of curiosity and longing. She asked, "Young master, are you a banished immortal?" Chun Pingan couldn't help laughing and shook his head. "I'm just a foreigner who came to Nanyuan Kingdom to travel. I'm not a banished immortal as you said." The woman was a little regretful and apologized. "Young master, please forgive me for disturbing you." Chun Pingan waved his hand. "It doesn't matter." She hesitated for a moment and reminded him, "Recently, the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom is not very peaceful. Young master is a dragon among men and is easy to be targeted. I hope young master will be more careful." Chun Pingan cupped his fists. "Thank you, Miss Fan." Fan Wana was not a sloppy person. She left the bustling night market just like that. Some gangsters wanted to take the opportunity to take advantage of her, but every time they made a move, she just dodged like a fish swimming among the water plants and stones. Chun Pingan had some doubts. According to the bamboo house old man, whether a martial artist was talented or not depended on whether he could cultivate the most brilliant fist intent from the inferior boxing style. This was one of the reasons why he had chosen Chun Pingan. However, Old Man Chui wanted to save face no matter what, and was unwilling to admit that the mountain-quaking fist actually had many redeeming qualities. Chun Pingan was simply unwilling to expose him. According to the conversation between Old Man Ding, Crow, and Zhou Shi, this strange woman in front of him, who he had never met before, was most likely the famous Fan Wan. In his hometown, the Aquarius continent, she was the divine, grandeur sex female crown, He Xiaoliang. Fan Wan clearly had the intention of approaching the Tao, but why was it that her martial arts cultivation seemed to have been pressed down by a 10,000-kilogram boulder, unable to advance for a long time? One's aura could be hidden, and one could return to one's natural state. But after a long time, one's inner spirit would not be able to deceive others. Every slow and rapid breath, every movement of a person's would often reveal the secrets of heaven. Old Man Ding, who wore a silver lotus crown, seemed to have casually stepped into the main hall of White River Temple, but Chun Pingan immediately sensed a strange phenomenon. Chun Pingan had come from Pearl Paradise, so he had seen many peak-level characters. For someone to make Chun Pingan feel that they were quite strong, they were naturally not simple. The person who fed the fist in Luo Pa Mountain's bamboo house was once a peak 10th level martial artist. The person who fed the sword on Osmanthus Island was an old golden core. After Fan Wanner's figure disappeared, Chun Pingan thought for a while and also left this bustling city. The capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom was divided into 81 squares of various sizes. The general layout was similar to many of the vassal states that Chun Pingan had passed through. This city was known as the most virtuous in the world. The north was noble, the south was poor, the east was martial, and the west was cultured. White River Temple was located in the western part of the city, and it was mostly the residences of middle-level civil officials and wealthy merchants. At this time, Chun Pingon was walking on a stone arch bridge. In the dead of night, Chun Pingon lightly jumped onto the railing and walked to the top of the blue stone bridge. Chun Pingon looked down at the small river below him. As it flowed, there was a water-suppressing beast standing at the bottom. It was shaped like a flood dragon and was not rare. In many of the bustling cities of the Aquarius continent, there would be this type of water-suppressing beast that was used to suppress the monsters in the water. However, Chun Pingon could not detect that this ancient water-suppressing beast had a trace of spiritual energy, as if it was just a decoration. While Chun Pingon was staring at the river in a daze, Fan Wan, the fairy from the Mirror Heart Pavilion, met the crown prince, Wei Yan, who should have returned to the palace of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Although this person was of noble descent, he was a young master who had hidden his strength. His teacher of martial arts was a grand master of the older generation who had been exiled to the Nanyuan Kingdom from the north. As Wei Yan had said, he was one of the few people in the world who was closest to the top 10 masters. The teacher of the crown prince, Wei Yan, had an irreconcilable enmity with the Chuehua sect, one of the 3 sects of the demonic sect. Therefore, this respected crown prince was also recognized by the Lake Mountain sect and the Mirror Heart Pavilion as a righteous person. He also had the hope of becoming the next leader of the Jianghu. The Mirror Heart Pavilion even intended to support him as the next emperor of the Nanyuan Kingdom. And that Yabur from the demonic sect secretly supported Wei Yan's younger brother, Wei Chong. Both sides deceived each other and framed each other. They had been fighting for the favor of the old emperor of the Nanyuan Kingdom for 5 or 6 years. Fan Wan and Wei Yan were scattered in the quiet night. Wei Yan whispered, "Fairy Fan, you don't have to hide from me if you want to see that person. He can hide in the main hall of the White River Temple without us noticing from the beginning to the end. He is definitely not an ordinary Jianghu man. If he is from the demonic sect and something happens to you, what will you do?" Fan Wan didn't want Wei Yan, the future emperor of the Nanyuan Kingdom, to have a grudge. She smiled and said, "Your Highness, among you, Wan the demonic sect's Qin Yub whose real name is unknown, the Spring Tide Palace's hairpin boy Zhou Shi, and the other 6 young masters around the same age. Who do you think has the highest martial arts among the 10 of us?" Wei Yan already knew this in his heart. In addition to having a good master, he was also the crown prince of a kingdom. He had spies and informants all over the world. Even if he hadn't been to Jianghu, he had long been familiar with the secrets of Jianghu. Wei Yan didn't need to think, and said, "It's hard to say who will be the champion, but the top 3 have long been determined. In a battle of life and death, once you meet on a narrow path, who lives and who dies will depend on who is better at fighting for the general trend of the unseen world." Speaking of this, Wei Yan glanced behind the woman. Fan Wan didn't bring any weapons with her tonight. He smiled and said, "Fairy Fan is proficient in the Mirror Heart Pavilion, the Lake Mountain sect, and the long-lost white ape back sword technique. The 3 sages' teachings are inclusive, so of course you could be ranked in the top 3. My master sincerely praised you, saying that with or without a sword behind your back, you are too Fan Wan Fan Wan smiled and said, "Your Highness is too kind." Wei Yan put one hand behind his back and gently tapped the jade belt on his waist with one finger. The Devil Sexia, when she first entered the capital, was proud and arrogant. She dared to run to the imperial tutor's side and even suffered a punch from the imperial tutor. She was injured and didn't die. Everyone thought she was lucky, but my father told me that the imperial tutor once said that the little girl was very talented in martial arts. She could be said to be the Lu Fong of women. The last person should be that Feng Qingbai of unknown origin. In the past 10 years or so, he appeared out of nowhere. No clues about his background or his sect could be found. He likes to travel around and constantly challenges masters from all walks of life. We only know that this person has made rapid progress. Looking at his selection of opponents, you will find that he has grown from a layman with a little knowledge of martial arts to a first-rate master in the world in just 10 years. After saying this, Wei Yan turned his head and asked, "Fairy Fan, among the remaining 7 people, is there anyone who hides even deeper?" Fan Wan put her hands behind her back and walked on a quiet and deserted small bridge. She approached the railing and patted the head of the small stone lion carved on it time and time again. She shook her head and said, "Even if there is, at least I and the Mirror Heart Pavilion don't know." Wei Yan smiled warmly. He never thought that Fairy Fan could be so playful. For a moment, he looked at that pair of watery eyes and was a little dazed. A man's inferior vision only looked at a woman's face. A medium vision looked at a woman's figure. A superior vision looked at a woman's spirit. What's more, Fan Wanner had all 3 and was the world's #1 romantic. How could she not make the arrogant crown prince of Nanyuan Kingdom, His Royal Highness, not be moved? A fair and virtuous woman was a good match for a gentleman. Wei Yan's admiration for her, whether it was words or sight, was not impudent. Although he was impudent, he never deliberately hid it so well that not even a drop of water could leak out. Wei Yan stopped and quickened his pace to walk side by side with her. He wanted to reach out and hold her slender hand, but unfortunately, he didn't have the courage. Fan Wanner stopped and turned sideways. She raised her eyes and looked into the distance with a worried expression. She slowly said, "The reason why we are talking about this is because I want to talk about a strange thing that I still don't understand." Wei Yan curiously said, "Tell me about it." Fan Wan rubbed her eyebrows. Wei Yan worriedly said, "What's wrong? Did that white-robed swordsman use some sinister method?" She smiled and shook her head. "Your Highness, have you heard about the banished immortal from your master?" Wei Yan smiled and said, "My master is a boorish man in the Jianghu. Let's not talk about this. He dislikes literati and poets the most. He always said that they are a bunch of ballless women. When I was young, I learned martial arts from my master. As long as I spoke a little bit in a literary manner, I would be beaten. So I can only appreciate the grace of the banished immortal from poems." Since Wei Yan didn't have any clues, Fan Wan didn't want to talk about it anymore. She changed the topic. Her eyes were deep, and she murmured, "Your Highness, have you ever felt that when we experience something, walk through a place, or meet a person, we always feel that something is familiar?" Wei Yan nodded. "Yes, of course." The Crown Prince found it interesting and asked with a smile, "Does Fairy Fan also believe in the Buddhist reincarnation?" Fan Wan shook her head. On the Jinyo Mountain outside the capital, there were 7 or 8 people standing tonight. Among them was the childlike Yu Xini of the Lake Mountain sect. He looked solemn as he gazed at the silhouette of the capital in the night. The sloppy man who reeked of alcohol even pawned his sword to the wine shop woman. His name was Lu Fang. The imperial tutor of the Nanyuan Kingdom, Zhong Qiu, was a thin man who didn't smile much. He had an elegant temperament. It was hard to imagine that he was the world's #1. There was only one person left. Eugeni's voice was as tender and clear as his appearance. He said slowly, "Apart from old Demon Ding, Zhou Fei of the Spring Tide Temple, Wander Feng Feng, and Tong Qingqing of the Mirror Heart Temple, we have to kill one more person." Lu Feng said self-mockingly, "It can't be me, right?" Zhong Qiu glanced at him coldly. Lu Feng spread his hands and said helplessly, "Can I even joke?" Apart from the 3 of the 4 grandmasters, there were also some people who shouldn't be here. But without exception, they were either one of the top 10 masters on the list or a grandmaster of martial arts like Wei Yan's master. Tonight on the Jinyo Mountain and in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, there would be no talk of good or evil. Eugenie stared at a certain place in the capital and said softly, "Lu Feng, you and your friend first take care of the biggest accident. As for whether you kill him together or alone, I don't care, but you can only succeed, not fail. In 3 days, bring me the man's head. As usual, the killer gets all his belongings." Lu Fong touched the back of his head and sighed. In the distance, someone laughed sinisterly, eager to try. Chun Pingon didn't return to the house. Like a lonely ghost, he toured the capital at night. During this time, he snuck into the library of a scholarly family and casually flipped through the books. Before dawn, he quietly left and listened to the lectures of the teachers at the Imperial College. It wasn't until noon, when the sun was high in the sky, that he returned to the Zhiyuan Alley. He deliberately avoided the house related to the old man surnamed Ding and the flower hairpin man Zhou Shi. There were a few narrow bookstores in the Zhiyuan Alley. In addition to selling books, they also sold some of the 4 treasures of the study that couldn't be said to be on the desk. They were crude and simple. Fortunately, the prices were not high. After all, the buyers here were poor scholars who came to the capital to take the exam. Chun Pingon bought a few scattered landscape travel books in a shop. He definitely wouldn't read them in the near future. He just wanted to let the Luapa Mountain have more books. By the time Chun Pingon returned to the alley of his residence, the delicate and pretty little fellow had just come back from class. The two walked together in the alley. The child seemed to have something that was hard to say. After holding it in for a long time, he didn't have the nerve to say it. Chun Pingon pretended not to see and returned to the house. Dinner was at the same table as the child's family. According to the agreement when they rented the house, this family would add a pair of bowl and chopsticks for Chun Pingon and receive an extra 30 copper coins a day. The old woman vowed that there would be fish in the meal. In reality, Chun Pingon often went out. He either left early and returned late, missing the dinner time, or he simply disappeared for a period of time. The old woman was very happy. There wasn't much oil on the table today. The old woman smiled apologetically and said, "Why didn't young Master Chun tell us earlier today so that we could have prepared the ingredients?" Chun Pingon smiled and said that it was fine as long as they could eat their fill. The old woman then asked what said. When she heard that Chun Pingon would go out tomorrow, the old woman sighed and complained that young Master Chun was too busy. It was so difficult to eat a simple meal. In fact, her daughter-in-law's cooking was not bad. She didn't dare to say it was good, but it was definitely good. The woman who had been eating with her head down and didn't even dare to eat more food raised her head slightly and smiled. It was unprecedented for her mother-in-law to praise her. After Chun Pingon finished eating, he moved a small stool and went to the street corner where the child's grandfather often played chess with others. It was rare to see a large bluestone paved street. The people who had lived here for generations would watch people come and go. They would chat with their neighbors and relieve boredom. If they saw a rich family's son galloping by on horseback or a famous brothel girl walking by, it would brighten up the entire street. Chun Pingon sat not far from the chess stall, surrounded by a large group of people. Suddenly, he found that the child had also moved a stool and sat beside him. He had already taken off the sword chi and placed it in the house. It was unreasonable for him to carry a sword on his back. He brought the sword strengthening gourd with him, but left the more obedient flying sword 15 in the courtyard to prevent it from being stolen. Now that the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom was not peaceful, there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Presumably, they would soon rise. Sensing the child's awkwardness, Chun Pingon smiled and asked, "Something on your mind?" The child, who went to school and knew some rough etiquette, lowered his head. "I'm sorry, young Master Chun." Chun Pingon asked softly, "What do you mean?" The child sat on the low stool, clenched his fists, and put them on his knees. He didn't dare to look at Chun Pingon. "My mother often went to look for young Master Chen's things when you weren't at home." Chun Pingon was stunned for a moment. He had thought that it was the mean old woman who often went to his room to visit and rummage through his things. He had never thought that it was the mother of the seemingly honest child. The child's mood became heavier. Later, when young Master Chen was away for a long time, my mother stole the books that young Master Chen put on the table and gave them to me. I couldn't help it and peeped. I know it's not good. Chun Pingan wanted to play it down and say it's okay, but he quickly swallowed his words and changed his words. It's not good. Previously, when he was wandering around the capital, he saw a wealthy and imposing mother at a noisy temple fair. Behind them was a group of retainers with bright eyes. The child was 5 or 6 years old. When he saw a beautiful older sister picking things from a stall, he ran over and pulled the young girl's sleeve. The child naturally didn't have any evil intentions. He just wanted to attract the adult's attention. The young girl ignored him at first, but the child came from a noble family. When he saw that the older sister ignored him, he became annoyed, and the strength of his hands increased. The young girl was annoyed by the pestering, but she was educated and reasonable. She didn't argue with the child, who didn't know any better. She raised her head and looked at the child's mother, who was standing not far away. The mother called the child back and stopped him from continuing his nonsense. At that time, if this scene stopped here, Chun Pingan would have let it go. However, the woman with the noble temperament said something that Chun Pingan couldn't let go of. He couldn't figure out the crux of the problem. It must be the words that the woman, who came from a wealthy family, taught her child. Look, even your older sister is angry. Don't be naughty anymore. At first glance, there was no problem. The woman's expression had always been graceful. The gaze she looked at her son was kind and doting. Her attitude toward the young girl was not bad at all. It wasn't until now that Chun Pingan casually chatted with the child that he understood the reason. It was similar but different from the tragic disaster related to the burning of Senior Songyu in the Combe country. It was wrong for the woman to teach her child like this. Could it be that the child could act like this if the young girl at the stall wasn't angry? Compared to the tragedy of Songyu burning his senior in the pugilistic world, it seemed that he could not talk too much about such a trivial matter in the marketplace. If he really talked about it endlessly, he would definitely be suspected of being unreasonable. Perhaps the woman would think that he was being unreasonable and pushing his luck. Did he really think that the family name was easy to bully? Even the young girl might not appreciate it. Chun Pingan took out the bamboo scroll and looked at the left and right ends. His gaze kept moving to the middle. There were already many marks on it. Chun Pingan's left and right index fingers pressed against the two ends of the bamboo slips, which were like rulers. He turned his head and smiled at the uneasy child. Your mother's actions are definitely wrong. It's still not right for you to admit your mistakes and not correct them. However, after knowing this, you have to understand that there are big and small things in this world. In life, other than right and wrong, there are also human relationships. For example, why did your mother do what she did? Wasn't it because she wanted you to study more and become a scholar, a high official, or even become a grand scholar? Your mother is such a person who can endure hardships. Could it be that she did it to bring glory to her ancestors, so that she could dress well and eat well? I don't think so. She just wanted you to live a good life in the future, right? If you understand why your mother did such a wrong thing, then you don't have to think too much about it. Her wrong and her good to you, you already know it in your heart. Next, it's your turn. You've read books and learned the sage's principles in the books, so you know how to behave. Then, if time flowed backwards and you were given another chance, what would you do? The child had been listening attentively because Chun Pingan's reasoning was simple, and he was an intelligent child. He understood. After thinking carefully, he said, I should quietly put the books that my mother stole back in young Master Chen's room, and then openly borrow the books from you. Is that right? Chun Pingan nodded and said, I only dare to say that on my side. It's already right. If it was someone else, you might have to think more. The child jumped up and said, Young Master Chen, then you won't blame my mother, right? Chun Pingan rubbed the child's head. Some mistakes can be made up for. You did that. The child nodded vigorously. That's why teacher told us that knowing one's mistakes is the most important thing. Chun Pingon, who didn't say more than a few words when fighting to the death, actually said so much to a child today. Even he was surprised. However, his state of mind calmed down a bit. He felt that even if he immediately went to practice his stance walking and swordsmanship, there wouldn't be a problem. Chun Pingon put the bamboo scroll back into his sleeve and simply said a few more words. You must eat every day in order to live. Under the premise that you don't have to worry about food and clothing, reading books, and reasoning is not necessarily to become a sage, but to live a better life. Of course, it's not necessarily better, but the classical teachings of the scholarly sages and the priceless advice of generations of sages, at the very least, give us the most right possibility. It tells us that we can live like this and live with a clear conscience. The child said in a daze, Young Master Chun, I don't really understand all this. Chun Pingon smiled. There are many things that I haven't thought through thoroughly. It's like building a house with only a few pillars. It's still far from being able to shelter you from the wind and rain. So, you don't have to take it seriously. It's fine if you don't understand. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask the teacher. The child smiled and stood up, carrying a small stool. After bowing to Chun Pingon, he said that he wanted to go home and copy books. The teacher was very strict. If he slacked off, he would be punished. Chun Pingon smiled and waved his hand. Go. Chun Pingon didn't turn around and said, Throw away the stone in your hand. A young voice sounded behind him. Oh, then there was the sound of a stone falling to the ground. It seemed that the stone wasn't small. A skinny little girl clapped her hands, swaggered to Chun Pingon's side, and squatted down. She turned her head and asked, Can you lend me the stool? Chun Pingon turned a deaf ear to her. He took off the blade, strengthening gourd, and started drinking. The little girl asked again, You're so rich. Can you give me some? Didn't you just say that I have to eat every day to not starve to death? Chun Pingon didn't look at her and asked, How did you find me here? The conversation between the two of them was completely irrelevant. The little girl pitifully said, I know you don't lack money. You don't feel bad giving me a few taels of silver, but I can buy a lot of biscuits and meat buns. In winter, many old beggars freeze to death in the capital every year. If I want to take off their tattered clothes, it will take a lot of effort. Look, the clothes I'm wearing now, it's how I got them. If I had money, I would definitely be able to survive. Chun Pingon still didn't look at her. The clothes you're wearing now must be good. But what about the clothes you wore last time? That little girl secretly took it out and gave it to you, right? Why didn't you wear it today just to see me? The little girl looked innocent and didn't understand Chun Pingon's meaning at all. She smiled sweetly and said, In summer, it's cooler to wear tattered clothes. I usually can't bear to wear the clothes she gave me. In winter, I'll take it out and wear it. It's especially warm. Chun Pingon suddenly stood up and looked left and right at the end of the street. His words were directed at the squatting little girl. Go and stand close to the wall. No matter what happens next, don't make a sound. The little girl was a quick-witted person. She secretly observed Chun Pingon at all times. So she glanced at Chun Pingon's line of sight. Then she muttered and complained. She got up and was about to run to the wall to take refuge. Suddenly, she heard that person say, Bring the stool. She was unhappy. Why should I help you? Are you my long-lost wild father? Chun Pingon straightforwardly said, 10 copper coins. Okay, father. The little girl's dark face immediately smiled like a flower. She picked up the stool and ran. "309. At the two ends of the long bluestone paved street, there were two people facing each other. Chun Pingon and the chess stall were in the middle. On Chun Pingon's left was a woman with a white veil over her face. She was dressed in bluestone, wrapped in red brocade, and tied with a jade belt. She held a pipa in her arms. Her body was enchanting, swaying gracefully. On the right was a man who was 8 feet tall. He was bare-handed, and his upper body was bare. His muscles were taut, but he wore a pair of pink trousers. This pair of man and woman did not look like common people who would be accompanied by the crowing of chickens and the barking of dogs. The man was murderous and didn't hide his fighting spirit at all. He stared at the guy holding the red wine jug. He was slightly taller than the average strong young man from the southern garden country. Although he had a delicate face, he couldn't be considered a young man. The man laughed loudly and said, "Foreigner, my name is Ma Xian. I come from beyond the Great Wall. A busybody gave me the nickname Pink Vajra. Yesterday, someone spent 1,000 taels of gold to buy your head. He also said that your martial arts are unfathomable. Although you look young, you are very likely to be an old monster like Eugenie. So I called my lover to come with me. Today, do you want to commit suicide and leave your body intact, or do you want to be smashed into pieces by my fists?" The man's voice was loud, and his words were earth-shattering. The people at the chess stall were in an uproar. They did not care about the chess boxes and benches and fled in all directions. They were going to kill someone in the middle of the street. How would they dare to join in the fun? According to the old generation of Zhuiyuan Alley, in the history of the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, there had been several fights between Jianghu experts. The fights had been earth-shattering, and several large squares had been reduced to ruins. After the fight, there were at least several hundred families who wore mourning clothes. Through the thin veil, the woman looked at the people who were fleeing. The corners of her mouth curled up. Her right hand was about to pick the string and cut off the head with music, but the woman suddenly stopped and smiled sweetly. "Since this young master doesn't like to liven things up, I won't do anything unnecessary." It turned out that the white-robed foreigner had his eyes on her. She felt that if she dared to touch the strings, he would leave the pink diamond behind and target her first. She was here to help her old sweetheart earn 1,000 taels of gold, not to be the main force of a thankless fight. The reason why she was willing to accept this deal was that she and the pink diamond Ma Xian were rare partners in Jianghu. One of them would fight hand-to-hand while the other would distract and harass from afar. It was flawless. As long as it was a Jianghu grandmaster other than the 10 people, the two of them could cooperate. Even if they could not defeat the opponent, they could still escape. Chun Pingan felt a little baffled. Why was he looking for him? First, it was that fairy Fan Waner, the so-called banished immortal. Now, someone offered a price of 1,000 taels of gold. Therefore, in broad daylight, two people with bloody and murderous auras jumped out. If it wasn't for him stopping them, perhaps those fleeing commoners would have already died. Compared to the intimidating tall and sturdy man Ma Xian, Chun Pingan's attention was more on the lady. The beautiful pipa, made from a whole piece of red sandalwood, fell into Chun Pingan's eyes. There was a mystery to it. Near the strings of the pipa, there were strands of bloody aura and thick ink-like death aura, intertwined and flowed out in all directions. Just that the pipa did not produce any resentful spirits or malicious spirits, Chun Pingan felt that it was strange. According to his experience in Aquarius continent and Tong Yi continent, there were so many spirits that died under the pipa. The resentment would condense, and there should be some strange spirit that would appear just like in Eagle Castle. The skinny little girl sat on the stool by the wall and muttered, "No one can see me, can't see me." As to why she did not follow the commoners and escape into the distant streets, it was not that she did not hesitate, but she felt that if she stayed here, she would be more at ease. Chun Pingan asked, "If I offer 2,000 taels of gold, can you tell me who is the mastermind behind this?" The lady lowered her head and covered her mouth, smiling coquettishly. Because she was hugging the pipa, after doing this, her chest was squeezed. Ma Xian glanced at her, his eyes burning with passion, and scolded with a smile. Slut, after not seeing each other for a few years, after seeing such a handsome man, you still can't walk. After this transaction, let's find a place to fight. Can it be cheaper? One time for 100 taels of gold. Who in the world can afford it? Chun Pingon sighed. Can we talk? The man strode forward and laughed. Chop off your head, and we will talk again. What should and should not be said, I will tell you. How about it? The lady hugging the people walked forward slowly, and when she was about 100 steps away from Chun Pingon, she stopped. She gently shook her wrist and was ready to strike. Ma Xian suddenly stomped on the ground, and the bluestone ground under his feet shattered. His burly figure instantly arrived less than 10 feet away from Chun Pingon. His pink trousers clung to his thighs, and because he was too fast, there was a flapping sound. It was only 10 feet away, but the guy who seemed to be scared silly still did not move. Ma Xian sneered. You dare to provoke my lover. You deserve to die. He no longer held back his strength, and his fist suddenly accelerated, smashing towards Chun Pingon's head. Chun Pingon's mind raced, and he did not delay in dodging the fist. His body floated backwards, and his feet were rooted to the ground. The pure martial artist here seemed to be a little bold, facing the enemy, and he still had the mood to chat. Wasn't he afraid that when he used up his breath, the opponent would take advantage of the gap between the old and the new? His fist missed, and Ma Xian knew that it was not good, so he immediately dispersed his qi. Although he was a grand master of external martial arts, he was still careful, and he was still afraid that his body might not be able to withstand the attack. He had no choice but to give up attacking and turn to defense. After the qi flowed through the acupoints of his body, his skin glowed as if it was covered with a layer of golden paint. Chun Pingon kicked upwards and kicked Ma Xian's abdomen. Ma Xian's whole body was kicked up into the sky. With a twist, Chun Pingon suddenly stood up straight, and his feet moved lightly, swaying left and right, and just happened to dodge the 4 strings that condensed into lines. The lady twisted, rolled, and plucked, and the 5 fingers of her right hand were dazzling. The people was silent, but a trace of sparkling light suddenly appeared in front of her, and in a flash it disappeared. Chun Pingon floated back and forth on the street. Every time, he would be able to dodge the cold threads that burst forth from the zither strings, those threads that were like sharp blades crisscrossed in the air in a disorderly manner. They were like dozens of arrows that were shot out in rapid succession from a strong bow, enveloping all directions. Ma Xian used a 1,000-pound drop to the ground, and his hands formed the shape of a hammer, fiercely pressing down on the street. Obviously, the lady was also paying attention to Ma Xian's movements, and when Ma Xian landed, the threads that surged out from the people slowed down, so as not to delay Ma Xian's attack momentum. Chun Pingon disappeared into thin air, and the burly man was stunned for a moment. It was too late to withdraw his fist, and he heavily smashed on the street. Ma Xian, with his long arms like an ape, bent his knees and smashed the ground in a half-squatting position. His fist touched the ground, and the bluestone slabs were constantly shattered and splashed. Chun Pingon appeared beside Ma Xian and pressed down on Ma Xian's shoulder with one hand. He slightly increased the force, and Ma Xian suddenly sank down, and his knees sank into the bluestone slabs. Ma Xian roared angrily and wanted to push away the heavy hand, but the man pressed down again, and he sat on the ground, the layer of gold on his skin, which meant that his external skills had almost reached the peak of Jianghu, actually began to dissipate on its own. The qi in his body began to flow uncontrollably, and Ma Xian was so frightened that his liver and guts were about to burst, and his soul was about to scatter. After the exchange of pointers, Chun Pingon finally discovered the truth. The pure qi in the body of this martial artist who walked the path of external martial arts was too scattered. The aura and fist intent that leaked out of his body were all real, and he was in the realm of qi refining. But it was like a house. If the wood of the pillars was not good enough, It would not have a problem in a normal sunny day, but once it encountered a real storm, it would not be able to support it, and it would collapse easily. In one breath, it was messy, and it sought more but not refinement. It was not pure at all, but more like a martial artist who walked the path of a chi trainer. The woman holding the pipa simply stopped the movement of her fingers, and there was a resentful sigh behind the veil. There was a big gap in strength between the two sides. This time, she and Ma Xian had hit an iron plate. The seemingly young, white-robed man in front of them was very likely to be a hidden great guru who was infinitely close to the 10 people in the world. A member of the devil cult? Another god's favored son after old demon Ding appeared out of nowhere? To unify Jianghu? Or a direct disciple carefully trained by the old immortal Yuzhini? Was it a trump card to deal with old demon Ding's reappearance in Jianghu? The situation was a mess. So was the woman with the pipa. She and Ma Xian should not have gotten involved. Someone on the wall gently clapped his hands. Amazing, amazing. No wonder he was temporarily put on the list. He is indeed worthy of our attention. The woman looked up and suddenly felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. A man with a stiff smile was squatting on the wall. His face had not changed for thousands of years, as if he was wearing a shoddy mask that would take root and sprout once it was put on and could not be taken off in this lifetime. Smiling face, Qiantang. Apart from the 10 people, this person was the most difficult guru to deal with in the world. He was also the most eccentric of the heterodox doctrines. He did not kill the innocent, but when he met masters of the same level, he would definitely pester them. Although the 8-armed god Shui Yuan, who was one of the 10 people in the older generation, had fallen out of the 10 people because of his age, and the peak of his fist technique had passed, but a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. One of the 3 sects of the devil cult was almost killed by his 8-armed magical skill. However, when faced with smiling face, he was pestered by Qiantang for a whole year and almost lost his mind. Squatting on the wall, smiling face grabbed a piece of soil with one hand and threw it lightly. He laughed and said, "If you deliberately hide your strength, you will die." Not at his hands, but at mine. Right, Ma Xian? And that big-breasted woman over there. Right? What's your name again? Ma Xian, who had been pressed down by Qin Pingan's palm on his shoulder several times, suddenly exploded with vigorous stellar energy. His aura was countless times stronger than before. The woman holding the pipa also put on a pair of fake fingernails that glowed with a dim light. She no longer had the slightest suspicion of showing off her skills as she began to pluck the strings of the pipa. Ma Xian fiercely threw a backhand punch. Chun Pingan stretched out a palm in front of him to block the punch. Borrowing the momentum, his body slid backwards, his feet lightly sliding across the surface of a mirror like 2 chess pieces. Between Ma Xian and Chun Pingan, 2 green threads as thick as thumbs crisscrossed, causing 2 cracks to appear on the wall on both sides. If Chun Pingan had retreated a little later, he would have had to face this sneak attack head-on. Ma Xian turned around and glanced up at the smiling guy on the wall. He snorted coldly and stared at Chun Pingan, who was safe and sound. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. Previously, he had been kicked into the sky by Chun Pingan, so his internal organs had actually been injured. The brawny man reminded the woman behind him, "Coquettish woman, if you don't show some real skills, it'll be very difficult for us to fool him today." The woman said fiercely, "It's all your fault. How can it be so difficult to earn money in the world?" Ma Xian grinned and said, "How could I have known that the gold would be so hot? We agreed to deal with old Demon Ding. I thought this guy was just a small fish and shrimp." Ooh. Chun Pingan's attention was more focused on the smiling face on the wall. He was testing them, or trying to see through the depths of this Jianghu. They were also checking Chun Pingan's real background. The smiling face on the wall clapped again. Interesting. Interesting. Everyone's thinking the same thing. At this moment, a handsome young man with an apricot hairpin slowly walked out from the intersection of the streets and alleys. He held two bloody heads in his hands. It was Zhou Shi. He stood at the corner and looked at Chen Pingan from afar. He smiled as he lifted the heads in his hands and gently threw them on the ground. Behind him, a beautiful woman wearing wooden clogs slowly walked out. She slowly walked past Zhou Shi, and when she stepped on the bluestone pavement, there was a very clear dripping sound. She also carried two heads in her hands and casually threw them on the street. She smiled sweetly and said, "Young master, my master grandpa said that as long as you hand over the wine gourd, the child will live. Otherwise, the family of five will be reunited. These days, young master has been wandering around the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. I can see that you're a kind-hearted person. Can you bear to do that?" In the house deep in the alley, an old man wearing a silver lotus crown was sitting on a bench and basking in the sun. Beside him was a trembling child with snot and tears all over his face. The old man smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. Your talent is very good. I plan to make an exception and take you as my disciple. Maybe you can become the next leader of the devil cult. Why are you crying? You only lost a few relatives, but you have the hope of owning the entire Jianghu. Child, you've read some books and should be able to calculate this. If you cry again and distract me, I won't be able to trap the little guy in the house. If so, I'll kill you too." The old man raised his head and looked into the distance. "Usually, Zhongqiu, I might as well tell you the truth. I've already agreed to protect Zhou Fei. I advise you to kill Tong Qingqing and Feng Qingbai first before dealing with me. Besides, one more outsider means one more chance. It doesn't matter whether you kill me or not. Do you really think I'll be tempted by a golden Arhut body? Then you're looking down on me too much. But I can tell you a piece of great news. If you kill the person on the street, it won't be 10. Apart from one life, plus the wine gourd and the legendary immortal's flying sword in the house behind me, it will be at least 13. Ooh, languid, the old man said. Why don't you and I change our strategy? If we kill that boy, we'll have more choices. Probably because he had received a definite answer, the old man sneered. On the street, Chen Pingan looked around and said in a low voice, "No need to calculate my state of mind." Smiley face and flower hairpin man both felt that it was inconceivable. They didn't know why he said that. Only a middle-aged man standing in the shade of a tree in the distance with a sword in his arms opened his eyes. He no longer looked lazy and sneered, as expected. "310. The middle-aged man slowly walked out of the shade, holding the hilt of his sword and swinging it left and right. He did not look like a swordsman, but more like a naughty child holding a rattledrum. When he appeared in front of everyone, Ma Xian, lute woman, smiling face, hairpin man Zhou Shi, and crow of the evil cult all changed their expressions. The man did not look at these famous top masters in Jianghu. He just smiled at the young man, who seemed to be a fellow swordsman. "You think too much. You don't have that much influence. In the past 100 years of Jianghu, only Ding Ying is qualified. He stretched out his free hand and shook his finger. "Not yet." Under everyone's gaze, the man stabbed the long sword into the ground and held the hilt with his palm. He looked lazy and smiled at the two groups. "Don't be in a daze. Continue. If you can't kill him, it won't be too late for me to make a move. Don't worry. I'm only aiming at that kid today. I promise I won't hurt you." Ma Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed. "I didn't expect to have Sword Fairy Lu to hold the line. This trip to the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom is not in vain. No matter what the result is, when Jianghu talks about this war in the future, Ma Xian will be mentioned. I can go all out now." Ma Xian bent his back slightly. A tattoo of a tiger down the mountain appeared from his shoulder to his arm. It was amazing. Not only that, there was a picture of a door god on his bulging back. It was a long-bearded man in a green robe holding a long saber. He closed his eyes and leaned on the saber, exuding a strong, cold aura. Compared to the tiger down the mountain on his shoulder, it was even more shocking. Smiling Face squatted on the wall and smiled even more. He picked up a grass root from somewhere and chewed it gently. Hairpin Man Zhou Shi whispered to Crow beside him. Obviously, Ma Xian also had some lucky encounters and got some scattered opportunities. My father once told me that this is called the art of summoning the gods. In the generational appointment 300 years ago, someone used this art to kill everyone outside the Great Wall. He chased after 2,000 grassland elite cavalry and killed them all. Seeing the gloomy eyes of Loot Woman, the burly man whose aura was rising laughed. How dare I get involved in this mess if I don't have some new skills? Do you really think I care about that bit of gold? The woman said coldly, I'm only here for gold. This money is clean. Ma Xian said sarcastically, What? Don't tell me you're really interested in that poor scholar? How many scholars are so shameless? If he finds out about your past, won't he regret it so much that his intestines turn green with regret? Won't he scold you that you're not even comparable to a prostitute? I didn't accuse you wrongly. From head to toe, which part of your body is clean? Hurry up and get lost. When you and that poor scholar get married, I will definitely reward you with 500 taels of gold. Just treat it as money for prostitution. Ooh. Zhou Shi laughed and said, You keep calling me your lover, but it turns out that you're actually sincere. The woman with fake fingers and a pipa in her arms showed a trace of hesitation. Smiling Face suddenly said, Get married? Before I came here, I had a good chat with a scholar named Jiang. We talked about a lot of interesting stories in Jianghu. Among them, we talked about concubine Pipa's Jianghu past. The scholar was probably stupid from reading too much. He only said that how could there be such a shameless woman in the world? In the end, he didn't even think that concubine Pipa was the person who slept next to him. Alas, since he's a fool, then this marriage can still be done. The woman's expression was sorrowful, but then it became resolute. Chun Pingon had been watching and listening attentively. He was not anxious at all. Not only because he was on the street and was surrounded, but also because Flying Sword 15 seemed to be imprisoned by the Jingfu again. The sloppy man leaning on the sword was the third martial artist Chun Pingon had seen. The previous two were the old man with the silver lotus crown and Fan Wan-er. However, the man in front of him had a much higher martial cultivation than Fan Wan-er. As far as he was concerned, the gap between him and the old man surnamed Ding was not too big. But even Ma Xian had a trump card. This Jianghu was obviously not as shallow as imagined. If it was Sword 15 in the sword-cultivating gourd, instead of level 1, the situation would be better. But it was useless to think too much. He was really attacked from both sides. Zhou Shi smiled and said, Monsieur, thank you. The woman in wooden clogs said helplessly, Master Grandpa has spoken. I dare not be lazy, but you must remember to save me. The hairpin man nodded and said, Destroying a flower is the most tragic thing in the world. Zhou Shi will not let Miss Ye burn down. The man with the stiff smile tossed the grass root aside and stood up as well. After stretching his muscles and bones, he rubbed his cheeks with both hands and revealed a sincere smile that was no longer stiff. I want to personally measure the weight of the banished immortal. Lu Fong said hello and reminded him with a smile, the war is imminent. Do you still want to think about these things? Tong Qingqing, who hides from place to place, Feng Qingbai, who presses forward courageously, and you who is muddle-headed. In fact, they all have their own ways of living. It's just that you have the worst luck. I know you have been deliberately hiding your strength. Be careful not to play with fire. Ma Xian had already raised his momentum to the highest point in his martial arts career in one go. There was no reason for him to delay. His resentment and longing for the woman with the people were not fake. Taking the opportunity to accumulate momentum and fight with all his strength was even more real. The tiger down the mountain was like a living creature. Its body shook and brought about bursts of golden light on Ma Xian's shoulders and arms. When Ma Xian clenched his left fist, golden light seeped out between his fingers. He took a step and came in front of Chen Pingan in an instant. He punched out, causing the air to shake with the sound of wind and thunder. Chen Pingan did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward. He tilted his head and bent his waist, pressing his shoulder against Ma Xian's. At the same time, his right hand pressed against Ma Xian's knee. Ma Xian was thrown 7 to 8 feet away. He staggered a few steps, each step creating a pothole on the street. Only then did he stop himself. The sound of the people was heard. 2 snow-white silk threads drew an arc from both sides of Ma Xian and went straight for Chen Pingan. Ma Xian suddenly stomped on the ground and charged forward again. Chen Pingan's figure flashed, dodging the attack of the zither strings. Aside from being extremely agile, he also seemed to be dragged forward by something at an illogical speed. Lu Fang's eyes lit up. He laughed loudly. Ma Xian, pay attention to your front. Ma Xian suddenly stopped, plowing out 2 gullies on the street. He stomped his feet heavily and raised his arms in front of him. Sure enough, an inconceivable punch smashed into his arm. Ma Xian roared angrily. The saber-wielding Confucian general with a long beard and azure robes on his back suddenly opened his eyes. Die. Ma Xian just leaned back slightly, stepping forward with 1 foot. He swung his arm and punched out. His whole arm, overflowing with golden light, drew a golden fan in the air. In the smiling man's eyes, he saw the snow-white robed figure pressing down on Ma Xian's fist with 1 hand. Then the figure leaped up and directly jumped over Ma Xian's head. Moreover, the figure stepped on the back of Ma Xian's head and leaped toward the woman who was hiding behind him. The woman with the pipa saw that the situation was not good. Her fingers moved quickly on the strings of the pipa, interweaving a green spider web between the two. Chen Pingan suddenly frowned, changed his direction in an instant, abandoned the pipa woman, and rushed directly to the left. It was the gloomy, smiling face, except for Lu Fang. Among the 2 groups of people who had shown up at present, Chen Pingan was most afraid of this strange person. The smiling face laughed and said, "It's said that picking up a soft persimmon to pinch, but you're good." He opened his arms and fell straight forward. The next moment, the smiling face's figure disappeared in an instant. Chen Pingan twisted his direction in the air, reaching out to grab the smiling face who had inexplicably appeared behind him. He silently kicked at the back of Chen Pingan's head. Chen Pingan actually grabbed nothing. It was simply a teleportation talisman. The smiling face appeared behind him mysteriously again. This time, he curled up his body, spread his arms, and punched at Chen Pingan's temples with both fists. Chen Pingan was just about to make a move. Lu Fang's words just happened to be 1 step ahead, and he generously said to the smiling face, "Be careful, he's about to use his strength." The smiling face hesitated for a moment, and took the initiative to give up the great opportunity to smash Chen Pingan's head with both fists. In an instant, he stood on the bluestone street. Chen Pingan almost exchanged places with the smiling face. The latter came to the street, and Chen Pingan stood on the wall. He glanced at the sword-wielding man who had twice ruined his plans. "Why don't you just make a move?" Lu Fang's palm lightly patted the hilt of his sword, and he said cheerfully, "Ganging up with so many people to gang up on a junior. If word gets out, your reputation will be bad." Chen Pingan was silent. The blade-strengthening gourd was lifeless, as if the originally open wine pot had been blocked by someone, and there was no longer any fragrance. Chu-yi was like a clay ox in the sea, and there was no movement. He had broken the connection with Chen Pingan's heart. Not only that, the golden wine robe on his body had also lost its effect. However, losing the golden wine as a protective talisman meant that Chen Pingon had lost the ability to ignore weapons. However, there was also one additional advantage, and that was that without the restriction of the golden wine robe's spiritual energy circulation, Chen Pingon seemed to have taken off old Yang's Shinchi talisman. Without the invisible restrictions on his hands and feet, his fists would only be faster. Chu Yi disappeared, Chu Yi was trapped, and the golden wine had no magic treasures or supernatural powers. In exchange, he could punch to his heart's content. Punching was about being able to withdraw and release freely. In fact, Chen Pingon had been withdrawing because he was really full of doubts about this Jianghu, the entire capital of the Nanyuan kingdom, and the so-called 10 people in the world. But even if he couldn't figure it out, there were still some things that he had to do. Lu Fang began to point out the world again. Ma Xian, don't die. Ma Xian made a fist stance, and his left and right arms had turned golden. As he breathed, he spat out little golden light. The long-bearded, green-robed martial sage behind him, after opening his eyes, was even more lifelike. From the tip of the sword, a snow-white ball of light lit up, and wisps of light spread to the bones. Soon, Ma Xian's eyes were suffused with a faint silver light. The burly man, like a statue enshrined in the main hall, grinned and said, "This invincible golden body, I was going to try the Imperial Tutor's #1 in the world. Boy, you win. Come, just hit me. If I frown, I lose, okay?" Chen Pingon stepped forward. There was an illusion in everyone's vision, and the whole street seemed to have collapsed a few feet because of this step. A punch, no longer holding back, smashed into Ma Xian's chest. The long-bearded, green-robed, martial sage image on his back was smashed to pieces in an instant. Ma Xian's burly body flew out with a bang. Chen Pingon followed like a shadow. Another punch hit, and Ma Xian's body was twisted into an arc. This time, Chen Pingon's punch changed the angle slightly, making Ma Xian hit the companion behind him. "Lu Fang, save me." The people woman's face changed dramatically. After she cried out in horror, she did not wait for death. As a first-class master, she did not retreat, nor did she dodge left and right. She tiptoed and quickly moved forward, trying to hide behind Ma Xian, who had an invincible golden body. She thought that the guy could not punch through Ma Xian's body. As long as he paused for a moment, she believed that Lu Fang would attack. Chen Pingon seemed to see through the people woman's thoughts, and the third punch hit Ma Xian's abdomen again. Not only was the golden body shattered, but the originally pale silver eyes immediately turned red, filled with horrifying blood vessels. Ma Xian's back and the people woman who tried to be clever and made a fool of themselves collided. After the collision, the pipa strings rang out chaotically. After the woman spat out a mouthful of blood, she kicked out with her legs and stepped in the air, retreating backward. It was still too slow. Chen Pingon's punch penetrated the pipa in the woman's arms and hit her abdomen heavily. His arms swung out in a half circle, and the woman and the broken pipa were twisted in the air by the force of the punch. Then they suddenly crashed into the wall. Her plump body was almost completely buried in the wall, and it was unknown whether she was alive or dead. The pipa in her arms fell to the ground. In the distance, Lu Fang smiled and still did not attack, even if that person seemed to treat him as a real enemy. He spoke again lazily, smiley face. "Remember, don't be fooled by the speed of his punches. He can be even faster. Try not to let him get close to you. Try using hidden weapons, poisons, and whatnot." Lu Fang pretended to be enlightened. "Oh, right. The people he really wants to kill are actually Monsieur and Master Zhou." After being shocked by Chen Pingon's punches, the Devil Sect woman did not even have the intention to join in the fun. Even if she were to be punished by the old sect master, It would be better than ending up like Ma Xian. Zhou Shi had already planned to watch from the sidelines. However, when Lu Fang said this, both of them were horrified. As expected, Chen Pingan moved horizontally. The person facing him was Yer, who was wearing wooden clogs. She was just about to move when her eyes suddenly widened, and her face was full of pain. The wall behind her exploded without warning, and an extremely slender, long sword appeared. The assassin held the sword with both hands and was as fast as lightning. The tip of the sword pierced through the woman's back. The hands holding the sword were pressed against Yer's back. The assassin continued to run forward, and the poor woman was pushed forward. It was as if a 3-foot sheathless sword had grown out of the woman's abdomen. The tip of the sword went straight for Chen Pingan. It went straight for the central courtyard. The central courtyard acupoint was also known as the dragon's jaw. It was located on the central line in front of Chen Pingan. Lu Fang quietly held the sword hilt, but he quickly let go. In the nick of time, Chen Pingan disappeared into thin air. He had used the last mind talisman. The assassin loosened his grip on the sword and pressed on the back of the woman's head, pushing her forward with all his might. Her delicate body slid off the sword and fell to the ground several zhang away. Her back was slightly loose, probably due to the incessant vomiting of blood. A pool of blood soaked her back. The woman struggled for a moment, trying to flip her body over, but just as her elbow bent a little, she fell heavily onto the street. The assassin was a barefoot young man with rolled-up sleeves. He turned to look at Chen Pingan, who was adjusting his breathing, and said with a bright smile, "I heard that as long as I kill you, there will be Dharma treasures to be obtained. So I came." He shook out a dazzling sword flower. "My name is Feng Qingbai, a sword cultivator. Being ranked among the top 10 is a share. Together with the share you exchange for your head, it's a huge profit." Feng Qingbai said helplessly, "It's a pity that I couldn't kill you with one strike. I probably wouldn't have been your match in a head-on confrontation. It's okay. I can cooperate with Lu Fang. He's the only sword immortal here, and he's definitely going to return." Ma Xian, who only knew how to invite gods to descend, had already lost his golden body. The people woman, who was stuck in the wall, did not move at all. There was the intermittent sound of rocks falling to the ground at the base of the wall. A famous demoness of the demonic cult, who had secretly supported the dragon for several years, was lying in a pool of blood. Her wooden clogs and her snow-white feet were very eye-catching. However, there was still Lu Fang, the self-proclaimed sword cultivator Feng Qingbai, the smiling face, and the hairpin man Zhou Shi. The skinny little girl curled up on a small stool and thought to herself punch after punch, "I'll blow their heads off so that I can take off their clothes and boots. They're obviously worth a lot of silver." The little girl looked at the miserable state of the woman in the distance, especially the pair of wooden clogs. She could not help but take a few more glances. She thought to herself that it was no wonder she died so quickly with such gaudy clothes. Chen Pingan clenched his fists tightly and then loosened them. He repeated this several times. After practicing martial arts for so long, it was time to let it go. At the peak of Yunia Mountain, the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Zhongqiu, had a solemn expression. He was somewhat unsure. He asked in a deep voice, "Is that true? Killing that person will not only give you a new place, but also 3 blessings? Why is it so?" According to the secret records of various countries and the secret files of the Veneration Tower, such a situation has never happened before in history. Could it be Ding Ying's trick? Yu Shini, who looked like an innocent child, was carefully carving a jade bamboo fan with a carving knife. He rubbed it carefully, as if he was obsessed with the beauty of his skin. Yu Shini didn't answer Zhongqiu's question. Instead, he stared intently at the fine lines on the bamboo branch. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. For Yu Shini, who had already returned to his original state of martial arts, this didn't make sense. As a great grandmaster second only to Ding Ying, Eugenie had long been immune to cold and heat. It was rumored that at the age of 70, he had obtained an immortal secret book and comprehended the will of heaven for decades. He was proficient in magic arts. Some people even said that they had seen Eugenie riding on clouds and flying on cranes and phoenixes. It was at that time that Eugenie's figure and appearance began to change from that of a white-haired old man to that of a young man. After 10 years of seclusion, he successfully broke out and became one with nature. Everyone looked forward to Eugenie, the leader of the righteous faction, to fight with Ding Ying. It would be best if he could kill Ding Ying. From then on, the world would be peaceful. The emperors would not have to worry about being beheaded by him in their sleep. The grandmasters of both the righteous and the evil factions would not have to rely on him. Even the devil cult's leaders wished that this eccentric ancestor would either die early or achieve the legendary feat of ascension. In short, he did not want to stay in the human world. After 80 years, it was time for someone else to sit on the top seat. In addition to Eugenie and Zhong Qiu, who were both enemies and friends, there was also a beautiful woman wearing a noble robe on the top of Bull Mountain. Her robe was dark green, which was the empress of the Nanyuan kingdom. It was only worn during court meetings and temple visits. At the moment, there was the most obedient imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom at the top of the mountain. Therefore, the woman could only be the empress of the Nanyuan kingdom, Zhou Shuzhen. She also had a secret identity. She was the current lord of the Reverence Tower. She was responsible for ranking the masters in the world once every 20 years. Zhou Fei of the Chunqiao Palace had long coveted Empress Zhou's beauty. Hairpin man Zhou Shi once confessed in the main hall of the White River Temple that if Zhong Qiu was not guarding the palace, his father, Zhou Fei, would have broken into the palace to take her away. Eugenie put down the jade bamboo in his hand and raised his arm to wipe the sweat on his forehead. He gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, which curled up like clouds and lingered around the child's face for a long time. He first answered Zhong Qiu's question. It should be true, but Ding Ying's mind is unpredictable compared to working together to kill the young swordsman who suddenly appeared. Ding Ying's backup plan is more worthy of our attention. Eugenie emphasized, I'm worried about the situation in Zhuiyuan Alley. Imperial tutor Zhong, you'd better watch it yourself. He called Zhong Imperial tutor Zhong Qiu. It seemed that their relationship was indeed very ordinary. Zhong Qiu frowned. Not only is Ding Ying overseeing the situation in Zhuiyuan Alley, but Lu Feng also brought a sword. What's there to worry about? Eugenie shook his head. I'm worried about Ding Ying and Lu Feng. Zhong Qiu's expression was somewhat unhappy. Lu Feng is a straightforward person. What's there to worry about? Just because he's on the same side as that swordsman? In front of him was the number one person of the righteous faction, the leader of the Lake Mountain sect, the imperial tutor of Songlai Kingdom, and the old immortal in the eyes of the world. He had always been like this. Although his actions were straightforward, there was a sense of alienation and indifference in his bones. The closer one was to him, the deeper one would feel it. Eugenie said indifferently, if you're not going, I'll go. Zhong Qiu snorted coldly. Without even looking at Empress Zhou, he swept to the foot of the mountain like an eagle. He became a black dot. And after a few leaps and bounds at the foot of the mountain, he was soon far away from Yunia Mountain. Empress Zhou sighed. Even someone as strong as Zhong Qiu can't control the wind, as recorded in the ancient books. What about you, Eugenie? Can you do it now? Eugenie was silent. Zhou Shuzhen laughed. Even if you can't ride the clouds and the wind, you're still very elegant and unrestrained. When she was still a young girl, she met Zhong Qiu and Eugenie for the first time in the marketplace of another kingdom. The former showed off his ability, while the latter's divine brilliance was reserved, but she was still amazed by them. Eugenie stood up. His height didn't even reach Empress Zhou's chest, but when he stood up, Zhou Shuzhen felt like she was suddenly pushed to the foot of the mountain and could only look up at the person on the mountain peak. Jenny asked, "Have you confirmed that there's no mistake about the 10 people in the world?" Zhou Shuzhen nodded. "It's completely confirmed." She couldn't help but sigh. It's like an imperial court examination for officials, but it's not so cruel. Jenny put his hands behind his back and looked into the distance, looking desolate. The hidden empress of Nanyuan Kingdom asked a question. "Where exactly is Tong Qingqing hiding?" Jenny was silent for a moment. "I think only Dingying knows." Zhou Shuzhen turned her head and looked at this high and mighty immortal. "How high is Dingying's martial arts realm?" Jenny said something strange. "I don't know if I know." 3:11. The child was scared to the extreme, but he wasn't that scared anymore. He was the only one left in the world. He was just a child who had just read a few books and didn't know how to compromise. With a face full of hatred, he gritted his teeth and asked, "What's your name?" The old man smiled playfully. The child added, "I'll definitely kill you. I'll avenge my parents and grandparents." The old man with the silver lotus crown pointed at himself and said with a smile, "Me? The world likes to call me Old Demon Ding, and the good and evil are no exception. The disciples of the sect will probably still respectfully call me sect master when they see me. As for my real name, it's Dinging. I haven't used it for many years." The old man asked, "Then what's your name?" The child's voice trembled, but he tried his best to raise his voice. "Chao Ching Lang." The old man joked, "Your name is too convenient. Plus, with your appearance, you'll be beaten up when you go to Jianghu in the future." He waved his sleeve casually, and a strong wind blew on the window paper of the side room. It buzzed, but the thin window paper was not damaged at all. It was as if something in the room had been knocked back. The child couldn't see this wonderful trick. He was so angry that his face turned blue. Bullshit. His family was dead, and the name given by his parents became the child's last thought. The old man didn't care. He saw a few old hens pecking around in the yard. The old man got up and went to the kitchen. He took out a handful of rice from the rice jar and sat back down. He sprinkled it on the ground. The old hens quickly flapped their wings and came over to eat happily. The old man smiled and said, "The world is afraid of me, but look, they're not." He bent down and leaned forward. "Does this mean that the so-called masters, emperors, generals, and ministers are all inferior to a chicken?" The child was too young, and his mind was filled with hatred. How could he be willing to think about such things? He could only stare at the great demon who killed without blinking an eye, hating himself for being too weak. He suddenly remembered that there was still a hatchet in the kitchen, but it had not been sharpened much. In the capital, a small family like the child's had the confidence to ask a passing charcoal seller to stop his ox cart. The hatchet in the house was just for show. The old man looked at the sky and answered his own question. Of course not. The ignorant are fearless. Sometimes an eagle would fly across the sky, and the mice in the field would quickly protect the grains under their claws. In our world, there are not many people like this, but there are also quite a few. They are not much better than ordinary people, but they can see the shadow. For example, Eugenie from Songlai Kingdom, the old chef in the Crown Prince's mansion of Nanyuan Kingdom, and the old monk preaching scriptures in Jingang Temple. At this point, Dinging stood up, shook his sleeves, and flicked his fingers. Again and again, stellar energy condensed into lines that shot toward the window in the side room. Ding Ying's attack was too fast. Dark green Gang Chi constantly condensed on the other side of the window. It was like a picture of the Milky Way. There are also some foreign visitors who don't come with good intentions. We call them banished immortals. They play the human world like a comet sweeping its tail. They come and go in a hurry. As for how the human world has changed, how big of a mess they have made, and how bad of a mess it has become, they never care. They don't care about the joys and sorrows of the human world. Dinging smiled and made a gesture of turning the pages of a book. Then he clapped his hands gently, as if he was closing a book. These people are like a page of a casual book in their free time. They just turn the page. They don't care if the page says collapse of etiquette and music, thousands of miles of blood, or misery and suffering of people. A family of etiquette that has been passed down for thousands of years, a sage's mansion with a pleasant smell of books, produced a freak who made a mess of it. A small country that lives in a remote corner has an ambitious emperor. He doesn't know anything about military affairs, but he is militaristic. In 20 years, half of the country's young and strong people died. The child didn't understand this at all. He was immersed in hatred. Then what did you do? The child named Chao Qinglang sobbed and said, "You only know how to kill my parents and grandparents." Chao Qinglang sobbed with grief and indignation. "What kind of hero are you? You're just a heinous devil." The old man seemed to be deliberately teasing the child. He imitated the child's whining and then burst out laughing. It was hard to tell if he was still a child or crazy. The child was trembling with anger. Ding Ying smiled and said, "Actually, what those deities did have anything to do with me? No, I'm just looking for an excuse to kill people, to kill some interesting guys." The old man raised his arm and made a gesture of chopping meat with his palm as a knife. "One deity, 2 deities, 3 or 4. Chop them to death. Apart from them, there are also the top 10 people other than me, and the bottom 10 people. If they are interesting, keep them alive. If they are not pleasing to the eye, kill them together." While the child was sobbing, Dinging glanced at the sky. This time, it was different from the time 60 years ago. That was why he chose to stay here instead of fighting in person. After all, he was still crazy. He tried to challenge 9, or even more top masters by himself. 60 years ago, someone had tried to do so. He wanted to monopolize the martial arts fate in the world, but he failed miserably. If the young master of the flying sword could survive, everyone would be surprised. Then Dinging, would leave this place at that time, so that person would not be surprised. Dinging knew that this world was like raising venomous insects. Deep in Ding Ying's heart, there was an unknown secret. In order to solve this mystery, he only cared about one thing. If he let the 60 years of raising venomous insects become a waste of effort, would they come to see him? Who exactly would walk in front of him? Before that, there were 2 key points. First, Zhou Shi had to die on the street, so that Lu Fang and Zhou Fei would take the initiative to fall into the trap. Second, the master of the flying sword also had to die. Dinging looked back at the window and smiled. He didn't think it was difficult. An old man with an aquiline nose was walking on the bustling streets of the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom. He looked majestic without being angry. He should be from the northern region. He was very tall and stood out from the crowd, attracting the attention of many local people. Beside the old man were several male and female guards with clear eyes and vigorous steps. They only glanced at him from the corner of their eyes and suppressed the curious gazes. Living in the most virtuous city in the world, the old man had a lot of emotions. He was used to the vast sky and vast land beyond the Great Wall, so he was not used to the crowds here. Just when the old man was in a bad mood, a vigorous man walked quickly from the distance and told his teacher in a grassland dialect that he had found the man in a place called Kajia Bridge, which was not far away. The old man asked the disciple to lead the way. Soon, they crossed a stone bridge with a long history and came to a shop near the water. It was a silk shop. The old man asked the disciple to wait outside. The business of the shop was quiet, and there were no customers. The old man stepped over the threshold alone and saw that behind the low counter there was only a head with sparse hair that looked crooked. When the shopkeeper saw the old man, he smiled and said, "Oh, what a rare guest! I don't find it strange to see anyone recently, but when I see you, it's like the sun has risen from the west. I don't understand. Although Zhou Fei's son told me in advance that you were coming, I actually didn't believe him. I just thought he was trying to trick me into coming out of the mountain to help his father avoid disaster. The shopkeeper went around the counter and gestured to the old man with the aquiline nose to find a place to sit down and talk. Great Grandmaster Cheng, please sit down and talk. Otherwise, I have to raise my neck to chat with you. It's tiring. The old man who came from afar didn't care. He sat on a coarse chair used to receive guests and went straight to the point. If it weren't for the fact that I don't trust the list of the 10 people, I wouldn't have come here to take the risk. You and I are not in the top 5, so there might be accidents. Feng Qingbai, who is undoubtedly a banished immortal, old Demon Ding's grand disciple Yipper, and Zhou Fei's son Zhou Shi. There are 3 of them now. Who knows if there are some old bastards and little turtles hiding under the water? The shopkeeper nodded his head in agreement. Yu Shini and Zhong Qiu, the 4 great grandmasters, gathered in Mount Yaoniao. This was the news on the stage for the world to see. This time, Jingyang Lu chose to announce the list of the 10 people in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. This was the key to the hidden mystery. The old man from beyond the Great Wall sneered. I use spears and you use sabers. Like Zhong Qiu, we both use external martial arts. We are different from that old fox Eugenie. As long as it is a battle to the death, there will be more or less hidden injuries. The 3 of us definitely won't last 60 years. For this opportunity, I have fought all the way until today. I have to account for all the hidden injuries on my body. At the end of his words, the old man gently patted the chair's handle. The chair was safe and sound, but the floor of the shop under the chair was already filled with cracks. The inner disciples of the old man outside the shop felt the flow of qi in the room. They were all as if they were facing a great enemy and breathed heavily. The shopkeeper smiled. Your disciples don't have much aptitude. Didn't I hear that many years ago you found a talented little wolf cub in the grassland? After all these years of careful training, he won't be inferior to Yub and Zhou Shi, these gods' favored ones, right? The old man, surnamed Cheng, said indifferently, He's dead. It's not good if his aptitude is too good. The shopkeeper said angrily, Cheng Yuan Shan, even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. Do you still have any humanity? This old man, who came all the way from beyond the Great Wall to Nanyuan Kingdom, was the 8th of the 10 people in the world. Armed Saint Cheng Yuan Shan. 20 years ago, after he entered the list of the 10 people ranked by Jingyang Lu, he quietly went to the grassland beyond the Great Wall and quickly became an honored guest of the master of the grassland. Cheng Yuan Shan looked askance at this short old man, who concealed his name in Nanyuan Kingdom. Lu Zong, you have the nerve to talk about me? Whetstone, what do you like to use to whet your blade? The whetstone, Lu Zong, chuckled. Cheng Yuan Shan said doubtfully, I just came here, and Nanyuan Kingdom is Zhong Qiu's territory. Which side is Zhong Qiu on this time? At first, I thought it was Eugenie, but now it seems that it's not necessarily so. What does old Demon Ding want to do? He's the one who doesn't need to do anything in the world, yet he came to Nanyuan Kingdom's capital. What does he want? After the shopkeeper Lu Zong was mentioned by the armed Saint Cheng Yuan Shan as the grinder, his imposing manner rose sharply for a moment, but it immediately slackened again. His entire person once again became a small old man in the shop who only knew how to seek personal gain. He pointed at Cheng Yuan Shan and teased, Oh, you just like to think too much? But Cheng Yuan Shan was well aware that Lu Zong did not delay his cultivation in the slightest over these years, and even improved further. But in the region of Nanyuan Kingdom, Zhong Qiu had been overseeing the imperial palace for so many years, so there were no shocking rumors. Without a whetstone, how could Lu Zong's martial arts not retreat but advance instead? In these years, other than secretly slaughtering the masters beyond the Great Wall, Cheng Yuan Shan also sneaked into the south many times. Among them, He killed 2 Jianghu masters who had the potential to enter the top 10. He did this in order to sharpen his state of mind in dangerous battles, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Cheng Yuanshan said, "This person, Zhou Fei, does things without restraint, too much like those banished immortals in history." This time, he also relied on dinging. "Whether it's a blessing or a curse, tell me, Lu Zong, other people cannot be trusted, but you are an exception." Lu Zong laughed and said, "Why should you trust me?" Cheng Yuanshan said solemnly, "The people in Jianghu who are called martial arts fanatics are as numerous as the hairs on a cow, but in my heart, the only true martial arts fanatic is you, Lu Zong. You Dinging, Zhong Xiu, and Yuzhen Yi are the same. You are one of the few people who survived that chaotic battle. Those 10 people, some died, some disappeared. Only you people who were at the periphery of the situation. Each of you obtained a chance. Ding Ying obtained the Taoist crown left behind by the immortals. Yuzhen Yi obtained an immortal's secret manual. I am not sure what Zhongqiu obtained, but you, Lu Zong, took the initiative to give up that demonic knife, just to have a knife by your side. This kind of choice, only you can make in this world." Lu Zong twirled his sparse beard and said with a smile, "This kind of secret. You are an outsider who did not personally participate in that disaster. How did you know?" This matter could be said to be the most itchy part of Lu Zong's life. He could not tell ordinary people, but when armed Saint Cheng Yuanshan took the initiative to reveal it today, Lu Zong, the person who sharpened the knife, was immensely pleased with himself. Cheng Yuanshan answered honestly, "The new owner that the demonic knife refiner chose was personally killed by me, but I was unable to keep it." Armed Saint Cheng Yuanshan had always been proud and arrogant. He looked down on people like Jing Xian Pavilion and Tong Qing, who were on the ranking list. As for the 10 people outside of the 10, who were judged by busybodies, Cheng Yuanshan had directly spread the word that these people could serve him tea and water, so could take off his boots, so could help guard his door and courtyard. These 10 top experts, whose names shook the world, none of them could enter armed Saint Cheng Yuanshan's eyes. But today, when they came to see Lu Zong, they were extremely polite, to the extent that Cheng Yuanshan was even willing to lower himself. From this, it could be seen that Cheng Yuanshan did not have the slightest bit of confidence in coming to Nanyuan Kingdom's capital city. Lu Zong stuck a finger into his mouth, picked out the remaining shredded meat from the previous meal from between his teeth, and casually flicked it. Whether a butcher's skill is good or not depends on the knife he uses the most. How many years can he use it to peel skin, chop meat, and remove bones? The worst has to change to a new knife after 2 or 3 years. The better ones can use it for 7 or 8 years. My knife has been used since my debut in Jianghu. Until today, it has been used for nearly 40 years. Oh, Lu Zong chuckled and said, "It's exciting to kill those shrouded immortals. The knife that has been sharpened for decades, don't let it become the bullshit dragon slaying technique in that book. It's good that it's here. It's just right that it's here." A scholar from a cold clan who came to the capital city to take the imperial examination was still waiting for his beautiful wife to return. For her, he did not even care about the teachings of the saints that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. They met by chance on the road and met in Jianghu. Although she was older than him by 6 years, she often liked to joke, saying that she was not a good woman, but he did not care. To be able to play such a beautiful pipa, to be able to have an intense passion on the battlefield, to have hidden bitterness in the boudoir, she could not be bad. There was a strange fellow who came to him and told him about a woman from Jianghu. The scholar felt that if the woman that the person said was true, then she was indeed evil to the core. However, the scholar felt that the woman that he knew was different. He felt that she was a good woman, knowledgeable and reasonable, gentle and virtuous, and she was so beautiful that he could marry her and grow old together. He was waiting for her to return home. He thought that after seeing her, he would tell her these thoughts. Qingang Temple, the largest forest in Nanyuan Kingdom's capital city. It was also the world's largest Buddhist holy land with the most monks. In a secluded and remote location of the temple, there was a simple and crude thatched cottage. The door was opened, and the empty house was empty except for an old monk and a futon. A thin and handsome young master, surrounded by more than 10 stunning beauties, slowly walked towards this inconspicuous thatched cottage. The women's ages ranged from 13 to 40 years old. All of them were beauties. If there were people from the Venerate Pavilion here, they would find that among them there were famous fairies and heroines, and there were also noble ladies from powerful clans. Without exception, they were all stunning beauties. There were many banners around the thatched cottage. The young man was like a prince's son traveling with beauties. Along the way, he explained to the women the origin of Buddhist words such as shurfong, forest, instant, and banners. Most of the women were of superior birth, and there was no lack of knowledgeable people. Some smiled and pointed out a few mistakes of the young man. He did not explain anything, only saying that the customs of different places were different, and the saying in his hometown was more in line with the purpose of Buddhism. The meditating old monk opened his eyes and asked with a smile, "Almsgiver Zhou, since you have already received Ding Ying's promise to firmly occupy a place, why are you still here?" The young man, surnamed Zhou, raised his hand, indicating that the women should not follow him. He walked toward the thatched cottage alone and smiled. "For my worthless son to ask for a set of Arhut golden body from the master." He approached the threshold, lifted his foot, and politely asked, "Do you want to take off your boots? I am afraid of dirtying the master's clean abode." The old monk smiled. "The soil on your boots is clean." In Almsgiver Zhou's heart, does it matter whether you take off your boots or not? The young man said helplessly, "You Baldies like to say such useless nonsense wherever you go. I really don't like it." He pointed to the bare walls of the house. "It seems empty, but you are still here." The old monk sighed. "Almsgiver Zhou has the root of wisdom. You understand all the principles, but it is a pity that you are not willing to turn back." The young man still took off his boots. After crossing the threshold, he sat on the edge of the door. He raised an arm and pointed at the beautiful women behind him. "If they are the Dharma that I seek, how will you persuade me, monk?" The old monk said with a bitter face, "It is really tiring to argue with you banished immortals." The young man put on an act, bowed his head, and put his palms together. He smiled and chanted Amitabha. The old monk's haggard and bitter face became more wrinkled and frowned. If it was an ordinary hoodlum, they would not be able to enter the Jin Gang temple. Even if it was the high officials and dignitaries of the Nanyuan kingdom, they would still not be able to find this thatched cottage. However, this seemingly weak young man in front of him was called Zhou Fei. He was the fourth great guru in the world. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had reached the peak of martial arts. He was also proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. It was true that those women liked him. Perhaps at the beginning, they were forced to do so. They already had a man that they liked, or even a loyal woman who married early to help their husbands and children. They were forcefully taken to the mountain by Zhou Fei, or the minions of the Chunqiao Palace. However, after being together for a few short months or 3 to 5 years or even more than 10 years, there was not a single person who was not moved by Zhou Fei. This was a very strange thing in Jianghu that did not make any sense. The lower levels of Jianghu always liked to describe the emperor of the mountain of the Chunqiao Palace as a fat and ugly pig or a ruthless person who killed people easily. However, this was not the case. Regardless of the Jianghu vendettas, Zhou Fei was not only elegant but also had a youthful appearance to the women he liked. Zhou Fei smiled and said, "Father and son, ascending together. Isn't that something to look forward to?" The old monk sighed and said, "The golden body of the Baihe temple was indeed hidden by this poor monk." However, after 60 years, Almsgiver Ding appeared in the capital again and immediately moved to the Nanyuan imperial palace. "Almsgiver Zhou, you are late." Zhou Fei stared at the old monk's eyes. After a moment, he changed the topic and asked, I heard that there is a green robe floating around the capital that cannot be seen by the naked eye. Old monk, have you seen it? Without waiting for the old monk to answer, Zhou Fei narrowed his eyes and said in a serious tone, I hope you have seen it. Murderous intent was revealed. The old monk seemed to be in silent meditation, but he could also be weighing the pros and cons. Once Zhou Fei said that he would kill everyone in the Jingang temple. He would definitely do it. There would not be a single young acolyte or sweeping monk left. Zhou Fei laughed heartily and put away the thick murderous intent, the Arhut golden body and flying robe of the Nanyuan kingdom, the protective armor of the Songlai kingdom, and the demon knife beyond the great wall that can break all spells. In the past 60 years, a total of 4 treasures have appeared in the world. If the person who gets it is one of the 10, his position will naturally be more stable. The masters who are close to the 10 are like tigers that have grown wings, and there is hope to squeeze out some unlucky wretch. The old monk seemed to have made up his mind and put down all his burdens. His expression was much calmer, and he asked Zhou Fei in a casual manner, Almsgiver Zhou, is Buddhism flourishing in your hometown? Zhou Fei twitched the corner of his mouth. Over there, it's hard to say. The old monk asked again, some books record the trivial words that you banished immortals mentioned. They say that people who have attained the Tao can burn a great lake with one hand, break a mountain with one punch, turn into a flying sword with one breath, and take the head of a person from 1,000 miles away. They can ride the wind and sweep across rivers and seas, and can capture a flood dragon with one hand. Is it true? Zhou Fei was about to speak. A woman in white flew over and landed directly outside the thatched hut. Her face was full of fear. Young master was seriously injured in Zhuiyuan Alley. Zhou Fei's face was full of displeasure. What? The cold and moving young woman wanted to say something, but stopped. She knelt down with a thump, trembling all over. The corner of Zhou Fei's mouth twitched. He slowly reached out and covered his forehead. Lu Fongfong, Lu Fongfong, not only are you an idiot, you are also a good-for-nothing. You can't even protect my son. The jade-white palm on his forehead had 5 hook-like fingers, as if itching to open the top of his head. Zhou Fei retracted his fingers, patted his knee lightly, and suddenly waved his sleeves behind him. The beautiful woman kneeling outside the hut flew out with a bang like a broken cloth bag. Before she landed, she was already smashed into pieces in the air. The women behind made way for her, but many of them were splashed with blood. None of them dared to show the slightest bit of resentment. It might not be a bad thing. Zhou Fei exhaled heavily and smiled. Old monk, let's continue talking. After we are done, I will go and settle some family matters. The old monk was speechless. Zhou Fei did not force him. He asked, how did you get so seriously injured? Only then did he realize that the woman was already dead. Zhou Fei reached out his sleeve and quickly made a hand seal. It was a spell that was not recorded in any Buddhist or Taoist sects in the world. The faint figure of a woman appeared outside the hut. Even after death, she was still terrified. She floated timidly towards Zhou Fei. Her lips moved slightly, but no sound was made. However, Zhou Fei was the only one who could clearly hear it. The old monk sighed. There was always someone better than you. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.